You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, that are the sole translators of Steiner into English and give me permission to record these lectures. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 181 by Rudolf Steiner, a number of cycles put together, entitled Dying Earth and Living Cosmos, translated by Matthew Barton. And we are beginning with the cycle Dying Earth and Living Cosmos, which is Lecture 1, given in Berlin on the 22nd of January 1918. My dear friends, I scarcely need tell you what a pleasure it is for me to be with you again at this difficult and testing time. It has been a long while since we had the opportunity to discuss spiritual scientific themes, and in these grave times it will be especially apparent that far removed from mere theory, a science of the spirit must instead be a real and firm foundation that unites human souls. Not only here on the physical plane, it should unite us too with souls at present living in worlds of spirit. This is a special concern for us at this time, since numberless souls have left the physical plane under circumstances we have so often spoken of. So many souls in the world are still exposed to trials perhaps graver than any so far seen in history. Quite apart from the general thoughts alive in us as we embark again on these lectures here and elsewhere, I would like to try to specifically formulate words in which our feelings can turn both to those in the thick of combat and to those, too, who have already crossed death's threshold as a result of these events. Quote, "Spirits, guardians of earthly souls, who live and weave within these earthly souls, safeguarding and protecting them with love, flowing from universal wisdom. Oh, hear our plea, perceive our love, that wishes to unite with your radiant helping powers, that desires to send our spirit-surrendered love." Close quote. And toward those who have already crossed the threshold of death, we send these thoughts. Quote, "Spirits, guardians of sphere-born souls, who work and weave upon these sphere-born souls, safeguarding and protecting them with love, flowing from universal wisdom. Oh, hear our plea, perceive our love, that wishes to unite with your radiant helping powers, that desires to shine forth our spirit-intuiting love." Close quote. For many years now, through the knowledge of spirit to which we aspire, we have sought to approach closer to the being who resolved to pass through the mystery of Golgotha for earth's healing, and for the freedom and progress of humanity. May this being be with you now in your difficult undertakings. It may be that these grave and testing times will increasingly reveal to human souls how important it is to deepen their spiritual focus. If so, this difficult era will not have been in vain for humanity's present and future life. And yet one gets a sense, and I'm not saying this as any kind of criticism of anyone, but rather as an appeal to the right and proper feelings, that people have not yet sufficiently learned the lessons of current events. One gets a sense of the need to speak ever more clearly and directly out of the spirit of our times to human hearts and souls. You see, voices other than human voices can also speak to us, can resonate mysteriously from present realities that are grievous on the one hand, but also profoundly significant. Everything I can say today, in stumbling and inadequate words, is vivid before me especially because in my recent trip to Switzerland I witnessed many things that showed me how our spiritual movement relates to the needs of our time. If you have read the lecture cycle I gave in Vienna before the war about human experiences between death and rebirth, and everything this involves in relation to human life in general, if you have read this carefully, you will know that at the time I pointed to the deeper causes and foundations of events which later came to such dire expression. Reading between the lines of present experiences, of what is now happening, we can find living proof of the truth of what was said then, before the war. At the time I characterized the general ailment of our age in radical terms. Here and there one sees that some lessons have been learned from these tumultuous events, but there are unmistakable signs too, especially apparent if one correlates separate and seemingly unimportant things, that human thinking on the physical plane has become very inflexible over the past few hundred years, and that human beings are very slow to take the decisions and adopt the measures they need to. To start with today, I would like to speak about some of the things I experienced in Switzerland. It seems to me necessary for those who are interested in our movement to have a fuller picture of the whole context of its work, but I will only give a few aphoristic details. It struck me as especially pleasing while I was in Switzerland that there were some young academics at Zurich University who wished me to give a series of lectures relating anthroposophy to various academic disciplines. In response, I gave 4 lectures in Zurich relating anthroposophic spiritual science to, respectively, psychology, history, science, and sociology, the latter dealing with major social and legislative issues of modern society. I think I am right in saying that there was a certain interest, though naturally it fell far short of what one might wish for, in this relating of anthroposophy to academic disciplines. I showed in these lectures how such disciplines need to be complemented, or one could say made complete, by what can only come from anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, and that they remain only partial disciplines, only half or even just a quarter of what they could be if they are not complemented in this way. Wherever I was able to give lectures in Switzerland, I made sure that I illustrated what was lacking today in this regard, and what we need to do to incorporate developments that can lead society in the right direction. One gets the sense that an initial, strangely powerful resistance to our efforts in Switzerland has not grown less recently, but rather intensified, though alongside this resistance, a livelier interest has developed too. Since karma led to the building of the Goetheanum in that country, it may be that our work there might have great importance, especially if it is undertaken in the way I sought to shape it, by testifying at the same time to sources of spiritual scientific inquiry that are concealed within German cultural life especially, but regrettably untapped and disregarded. This sense can fill us with a certain melancholy. There is something tragic about it, but on the other hand also something very satisfying. You see, if we realize this significant and dire fact, that German culture is today condemned as some kind of heresy by 4/5 of the world, we can feel melancholy on the one hand, but also very hopeful that an anthroposophically oriented science of the spirit might offer a public voice to German spiritual and cultural life, might be able to give it the voice it has to find if injury is not to be done to the evolution of our earth. If we really speak to people about the spirit, if we speak of the true sources of spiritual life, we will invariably find a way to speak to all human beings, irrespective of national differences. It could also make us melancholy to see that while our efforts in spiritual science have gained some ground, It is clear still that a country like Switzerland finds it increasingly difficult to hold its own against fierce encroachments. It is not easy to preserve any kind of independent judgment against pressure from 4/5 of the world. And it is hard in such a country, which may be neutral, but in which 4/5 of the world still play a part, to say everything that needs to be said. Circumstances in the world have been greatly exacerbated. But in Switzerland, we have the advantage that mere words, mere teachings, are underpinned by the forms and creative elaboration of our Dornach building, which visibly reveals the aims of our spiritual science, and thus can show that this spiritual science, wherever it is permitted to engage in practical life without brutal dismissal, is capable of meeting and mastering the great challenges modern life poses for people today. In speaking of the relationship between anthroposophically oriented spiritual science and other disciplines, and intentions at large in the world today, we need to introduce very new and unaccustomed ideas to people. In their unconscious depths, people have a dim and obscure knowledge that something new must come from somewhere. But their thinking is incredibly inflexible and incredibly slow to absorb new things. A fundamental trait of our modern, fast-moving times is that people think so terribly slowly, as we can see in all kinds of small ways. In Zurich, as I said, it was possible to connect aspects of anthroposophic spiritual science with academic disciplines. I spoke in public in Basel before I gave the lectures in Zurich. A little while before I was due to leave Switzerland, I also received a request from Basel, from entirely academic circles, to speak about the relationship between anthroposophic spiritual science and other disciplines, but it was, of course, too late by then and could not be done. I mention this for two reasons. Firstly, because it would have been very important to speak about our science of the spirit in a hall dedicated solely to academic pursuits and organized by students in Basel. And secondly, because it shows how slow people were to take the initiative, arriving, really, as the doors were closing. It is characteristic that people resolve on something belatedly, which greater mobility of thinking, a greater capacity to assimilate things, could otherwise lead them to undertake sooner. We ought to discuss such things amongst ourselves, so that we know what we are dealing with. If we consider only one of these themes I have been speaking about recently, we can see that significant developments are needed. In Zurich, I spoke, among other things, of the relationship we can discern between anthroposophic spiritual science and the history of humanity. Today, history is taught to children, and then as a subject at university. But what kind of history is this? It has no intimation even of the powers at work in humanity's history. And this is simply because the whole of modern intellectual life appeals to and activates human reason, sets in motion ordinary, supposedly fully conscious ideas and concepts, and then uses these to grasp everything. Well, it's true, we can grasp the sense-perceptible natural world in this way, and the kind of thinking that has chalked up such great achievements in the field of mainstream science. But the moment people tried to apply this same thinking to history, they were endeavoring to make history into science. In the 19th century, efforts were made to observe the course of history in the same way as sense-perceptible phenomena. But this can't be done, simply because historical realities have a quite different relationship with life from phenomena studied in science. What are we observing when we study history? What impulses are at work there? We cannot discern the impulses at work in history by using the kind of rational inquiry that can be applied perfectly well in mainstream science. The impulses at work in history act in human evolution in the same way as dreams in our dream life. These impulses do not infiltrate the ordinary awareness with which we encounter and master daily life or phenomena studied in science. We could say that historical development is humanity's great dream. The fleeting pictures that play into dreams, though, become clearly delineated in the faculty of imagination which spiritual science develops. For this reason, there is no history that is not at the same time a science of the spirit. And history, in the way it is taught nowadays, is not history at all. Hermann Grimm noted that the historian Gibbon, when describing the first Christian eras, only gave an account of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, and not the gradual rise of Christianity, its growth and flourishing. Grimm, of course, was unaware why a good historian can describe decline extremely well, but is nonplussed by growth and development. It is because history, as understood today, can only grasp what goes under, and not what grows and thrives, which enters human evolution in the same way that dreams enter our individual lives. For this reason, history can only be described by someone who can form imaginations. Without these, historians, say Ranke or Lamprecht, describe only history's corpse, and not the reality at work in historical development. And this is because the impulses at work in history are only dreamed by our consciousness. When ordinary consciousness tries to grasp historical currents, it can only do so from a vantage point in the subconscious. The modern era also offers interesting illustrations of this. If you trace modern developments, you will find that in recent decades people's interest in larger philosophical questions has faded almost entirely, or, much the same thing, has been stultified by academic theory, has become a kind of small-minded doctrinal disputation. It is not for nothing that a schoolmaster currently heads the world's greatest republic and feels entitled to speak on behalf of the rest of the world. If we ask where, in recent decades, one could discern a sense of broader philosophical scope in issues relating to humanity, an almost religious dimension, if you like, albeit of a brutal kind, whereas everything else was more or less in thrall to the dead hand of academic dispute, then it has to be said that this was in socialism. There were real ideas here, though ones which never focused on a life of spirit, but only on brutish material realities. Unfortunately, no other world of ideas surfaced to counter this one. If we perceive these socialist ideas that rose to the surface of life, we find that they are, in a sense, historical ideas, are humanity's dreams. But what kind of dreams? You have to develop a sense for this dream nature of the events in humanity's history. In my lectures in Switzerland, I try to demonstrate this by saying the following. Try appointing people who are very clever, but have no understanding at all of what I call dream impulses, to leading positions of responsibility in society. And then it will soon become apparent how quickly it is possible to systematically destroy a state or society. All you have to do is establish a parliament to hold sway over this state or society, and fill it with nothing but scholars and professors, and this will be a sure means of destroying society. You don't have to appoint professors to these leading positions, since socialist leaders will do it equally well, and the socialist movement has enough professors of its own. One just has to have a sense for such things, and then ask how this whole edifice of socialist theory arose. If attempts were made to introduce these socialist theories in reality, and sad evidence of this may soon be apparent in the East, they could have nothing but a destructive effect. So how did it come about that these socialist ideas took root in human heads? And what is the real nature of these theories? To answer this, we have to have an intimate knowledge of the history of the past 400 years, and especially of the 18th and 19th centuries. We have to know that this history is quite different from the way it is portrayed in history books, and that it is really a picture of conflict between social classes. All Karl Marx did, in essence, was to establish a theory of what humanity had been dreaming over the past 400 or 200 years, what actually existed but has now been dreamt to its end and must make room instead for a new era. The socialism he propounded in his theories, at the moment when the reality they related to was past, shows that human reason draws on what has already gone under, already become corpse, when it employs modes of inquiry that, for instance, are perfectly valid in science. Such inquiry and knowledge shows us that the world now stands, in fact, at a point of transition, and that people must learn to think differently when they consider humanity's historical developments, which include the present and future too, that likewise become historical since we approach them through historical development. People will have to recognize that historical development can only be understood through a science of the spirit. We cannot even form a proper picture of very recent events if we don't employ spiritual science. Let me give you an example which I have often cited recently. An important event which occurred between the lines of history, as it were, in Europe in the Middle Ages. We can say these things amongst ourselves, though outsiders would ridicule such an idea. Was European humanity's loss of knowledge about the western parts of the world. Connections had always existed, especially between Ireland, England, and the region we now know as America. Ireland and England cultivated these connections, and only at the time America was said to have been discovered was a papal decree issued forbidding any such contacts with America. Naturally, it was not called America back then. This connection with America really only failed at the time the Spaniards, in quotes, discovered it. But external historical accounts are so unclear that nowadays people have the sense that in Europe no one knew about America before 1492. Almost everyone believes this. And other similar facts can be discovered through spiritual scientific sources. Today we stand at a moment of transition when history must be considered from the spiritual scientific standpoint. But now, people might ask, since spiritual science, as we see it, can only emerge in our present era, how things were in former times. If we look back to earlier times, we find something different, which does, though, relate to what we call imagination in spiritual science. We find myths and legends, and from the power of these myths and legends, these great pictures, impulses, even political ones, were drawn, and were in fact a good deal more real, more in tune with reality, than modern abstract teachings about history or socioeconomics. You see, what makes human society cohere and determines communal life does not have to be formulated or grasped in abstract concepts. It used to be expressed in mythological form. Today we cannot simply start creating myths again, but have to develop imaginations and use these to grasp history, and from this understanding, in turn, form political impulses that will be utterly different from the phantasms so many people dream up today, or that arise, as I would say, from their abstract and school-teacherly impulses. It is not easy nowadays to tell people that historical developments are something that really unfold in the human subconscious rather than in ordinary, alert thinking. And yet, this life of history, hidden from human beings, has a great impact on actual events and on human impulses altogether. One can say, and this became apparent in my lectures in Zurich, that people everywhere wish to embrace knowledge that seeks the spirit, but they do so with inadequate means. In Zurich one encounters the discipline of academic psychology, so-called psychoanalysis. And following my lectures, some strange exchanges occurred on the subject of the relationship between anthroposophically oriented spiritual science and psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysts approach this world of spiritual science with their eyes blindfolded, in spiritual terms, and are unable to get anywhere with it. Yet this same world is knocking at the door which people nowadays need to open. Professor Jung in Zurich has recently written another pamphlet about psychoanalysis, one of many he has written, and touches there on various issues. But he does so in a way that shows he has inadequate means to embark on all this. One fact I will mention will show you straight away what I mean. Jung cites an example that many other psychoanalysts refer to also. The following happens to a woman who is invited to supper one evening at somebody's house. After supper, her hostess is due to depart from a spa town for a health cure. The guests eat supper together, and then the lady of the house departs, as do the others. The woman in question accompanies one group of guests. As sometimes happens after a party, they are walking along in the middle of the road instead of on the pavement, when a cab comes driving around the corner. All the guests step back on the pavement to get out of its way, but not the lady we're speaking of. She ran along in the middle of the road in front of the horses, while the coachman shouted to her to step away. She kept on running, nevertheless, until she reached a bridge over a river, where she decided to throw herself over the edge to escape her predicament. She did so, and was saved by the other guests, who had run along behind. And since the most obvious thing at this point was to carry her back to the house of her now departed hostess, that is what they did. Here she found her hostess's husband, and was able to spend a few hours there with him in his house. Consider now what someone with inadequate means can make of such an incident. If we approach it as psychoanalysts, we come upon those secret provinces of the soul that tell us the psyche of the person had a particular experience connected with horses at the age of 7. Accordingly, as the woman left the party and saw the horse-drawn cab, this earlier experience was invoked from her subconscious, and she was so disconcerted by this that instead of jumping aside, she carried on running in front of the cab. For the psychoanalyst, therefore, the whole incident results from the connection between a current experience and, quote, unresolved riddles of the soul, close quote, from former upbringing, and so on. But this is to study things with inadequate means. The psychoanalyst is unaware that the subconscious powers at work here are more substantial in nature than he assumes, a good deal cleverer and more subtle than the conscious mind. This subconscious is also often much more courageous. You see, the psychoanalyst does not know that there was a demon sitting in the woman's soul, and that she left the house with the unconscious idea of being alone with a man once his wife had departed. The whole incident was most cleverly arranged by the subconscious. For you see, one does everything far more certainly and surely if one's conscious mind plays no part in it. The woman ran in front of the horses in order to be saved at the right moment. But the psychoanalyst is unaware of this, because he does not assume the existence of a world of soul and spirit to which the human soul is related. Yet Jung does have an intimation of this. From the numerous phenomena he encounters, he senses that the human soul is related to numerous other souls. But he has to be a materialist, after all, since otherwise he wouldn't be an intelligent modern man. So what does he do? He says the following. The human soul, and we see this from all the things that happen to the human soul, is in relationship with spiritual realities outside it. Yet these do not exist. So how can we understand this? Well, the soul possesses a body that is descended from other bodies, and these in turn from earlier ones. This is genetic inheritance, and Jung constructs his thesis around the idea that the soul, therefore, inherits and re-experiences relationships people once had, say, to heathen gods. These experiences are still in us, he thinks, resulting from physical inheritance, and they become, quote, isolated soul provinces, close quote, that the human soul can only free itself from if they are first invoked. He has insight, in fact, into the human soul's need to have a relationship with such things, and understands that they will wreck a person's nervous system if not called up into the conscious mind. He, therefore, expresses something that is absolutely right in terms of a modern outlook, that the human soul cannot be devoid of all relationship to a divine reality without being inwardly deadened. This is just as true in his view as the fact that no such divine reality exists. For him, the question of the human soul's relationship to God does not have the slightest connection with the question of God's existence. This is what he writes. And now let us consider what is at work here. Jung states that the human soul must develop a relationship to God, but that it is equally certain it would be idiotic to assume God exists. Therefore, for the sake of its own health, the soul is condemned to deceive itself by positing a God. This is what Jung writes in his book, really. Quote, deceive yourself that there is a God, otherwise you will fall ill, close quote. These things can show us that great riddles are knocking insistently at our door, while the modern age tries to push back against them. If people were courageous enough, similar things would surface everywhere, but they are not. I am not saying these things to lock horns with Professor Jung, but because I believe that he thinks in a more courageous way than anyone else. He says what he must, given the condition of the modern world. Others do not say such things, for they are less courageous. All such things must be considered if we really wish to grasp what it means, as we discover through spiritual science, that humanity's history, and consequently also the political impulses at work in society, have nothing to do with ordinary consciousness, and that these impulses can only be understood and handled if we develop a capacity for imaginative awareness. As regards what I have often recently called an antisocial view of history within political life, and its chief representative, we might say that Wilsonism needs to be replaced by imaginative perception of reality. But Wilsonism is very widespread, and many are Wilsonians without even knowing it. Names themselves are of no importance. Genuinely important are the realities alive in society. I can actually speak in a more forthright way about Wilson, since I gave my verdict on him before the war already, in a lecture cycle in Helsingfors, Helsinki, and did not need to wait to find out, during the war, what spirit sits enthroned in America. Many adulatory voices have heaped praises on Wilson, but these have gone quiet recently. People have discovered a thing or two, such as the fact that this gentleman on the throne of America, when composing his illustrious Republican Charter, merely copied it from one written in 1864 by Dom Pedro, the ruler of Brazil, only altering the phrases that spoke of South American interests and inserting, quote, the interests of the United States, close quote, instead. Adulatory voices were clamoring in Europe, too, when Wilson's two books, titled The New Freedom and titled Mere Literature and Other Essays, appeared. This was only a few years back, 5 or 6 years. People have now learned a thing or two about Wilsonism. But there is a very great deal more to be learned about deeply, deeply incisive modern events. Things that can only flourish in the soil of spiritual scientific knowledge must be taken very seriously. People often accuse anthroposophically oriented spiritual science of being theoretical, and object that other schools of thought get directly involved in practical life without bothering people about cosmic evolution and such like. Such schools of thought, they say, speak of love, universal human love, of what and how one should love. Well, millennia have passed while people spoke about love in this way, and we can see where it has got us. If instead you allow the human soul to engage for a much shorter time with a science of the spirit, really engage with it though, you will see that this spiritual science blossoms as love in human hearts. You see, you cannot preach love. Love can only grow when it is properly cultivated, and then it grows. And it is an offspring of the Spirit. It is also an offspring of true knowledge and perception, one that does not focus on matter alone, but on spirit. Today, in this introductory lecture, I simply wanted to point to some feelings that may accompany us during this period and could be important. And I have outlined what ground I wish to cover in forthcoming lectures. I will be discussing what can awaken strength, courage, and hope in the human soul. I want to speak about all that the science of the Spirit can give humanity that is different from what many previous centuries have given it. And I wish to speak of spiritual science as something alive that is not theoretical, but can give birth in us to a second spiritual human being, one that sustains the first and gives it stability in the world. As you know, during the medieval period, many people conceived the urgent desire to create gold. Why did they wish to do this? Really, they desired something that cannot be realized in ordinary earthly conditions, and this was because they recognized that unless spiritualized, permeated by spiritual impulses, these ordinary earthly conditions can never bring true contentment. Ultimately, this is also the message of the Gospels. But people usually overlook the most important things. They criticize the view of the Gospels that the divine realm descended to earth. But is it not here among us? It is, just not in any outwardly apparent signs. It has to be inwardly grasped. It must not be denied as our era denies it. And this descent of the Spirit to earth is also something we will speak about over the forthcoming period. So, today, I only wanted to sound an underlying note. In our time it is necessary, for there are now millions of souls who have crossed the threshold of death to build the bridge to the realm where the dead live. They live amongst us, and we can find them. And how we can do so is something we will be speaking of too, in a renewed way. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, that are the sole translators of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a group of cycles of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Dying Earth and Living Cosmos, The Living Gifts of Anthroposophy, The Need for New Forms of Consciousness. Collected Works, Volume 181. We are on the first cycle, and this is Lecture 2, translated by Matthew Barton, given in Berlin on the 29th of January, 1918. We have often considered the saying, "Know thyself," whose light shines through every era. It stood above the temple of Apollo in ancient Greece and embodies a great and infinite prompting to develop human and therefore universal wisdom. It is a saying, however, which was significantly renewed and deepened by the impulse given by the mystery of Golgotha. We will be speaking of all these things this winter, perhaps, if time allows. seeking to find our way to the goals they embody. Today, I would like to begin with observations on the human being of a seemingly outward nature, a form of human self-knowledge that appears external, but in fact has a powerful initial impetus if we first take possession of it and then draw on it to penetrate our inner nature. I want to begin, though only seemingly, from a consideration of the outward human form. When mainstream scientists observe this outward human form, they do so in a way that is fairly unsatisfying from a higher spiritual standpoint. Science, as practiced today, offers little stimulus for a recognition of really human qualities. You can see from various comments in my book titled Riddles of the Soul what ordinary science has to say on this subject. The book offers important foundations for developing far-reaching insight into human nature, but currently these foundations appear of no concern to science. And anatomy, physiology, and other such disciplines offer very little to someone who seriously questions and seeks to fathom human nature by starting with an understanding of our outward physical form. An artistic mode of inquiry actually offers far more in this respect. In many ways, modern science takes us no further. Someone who decides to seek more substantial reality through an artistic, a Goethean mode of inquiry, may perhaps find his way to greater truth today than he will by following the paths of mainstream science. As little as this is apparent today, in future a worldview arising from spiritual science and originating in a certain human thirst for knowledge will unite a scientific and an artistic sense of the world in a higher, harmonious synthesis. This will contain much more clairvoyance than exists in the clairvoyance many today dream of, but only dream of. If we study the human form, we can initially perceive something important in it if we turn our gaze, something more or less all of you have done, to the skeleton, this basic framework of the human form. No doubt you will have all seen a human skeleton and noted the differentiation that exists between the head and the rest of the form. You will have noticed, too, that the head is in a sense a self-contained whole, which rests as if on a column upon what constitutes the system of limbs, the rest of the human organism. It is easy in a skeleton to distinguish the head from the rest of the human form. In the most superficial differentiation of this kind, we discover that the head is really more or less spherical, not a perfect sphere, but an approximate one. Now, as a spiritual scientific researcher, one has to caution people against basing their search for knowledge on superficial, outward analogies. But this view of the approximately spherical nature of the human head is not superficial. The human being really is a kind of duality initially, and the spherical shape of his head is not in the least random. We have to give full attention to what we see before us in the human head, and first hints of this have been offered as part of our inquiries in spiritual science in the book I titled The Spiritual Guidance of Man and Humanity. There I indicated that the human head is an image of the whole universe, which appears outwardly to us as a hollow sphere of space. In talking of these things, we have to note something that modern people are far removed from applying to the most important areas of inquiry, but which they do always use in a certain domain, at the same time ignoring its huge implications. It will not occur to anyone who uses a compass, a magnetic needle. One of those ends points to magnetic north and the other to magnetic south, to seek the causes of the movements of this magnetic needle only in the needle itself. The physicist will feel obliged instead to regard the magnetic needle and the magnetic force issuing from the Earth's magnetic North Pole as a connected whole, a force that directs one end of the compass needle toward the North Pole and the other toward the South. Here, therefore, we look into the whole universe to find the causes of movements in the smallest domain. But we do not do the same where we should, where it would be very important to do so. Today, when we see that a second living creature is forming inside a first, and where, therefore, something is likewise occurring in the smallest space, say an egg forming in a chicken, we do not usually apply what we learn from the magnetic needle and recognize that what is happening does not lie in the chicken itself, but in the whole cosmos. But in the same way that the greater universe participates in the magnetic needle, so the whole cosmos participates in the developing egg in the chicken's body, alongside all other processes involved in this. The spherical form of the cosmos is involved. The genetic processes of inheritance, leading back to previous generations, only accompany what happens when the egg cell develops in the mother organism. This is heretical to a modern scientific outlook, and yet it is true. The powers of the cosmos participate in diverse ways. And as true as it is to say, and empirical embryology demonstrates it, that the germinal form of the human head develops first in the womb, so it was true, too, that these developments are caused by primal powers working in from the whole universe, and that this human head is an image of the whole cosmos. By contrast, what hangs down from the head, the rest of the skeleton, can show us, if we observe it very carefully, that its form and configuration have more connection with the line of genetic inheritance, with father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother, than with what exists out in the cosmos. Initially, therefore, the human being is a kind of dual being, also in relation to his origins and development. His form emerges from the cosmos on the one hand, and this comes to expression in the spherical form of his head, and from the whole line of genetic descent on the other is expressed in the rest of his organism attached to the head. The human being's whole outward shape reveals him to be a hybrid, if you like, a being of dual nature. Besides the fact that this is instructive, such a mode of observation has a quite different significance too. We become immobile in our thoughts and at odds with outward life, start living in a buttress of thoughts, if we observe the human being in accordance with ordinary mainstream science. If, say, we look into a microscope and watch the developing embryo, observing only what is contained in it, as if one were to study the magnetic needle very closely to find out what makes it move in a north-south orientation. And then, if we apply such thoughts, in turn, to the social realm, to sociology, they are simply inadequate, or lead to the kind of school-masterly abstractions we might also call Wilsonism. It does matter very much what kind of thinking we develop, what thought forms arise in us as we embrace certain ideas. Knowledge itself has less importance compared with this. The important thing is that what gives rise in us to a certain mode of knowledge and the usefulness it cultivates. If we have an open mind for ways in which the human being is connected and related to the whole universe, this will awaken in us thoughts that lead us into an ethical worldview, a view of human rights which today ought to be accorded the highest value, but has become something very strange. You can see, therefore, that curiosity, a mere desire for knowledge, is not the only impulse for seeking the kinds of knowledge I have referred to here. Before us stands the human being, therefore, as a hybrid. this has still deeper significance. Today I only want to strike some fundamental notes to elicit in you an inner sense of the importance of what we will be considering here. Let us stay for a moment with the fact that our head, in the further course of life, this head which we meet as an image of the whole world, is basically the mediator of our perception. I won't say the tool, since this would not be entirely correct. But the head is not alone in mediating our perception. Let's stay with perception and knowledge, with sensory perception. This head does mediate this, but along with the rest of our organism. And since the rest of us, even as regards its origins, is entirely different from the head, so, inasmuch as we are perceiving beings, we consist of the head system and the heart system, as I tended to call it, since there in the heart system everything else congregates and is concentrated. We really are two different beings at once, a head person who stands in a perceiving relationship with the world, and a heart person. The difference is this, that however much we sometimes find fault with the world, we only use our head to perceive and know things. What is this due to? If we were to draw parallels between head perception and heart perception, this would not tell us very much. Someone capable of grasping with his heart what his head perceives would cultivate a warmer kind of knowledge than another. Human beings would be differentiated in this respect, but it would hardly be a major distinction. But if we approach things with spiritual scientific experience, something quite different becomes apparent. After all, we acquire perceptions. Gradually they approach us and develop in us, and then the following occurs. The way we relate to the world through our head, the way we perceive things, happens quickly in some respects, whereas the way we perceive the world through the rest of our organism occurs slowly. In addition to all the differentiation I described last winter in relation to the evolution of the world and the human being, it is also true that our head perception rushes while the rest of our organism does not. This is hugely significant. If we are educated in an abstract school-masterly way, our head is educated primarily. Nowadays, people are raised and educated only in respect of the head. At the very latest, if the head participates for a long time in the development of perception and knowledge, but in most people this does not last so long, its development concludes in a person's 20s. At this point, the head has completed its perceiving appropriation of the world. The rest of our organism, on the other hand, requires the whole of life until we die. And we can say, therefore, that the head lives roughly 3 times faster than the rest of our organism. The rest of the organism takes its time, takes 3 times as long, lives at a quite different tempo. Someone who has the gift of observing and grasping such things realizes that whenever he grasps something through his head, he still has to wait for it to unite with his whole being. For full and living assimilation of something that has been absorbed by the head in around 1 day, we have to wait 3 to 4 days. The conscientious spiritual researcher will never communicate what he has absorbed merely through his head, but only what he has understood with his whole being. This is extraordinarily important, far-reaching in scope and of deep significance. In schools as they exist today, we can really only offer our children a kind of head knowledge, rather than one the rest of the organism can assimilate. The knowledge conveyed there is prepared in such a way that it has to be quickly absorbed by the head, so that one can recall it again later. After their last exam, though, people scarcely remember anything of what they learned in this way, and are pleased if they can't. The kind of knowledge, by contrast, that can be entirely assimilated by the rest of the organism would be one which later, in recalling it, would invoke in us qualities such as love, joy, and warmth of heart. How we structure lessons so that for the rest of his life a person can look back on his education with warmth of heart, joy, and a certain feeling of bliss is connected with the deepest mysteries of humanity. An awful lot needs doing in this field. You see, people versed in educational matters will know that everything we present to children nowadays has been prepared in advance in a way that prevents the rest of our organism from assimilating it. And such knowledge will not engender joyfulness later. This is also why people grow old at a relatively young age nowadays. You see, it is a secret of human development that when the head, say, is 28, the rest of the organism, with its slower mode of development, is only a third or a quarter as old. The rest of our organism runs at a tempo that is 3 or 4 times slower. We will be studying other relationships too. Now, if educators took account of these mysteries, people would be able to absorb and assimilate something so fruitful and health-giving that it would last them until they died. If a person has absorbed such things by the age of 25, and then needs 3 times longer to process and assimilate them, then the rest of his organism would have done so by the time he reached 75. On the other hand, the knowledge we acquire through our head does not have any comprehensive importance for our whole being. Only the deep inward experience and knowledge our whole being acquires can have this importance. But there is a general disinclination for such knowledge today. People commonly seek head wisdom only. Actually, you can do some simple calculations based on what I have said to find that ideas a person has absorbed through his head by the age of 15 will still need to be assimilated, and that he will not really be mature enough to engage his whole being in a particular kind of work, say public administration, or as a member of Parliament, until the age of 45. If it has been possible by the age of 15 to endow someone with conceptual powers that can be gradually assimilated by his whole being, he will be mature enough by the age of 45 to be elected to a city council or a national parliament. In ancient times, people still had living knowledge of this from the mysteries. Today, by contrast, efforts are largely geared to lowering the age for everything, to speeding things up, since nowadays a person is as ready for things at 20 as he would only have been at 80 in the past. Yet these things cannot be determined by wishful thinking, only by true insight. These things can certainly be applied to life and have fundamental significance. Our whole public life is geared to what human beings are by virtue of their heads. In interacting socially with each other, people only interact with their heads. Just imagine this. All social interaction is just head interaction, and highly unsuited for shaping social life. For where does the head originate? As we saw, the human head is not of this earth, but originates in and is created from the cosmos. One cannot deal with earthly matters with the head. In our head we do not belong to a particular nation or region of the globe. We should only use it to decide things common to the whole earth. But even to be able to do that, we have to grow into what belongs to the earth throughout our life, what makes us a citizen of the earth, rather than a citizen of the heavens. Any judgments we make about public matters have to be drawn from deeper insights into the human being. And then, in turn, and today I am only sketching outlines that we will elaborate further on future occasions, we need to consider the profound meaning of what Goethe expressed as the idea of metamorphosis, which has far wider application than even Goethe himself was able to see in his own day. Our head is formed from the cosmos. If we consider this from the perspective of spiritual science, we see that in the whole period between death and a new birth, working in the cosmos, we are preparing to form our head. We work on our organism between death and rebirth primarily by working on our future head. In a sense, this head is the grave of the soul in comparison with the nature of the soul before birth, or let us say before conception. The activities we undertake in a life of spirit between death and a new birth come to rest in the head. And then the stream of inheritance adds and attaches the rest of the organism to what is, in a sense, formed out of the world of spirit. But what is the nature of this inherited addition? It too is connected with the head. I have said this before. The rest of the human organism, apart from the head, is the germ and foundation of the head of our subsequent incarnation. The whole of the rest of the organism is something that can pass through a metamorphosis to become the head of the following incarnation. When we cross the threshold of death, the powers we develop throughout our life pull free from the whole of the rest of the organism, but remain in the configurations which the rest of the organism possessed during life. In the period between death and a new birth, we bear this with us, forming it into our future head. And so our head is always a legacy from the last incarnation. And in the rest of our organism, we have, therefore, something that will determine how our head is formed and configured in a coming incarnation. In this way, too, we have a dual nature. When we gain this perspective on things, we see that the human being is truly embedded in the cosmos, and therefore does not originate solely in the dimensions of space and time we are aware of in our outward physical perception, but is part of the whole huge context of existence. It is a fascinating thing, not only to observe a bone in the spinal column and note, as Goethe did, how it relates to the skull bones, and to see that the latter are only transformed vertebra, but also to discover that everything in the head has its counterpart, too, in the rest of the organism. We have to observe in a very open-minded way, however, to discern not only how the nose and everything in the head is a metamorphosis of this kind, but also to see that the whole of the rest of the organism is at an earlier stage of metamorphosis compared with what we find in the head. There are extremely important educational consequences of such an outlook, as I said. If people begin to grasp these spiritual scientific insights, they will come to embrace some really very significant requirements for the practice of teaching. One thing is important above all. We grow old through our life, but really we ought to say only that our physical body grows old. You see, as strange as it may seem, and I have mentioned this before, our ether body, the next spiritual aspect of our being, grows ever younger. The older we become, the younger becomes our etheric body. We get wrinkles and go bald in physical terms, but in terms of our etheric body, we become, or we can become, ever chubbier cheeked and flourishing. But just as outer nature ensures that the physical body grows older, so we ourselves must ensure that our etheric body receives youthful powers. And this can only be done if we introduce through the head the kind of thoughts that are spiritual sustenance for us and are fit to be assimilated throughout our lives. Think for a moment of how one might teach very young children about the human being as an image of the whole universe, an image of the divine world order. But do this in a way that the child can directly and immediately grasp, rather than simply reading out words from the Bible the child does not understand. Drawn from the integrity of a science of the spirit. All this can offer a more full-blooded head knowledge than is common today, and will then become a source of rejuvenation throughout a person's life. Our modern education is no source of rejuvenation, but the opposite. And if today we are fortunate enough not to have become the most withered sour pots, this is only because the current way of addressing the head alone, which has been developing for the past 400 years or so, and has now reached its culmination, has not yet succeeded in wrecking all the inherited culture that survives from olden times. But if we continue as we are doing, we are heading for a form of education that really will produce dried-up sour pots. I said this recently. The war interrupted these developments. That in the years before the war, a growing stream of people were flooding the sanatoria, and much effort and expense was required to try to rid people of their nervous complaints. This is all connected with the fact that the head is not given what the whole person needs. I have spoken about how little of the right attention or care is given to such things. I often recall visiting a sanatorium a few years ago to see someone there. We arrived at lunchtime, and a whole crowd of patients were walking by. Some of them were certainly quite troubled in appearance, with their nervous condition inscribed upon their faces and hands or feet twitching. But the most restless twitcher, the most nervous person in the sanatorium, was the chief consultant there. And it has to be said that a chief consultant will not find the right approach to curing his patients if he is the one most in need of a cure. Otherwise, he was an extremely kind man, but at the same time an example of someone who in his youth had not, at least, been able to absorb what could have rejuvenated him throughout a lifetime. Such things cannot be altered by isolated reforms, but can only be improved if the whole social organism is improved. We have to look at the whole social organism. The great universal laws of existence ensure that human beings cannot find healing, be made whole, in egotistical isolation, but only by seeking it in community with others. If we not only picture the sensory reality commonly regarded as the only one, but look beyond this to supersensible realms as the source of powers to reform the world in the near future, we can envisage how in education and diverse other fields, a science of the spirit can be introduced into life, can be authentically developed in tangible ways. There is actually no need to urge visionary clairvoyance to do this. We need only understand the human being as an image of world spirituality, and then a spiritual outlook will inform what we do. It is impossible to comprehend the whole human being without understanding and considering the spirit intrinsic to him. And as I have often said, it is vital to lay aside a very prevalent habit, a lethargy about knowledge and inquiry. All our spiritual scientific observations show us that we must take one step after another, must be willing to engage in details and specifics, to build up a whole picture from these details. We must start from what is close at hand, and from there raise it toward the supersensible. What lies close to hand in the sensory realm shows us the supersensible almost tangibly at work. You see, if we can study the human head in the right way, we can see what is formed from the whole cosmos, and can study in the rest of the human organism what will develop back into the cosmos, and in turn reappear from it in a following incarnation. If we truly study sensory reality, we can certainly arrive at a true view of the supersensible. But to do so, we must be willing to leave our comfort zone sufficiently to allow the true nature of the human being to emerge, at least to the extent of according him the respect one happily accords a clock or another very ordinary object. Anyone with the least mechanical knowledge will admit that he cannot understand a clock unless he considers the interrelationship of its clockwork. and yet all and sundry hold forth on human nature without the same premise, believing they can speak about the loftiest human qualities, often citing the idea that, quote, truth must be simple, close quote. Spiritual science is accused of being far too complex. People might think it desirable to acquire in 5 minutes or less what is needed for insight into the loftiest human nature. But the human being is actually very complex, and his grandeur in the universe consists of his complexity. The inclination to lethargy must be overcome in our pursuit of knowledge if we really wish to penetrate human nature. There is no contemporary understanding of what is needed unless people are willing to try, at least intuitively, to grasp the whole complexity of human nature. If we cultivate nothing but head knowledge, and do not wish to assimilate with our whole being what the head learns, nor even in the first place give the head something that the whole human being can assimilate, we place the human being into a social order in a way that refuses to make earthly life into an image, a reflection of supersensible spiritual life. Then we suffer from a strange split in our nature. Not a duality of the kind I mentioned, but a harmful split we need to overcome. During the course of evolution, human life has undergone changes. To observe this, we need to go back 400 years, or not even that long. Those familiar with the realities of cultural history, rather than history as it is usually recorded, know how hugely different was the life and thinking of the 18th century compared to that of the 19th. Human thinking as a whole, as it developed gradually toward the 20th century, formulated increasingly abstract concepts, head concepts. If we study the full-blooded nature of human concepts in the 13th and 14th centuries, and consider the natural science of those times, we find a very striking difference compared to the abstract, arid principles governing modern science. Some very interesting things are contained in a well-known book said to have been written by Basilius Valentinus. Recently, a Swedish scholar wrote a book about matter, citing various comments by Valentinus, and coming to the conclusion that no one in their right mind can understand such things. It is self-evident that he cannot understand Valentinus's book, since it will be entirely incomprehensible if you bring to bear on it concepts drawn from modern physics and chemistry. This is connected with realities related to those which led to the good old German proverb, quote, "The early morning has God and gold in its mouth," close quote, changing over time to merely, quote, "The early morning has gold in its mouth," close quote. A good old European proverb has thus been Americanized. Footnote, translator's note, Benjamin Franklin is said to have coined the expression, quote, "Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise," close quote. End of footnote. In those olden times, descriptions and views of nature were imbued with what originates in the whole human being. Nowadays we have head knowledge. On the one hand, this is very abstract and arid and does not imbue a person throughout his life, and on the other hand, it is very spiritual. Our dual nature is such that we engender the most spiritual qualities today, for our abstract concepts are the most spiritual thing imaginable. And yet they are incapable of comprehending the spirit. It is extremely easy to see what split is caused in us by these spiritual concepts we have developed. Strangely, we have become materialists as a result of these spiritual concepts. But if concepts were true, they could never give rise to materialism. The very presence of our abstract concepts is already a first refutation of materialism. We live in this split. Over the past 400 years, we have spiritualized ourselves to a huge degree. And in this spiritual quality, which we only possess in the abstract, we need to find the living spirit again. We have developed to the point of having only objectivized concepts. But now we must return to imagination, inspiration, and intuition again. We laid aside what was handed down to us from earlier primordial, inherited wisdom as imaginations, inspirations, and intuitions. But now, having shed a full-bodied, full-blooded form of knowledge, we must develop these faculties again. This is something that can fill us with a sense of seriousness toward spiritual science. These 2 first lectures have been more introductory in nature, and it has been my aim to show that the most external view of human nature can fuel our impulse to study the spiritual foundations of the world. As humanity pursues these impulses and ideas, it will discover something so sorely lacking at present, an inner truthfulness. One cannot seek the Spirit in a fruitful way without inner authenticity and truthfulness. And we will never go wrong if we let our life experience and insights teach us that a proper harmony between head knowledge and heart knowledge is only possible if we place ourselves into life in an authentic way. You see, this is precisely why people today do not wish to lead their head knowledge into heart knowledge, because heart knowledge not only requires longer, but also reacts, pushes back against head knowledge if it is untrue. The rest of our being then becomes apparent as a kind of conscience, and contemporary humanity, with its predilection for the head, is afraid of this. And now, to end with, since whenever we are gathered here, we always also need to gauge the position of our spiritual scientific striving in relation to the whole world, a few remarks on directly practical matters. Spiritual science can only thrive if we stand behind it seriously and truthfully, since it needs to respond to humanity's deepest needs in the modern world. It must allow the pangs of conscience that tend to arise whenever the heart says no to the head, which it always does when we do not seek the Spirit or only strive for knowledge egotistically, out of desire, ambition, and so forth. For this reason, it is important to avoid the least compromise in our pursuit of spiritual science. The science of the Spirit has to be pursued positively, out of its own intrinsic quality, and compromises involving partial truths or fractions of truths are untenable. It is too serious a matter to dabble with in this way. The remarks below, following on from our introductory thoughts, are not intended personally, though they do have a personal dimension. We can only understand a great deal of the opposition to spiritual science if we consider where it originates and how it develops. Here and there we witness someone who attacks spiritual science in the fiercest way. There are instances of a different kind to those I am thinking of now, but in many cases, opposition to spiritual science emerges from circumstances such as those illustrated by the following specific example. On one occasion, I was due to give a lecture in Frankfurt when I received a phone call from a gentleman who wished to speak with me. I had nothing against it and made an appointment with him. He arrived and said, quote, "I've been traveling around after you for ages and am very keen to talk to you." Close quote. I had nothing against this, though nothing much for it either. The man carried on talking about all kinds of things. But the science of the Spirit has to be taken seriously, and this means rejecting the empty appearance of scholarly interest. You can't keep making compromises. I remained polite to the man. I let him say what he wanted, but at the same time allowed him to see that I would not be taking any further notice of him. I was convinced he was talking hot air, although seeking connection and confirmation. I'm quoting this example just as an illustration of the kind of thing that happens. I let the man go on talking until he ran out of steam. Much that he said was very flattering indeed, but the only thing that mattered was whether his, in quotes, spiritual scientific endeavors had any truth. Not long afterward, news reached me from Switzerland that the same man was condemning the demonic and devilish nature of Steiner's spiritual science. There's an afterword to this story, but I will leave that aside for now. Here you see is one of the ways in which opposition arises, very frequently from people who wanted to become part of our endeavors, and yet who, for certain reasons, had to be ignored. There's a lot that has to be ignored in keeping spiritual science intact. In this connection, I would like to mention something else. Our dear friend, Dr. Rittelmeyer, recently wrote an article in the journal Die Christliche Welt about the relationship between religious questions and our science of the Spirit, at the same time seeking to dispel various prejudices about the latter in an extremely laudable way. We should be thankful to him for this. I hope you will all read the article. Subsequently, Dr. Johannes Müller, whom many of you know, saw fit to attack Dr. Rittelmeyer's article in 3 successive issues of the same journal. I have no wish to engage in any way with what Dr. Müller wrote there. Actually, I spent years without number trying not to speak about Dr. Johannes Müller, since my aim is to keep spiritual science free of dilettantism and not muddy its waters with compromise. I think one best achieves this if one does not directly speak of things whose own intrinsic value, if they have any, will become apparent by themselves. I have never before mentioned Dr. Johannes Müller. Now, in our era, people have little sense for what is actually true or untrue in this domain. If you study Johannes Müller's articles, you will find that they contain a great deal of what one has to call objective untruths, whether due to unthinking superficiality or other causes. They are full of such things. In my book titled Riddles of the Soul, I described an instance of this untruth in books by Dessoir. I'm looking forward to seeing what response I get to my critique of the work of this man, a professor at Berlin University. Presumably there must be one. The second essay, entitled Riddles of the Soul, describes Professor Dessoir's manner of writing, and if reviewers of Dessoir fail to consider what I have said there, they will share responsibility for his failings. Yet people often just resort to the excuse nowadays that they didn't know and were obliged to read what others had written. Well, I will let those who are familiar with Johannes Müller's lectures and utterances form their own views about little squibs sent in my direction, about my supposed, quote, crass self-advertisement, close quote, and so on, and about my lectures appealing to people's sensationalism. Not very long ago, an elderly gentleman, whom I greatly esteem, because he is very conscientious in the way he expresses himself, told me he was surprised so many people attended my lectures, since I took no pains to simplify things. It is very easy to demonstrate that Johannes Müller's accusations are untrue. In cities where spiritual science has not yet taken root, not very many people attend my lectures usually, and where many attend, this is because the lecture is given in a locality where a lot of preparatory work has been done. I don't wish to spend any more time on Johannes Müller, but I will just comment on this last paragraph, which claims that I speak of the, in quotes, drama of God, who is to be redeemed by humankind, and such like. He gets a column and a half of text out of quoting my book titled Christianity as Mystical Fact, but does so out of context, in any order he sees fit. And by doing so, by conveniently leaving things out, what he says becomes utter nonsense. In fact, in my book on Christianity, the very opposite is said about the drama of God and his enchantment. Johannes Müller talks his way out of this by saying he has been unable to grasp what I wrote. I will believe him. Without having understood anything at all, Johannes Müller sets to work to tear the book apart. As I have often said, the book places absolute and primary importance on the mystery of Golgotha, as distinct from all other mysteries. But Müller has no sense at all of this. I would never ask him to understand the book, since I don't believe he is able to do so, but nevertheless he criticizes it. And the remarkable thing is this, that it was published in 1902, and by 1906 had therefore been available for 4 years. In the first edition, as was known, I had explained my relationship to science on the one hand, and to philosophy on the other, and the book was in the public domain. But if Johannes Müller remained unaware of it, that is a matter for him. The book was in the public domain in 1906, and related to my whole worldview in the same way as, for example, the philosophy of freedom. And therefore anyone who formed an opinion about me in 1906 would have been obliged to consider this worldview and not start from half or partial truths. In 1906, Christianity as mystical fact had been around for 4 years. Yet in 1906, Johannes Müller sent me the book he had written entitled The Sermon on the Mount, with the dedication, quote, to Dr. R. Steiner, with appreciation of the philosophy of freedom, Mainburg, 17806. This mention was one I felt it necessary to ignore, since in the ways I have described it was impossible to compromise. And I consider myself entitled to fall silent rather than to try to explain my views of someone's propositions. But silence can annoy people more than anything. As I said, one has to seek opposition to spiritual science in actual circumstances and relationships. And whoever reads Dr. Johannes Müller's essays about our friend Dr. Rittelmeyer may do well not just to make this opposition at face value, but discern the background to it. We have to look closely to see truer reasons that lie beneath the surface. To fail to respond to an, quote, appreciation of the philosophy of freedom, close quote, can antagonize the person who is hoping to be flattered in return. I wanted to give you this little glimpse into the psychology of Johannes Müller, so that you have a little more background and therefore see his articles in a clearer light. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, that are the sole translators of Steiner into English and have given me permission to record these works. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a set of cycles by Rudolf Steiner, Collected Works, Volume 181, entitled Dying Earth and Living Cosmos is the first one. The second is The Living Gifts of Anthroposophy, and the third is The Need for New Forms of Consciousness, translated by Matthew Barton, 21 lectures. This is Lecture 3, given in Berlin on the 5th of February, 1918. In considering the totality of phenomena in the world, and to stand in the world in the most ideally practical way, it is important, as we have often discussed from many different angles, to consider the deeper human importance, one greater than external observation accords it, of the alternation between waking and sleeping. Ordinary inquiry finds only that our awareness apparently fluctuates between states of sleeping and waking. We know this is only a seeming truth. From many different perspectives, we have often discussed how the state of what we call sleep does not only last from the moment we fall asleep to when we awaken again, but that it also continues in a particular aspect of our being while we are awake. It has to be said that we are never fully awake in our whole being. Sleep, therefore, extends into our waking state. In one part of our nature we are continually asleep. And now we can ask what part of our nature is really fully, continually wakeful, while we are, as it were, called awake. We are always awake in relation to our sensory perceptions, all that we perceive of the sensory world through our senses while awake. The characteristic quality of ordinary sensory perception is that on awakening we swiftly enter into close connection with the external sensory world. Our senses are quickly activated, and this pulls us out of the dull state we ordinarily know as that of sleep. Thus we are truly awake in our sensory perceptions. We are less wakefully alert in our thinking, and careful self-observation can show this. You can find more details about it in my book titled Riddles of the Soul. And yet this state can also still be called a waking one. We should distinguish between our sensory perceptions and our actual thinking. When we reflect or contemplate without reference to sensory perception, and thus without turning to the outer world, we are awake both in the ordinary and in a higher sense, although this kind of waking in our life of thought is tinged with a dreamy quality, more in some people and less in others. While a dreamy quality can mingle with the thinking of many people, by and large we can say that we are awake when we think. But we are not awake in feeling. Of course, feelings surge up in us from an indeterminate, undifferentiated life of soul. And by picturing our feelings, so that wakeful activity in the form of thinking mingles with this feeling, we believe we are awake in our feelings too. In reality, our soul sensibility in feeling is exactly the same as in ordinary dreaming. There is a deep affinity between the state of dreaming and the condition in which we feel things. If we were always able to illumine our dreams with thinking, whereas in fact we are oblivious of most of our dream experiences, in the same way as we do this with our feeling life, we would be aware of our dreaming to precisely the same degree as we are of our feelings. You see, feelings are actually present in the soul in just the same way as dreams. Feelings, emotions, and even in a sense passions and desires live in our soul like dreams. No one is capable of commenting in full waking alertness on what is really occurring in him when he feels. As I have said, this surges up out of an indeterminate, undifferentiated life of soul, and is then illumined by the light of thinking, but it is a life of dreaming. This affinity between emotions, feelings, and dreams is something observers have recognized without recourse to esoteric inquiry. For instance, the excellent art philosopher Friedrich Theodor Fischer has often emphasized the deep affinity between feeling and dreaming in the human psyche. Will activity lies still deeper in our life of soul. How conscious are we of what happens within us when, say, we decide to pick up a book, and when our arm reaches out and does so? We are no more aware of what occurs in the interaction of muscles and nerves in our organism, and what also occurs in our soul when an impulse of will passes into movement and action, than of what happens in us in deep dreamless sleep. Once again, our life of thinking casts light on the nature of our will life in a way that makes it seem we know what is happening. But in fact, the real nature of this will life remains immersed in the deepest sleep while we are awake. We are therefore really awake in the true sense in relation to our sensory perception and our life of thinking. We are asleep in relation to our feeling life, even when we're awake, and profoundly asleep in relation to our life of will. Thus the state of sleep extends into our waking life. So let us picture how we walk through the world. What we experience wakefully in our awareness is really only our perception of the sensory world and our world of thoughts, and embedded in this experience is a world in which our feelings and will impulses float, a world surrounding us as the air does, but which ordinary awareness does not enter at all. Whoever sees human experience in this way is really not very far removed from acknowledging the existence of what we may call a supersensible world around him. All I have described, however, has more significant outcomes. Underlying it are important realities affecting all of life. In acquainting ourselves with the life of the human soul between death and rebirth, and you can do so more theoretically by reading the lectures I gave in Vienna in the spring of 1914, we discover that we are living with the so-called dead in this world we traverse when asleep. The dead are always there. They move and live in a supersensible world. We are not separated from them by our reality, but only by our state of awareness. We are only separated from the dead in the same way that we are separated in sleep from the things around us. Asleep in a room, we do not see chairs or other objects, despite the fact that they are there. In our so-called waking state, asleep in our feeling and will, we are amongst the so-called dead, though we do not recognize it, in the same way that we fail to perceive physical objects around us in our bedroom when we are asleep. We therefore do not live apart from the world in which the powers of the dead hold sway, but are with them in a shared and common world. Only our state of awareness, of consciousness, separates us from them. This knowledge that we live in community with the dead will be one of the most important insights spiritual science can implant in general human awareness in future. Those who believe that all that happens around them occurs only by virtue of the powers active in sensory existence know nothing about reality. They do not know that the powers of the dead continually play into this existence of ours and are continually present here. And if you remember what I said in Lecture 1 about the false view of history that prevails today in the age of materialism, and that the real impulses at work in history unfold as if in dream or sleep, you will be able to understand that the powers of the dead can live too in the historical realities we dream or sleep through. In future, our view of history will include and take account of the powers of those who have crossed the threshold of death, whose souls live in a world that exists between death and rebirth. An awareness of the whole of humanity, including the so-called dead, will be able to give culture an entirely new aspect. The mode of inquiry employed by a spiritual researcher who can put what has been said here to practical use reveals many specific details of the shared life of the so-called living and the so-called dead. If one were able to shine the light of thinking down into one's feelings and impulses of will, it would be possible to have ongoing, vivid awareness of the life of the dead. We cannot do this in ordinary awareness, and this is because things are strangely separated in our conscious life. We can say that for comprehending higher cosmic realities, a third thing is actually far more important than an awareness of our states of waking and sleep. What is this third element? The third thing, lying between those two states, is for modern humankind a mere fleeting moment easily overlooked, the moment of falling asleep and the moment of awakening. Nowadays, people do not pay much attention to this, and yet these intermediate states are extremely important in our overall consciousness. We can discover how important by illumining ordinary unconscious experiences with clairvoyant awareness. For many years now, we have been preparing the ground for this, and can now therefore confidently illumine such things by insight into supersensible realities. While not as straightforward an approach as what has just been described, it is certainly possible for clairvoyant awareness to acquaint itself not only in general terms with supersensible realities in the world we dwell within, between death and rebirth, but specifically, if you will forgive this rough and ready way of putting it, to enter into contact or correspondence with an individual disembodied soul. You are aware of this, of course. I will only add that this form of inquiry is more difficult, is difficult for a general scientific comprehension of supersensible conditions, only because there are many more obstacles to be overcome in the process. Although so few people nowadays succeed in eliciting generalized scientific findings about the supersensible world, we cannot say that this is particularly difficult, since it is not so very far removed from people's ordinary soul capacities. It is more difficult to make contact with these souls individually, simply because a real, specific, individual connection between a human soul living here in a body and a disembodied soul requires the person seeking such contact to be able to really live to a sufficient degree in a purely spiritual realm, undisturbed by the fact that this tangible life in pure spirit very easily awakens a person's lower urges. I have often stated why this is so. The higher capacities of supersensible beings have an affinity with lower human urges rather than with the higher promptings of embodied human beings. And in the same way, the lower urges of supersensible beings have an affinity with higher spiritual human qualities. This is an important secret of communication with the supersensible world, one that can very easily thwart a person's efforts. But once this obstacle has been overcome, we can have supersensible communication without being diverted or led astray from a world of spiritual experiences. Yet this communication takes a very different form from anything we are used to considering as such here in the sensory world. I'll describe this very specifically. In the sensory world, you speak to another person, and the other replies. You are aware that you are creating the words you speak with your voice, and that these words originate in your thoughts. You feel that you are the creator of your words. While you are speaking, you hear yourself and then hear the other when he replies. And you know that as the other speaks, you are listening. You have fallen silent. We become very accustomed to this form of interpersonal communication, to awareness of it. Communication with disembodied souls is different. However strange it sounds, it is the very opposite. When you yourself communicate your thoughts to a disembodied soul, it is not you who speaks, but the other. It is just as if you were speaking with another person, and he, not you, expressed what you were thinking and wished to communicate. And what a so-called dead soul replies to you does not come toward you from without either, but rises from within you. You experience it as your inner life. Clairvoyant consciousness first has to accustom itself to this, to being a questioner within the other, and to receiving his reply within oneself. This complete inversion of one's being is necessary, but is far from easy, for it contradicts everything we are ordinarily accustomed to, habits formed over our lifetime. It even contradicts our inherent nature. It is intrinsic in our nature to think that when we ask something, we ourselves speak and the other listens. And yet the reverse of this is true in our communication with supersensible beings. This inversion undergone by clairvoyant consciousness will show you that people's lack of perception of the dead is very largely due to the entirely unaccustomed and seemingly impossible way the latter communicate with the living. If we return now to those transitional fleeting moments between waking and sleeping, we find that invariably one such state is suitable for asking and the other for replying. As we fall asleep, this is an especially opportune moment for asking questions of the dead, or in other words, for hearing from the dead the questions we ask them. In falling asleep, we are in a condition well fitted for hearing from the dead what it is we wish to ask them. Since we fall asleep immediately afterward, this means we ask literally hundreds of questions of the dead, speak hundreds of things to them as we fall asleep, but know nothing about this since we have fallen asleep afterward. This fleeting moment of falling asleep is of huge importance for our communication with the dead. The moment of awakening, on the other hand, is especially opportune for hearing the replies of the dead within us. If we did not pass immediately into sense perception when we woke up, but tarried in the moment of awakening, we would be well fitted at that moment to receive messages from the dead. But these messages would appear to rise up from within us. You see, there are two reasons why ordinary awareness fails to hearken to communications with the dead. One is that the moments of transition are followed by awakening on the one hand and falling asleep on the other, both states extinguishing what we experience in these transitional moments. The other is that the form of communication involved is one we find unaccustomed or impossible. As we fall asleep, the hundreds of questions we could and do ask the dead are submerged in sleep itself, because we are so unaccustomed to hear rather than speak what we are asking. And what the dead say to us as we awaken is something that does not seem to come from the dead themselves, since it rises within us, and so we regard it as our own. These general phenomena are sometimes, however, transformed in the following way. What we experience as our questioning of the dead, which comes toward us from them, seems to continue through sleep. As we continue to sleep, we look back unconsciously to the moment we fell asleep, so that dreams arise in consequence. Such dreams can in fact be embodiments of the questions we ask the dead. And it is true that we approach much closer to the dead in these dreams than we realize, and speak to them, although what we experience in such a dream was spoken already, immediately before we fell asleep. The dream draws it forth from the soul's undifferentiated depths, but we easily misinterpret it. When we recall these dreams, we do not usually understand what they signify. Dreams are really always a communal life with the dead proceeding from our feeling life. We incline toward the dead, and a dream often presents us with the questions we ask them. It embodies our subjective experience, but as if this came to us from outside. The dead soul speaks to us, but really we ourselves are speaking, and it only appears as if the dead person were speaking to us. What we encounter in such dreams, as a rule, are not messages from the dead, but an expression of our need to be in communication with them, and the fact that we succeed in meeting them for a moment as we fell asleep. The moment of awakening does bring us messages from the dead. This moment is extinguished by the life of the senses that follows immediately. But it can also happen as we wake up, if we practice very careful self-observation, that we discern something we know does not come from our ordinary I, capital. And messages from the dead often come to us like that. You will only properly understand these ideas if you pay due regard to time relationships in the supersensible world. The moment of falling asleep is well suited for asking questions of the dead, and the moment of awakening for receiving their replies. These two moments are therefore distinct from each other. As Richard Wagner so aptly expressed with remarkable intuition, quote, "There time becomes space," close quote. In the supersensible world, time really does become space, in the same way that one point of space is here and another there. In other words, time is not past, but a point in space is just at a lesser or greater distance. Supersensibly, time becomes space, and the dead soul gives a reply only by standing further away from us. Again, we are very unaccustomed to such a thought. In the supersensible world, the past is not past. It exists, is still present. And the present moment means only that we stand at a different point in relation to what occurred previously. The past is as little past in the world of spirit as the house has vanished that you left earlier this evening to come to this lecture, it remains in its place, and likewise the past remains in the supersensible world. It goes on being there. And whether you are standing close to the dead soul or further away from him depends on you, on how far you have traveled with him. It may be a very great distance or very close. You see, as well as being asleep or awake, we also, of course, fall asleep and wake up. And because of this, we are in continual contact and correspondence with the dead. They are always amongst us. And so we are by no means only influenced by the physical human beings around us, but also by those who have crossed death's threshold and are connected with us. Today I want to emphasize realities which, from a certain perspective, can lead us ever deeper into the supersensible world. Now, having understood that there is continual contact with the dead, we can distinguish between different souls who have crossed over into death. Passing continually through the realm of the dead ourselves, either by posing questions as we fall asleep or receiving answers from them when we wake up, our connection with the souls of the dead will be different, depending on whether they died young or in old age. The realities are at work here are only apparent to clairvoyant awareness. Knowledge of this is one thing, and its reality another. Each and every one of us is connected with the dead, as clairvoyant consciousness can teach us. But when younger people die, children or adolescents, their connection with those who are still alive is different in kind from that between the living and people who have died in the evening twilight of their years. There is a marked difference here. When we lose children, when people die in early youth, they do not really fully leave us, but stay close to us instead. Clairvoyant awareness can discern this in the fact that the messages we receive on awakening are vivid and lively if they relate to children or young people who have passed away. The connection between those still alive and those who have died is one we can describe by saying that we have not actually lost the child or adolescent. They stay here with us. And they do so, above all, because after death they show a lively urge to work into our awakening moments, to send us messages as we wake up. It is remarkable but true that a person who has died in childhood or youth has a great deal to do with everything related to awakening. It is particularly interesting for clairvoyant consciousness to discern that those who develop a certain piety in outward life, who feel a certain inclination to pious devotion, owe this to souls who have died young. Souls who died in childhood or youth send messages that elicit this, and their influence on such piety is really very great indeed. It is different when people die in old age. Then clairvoyant consciousness shows us that they do not lose us. They remain close to our souls. Please note the subtle difference here. We do not lose the souls of those who die young. They remain among us. And those who die in old age do not lose us. We can say that they take something of our souls with them. I am speaking metaphorically. Souls who have died at an older age tend to draw us toward them, whereas those who die young draw closer to us. This is why at the moment we fall asleep, we have much to say to souls who died when they were old, and we can forge a strong connection to the world of spirit by dwelling upon these older dead as we fall asleep. There is really quite a lot we can do in relation to these matters. We have an ongoing connection with the dead, a kind of asking and answering, an interaction and interplay with them. Our capacity to ask, and thus to approach more closely to the dead, is especially enhanced if we avoid ordinary abstract thoughts, thus ones drawn from materialistic life. If they belong to us in some way, the dead suffer too from the way we are distracted by purely material life. If, by contrast, we hold fast to what connects us in feeling and will with the dead and cultivate it, this is good preparation for posing the right questions to them, and for entering into contact with them at the moment we fall asleep. The relationship we have with them primarily exists by virtue of the connection we had with them while they were alive. Our connection with them in life is the basis for our further connection with them after death. Naturally, it matters whether my connection in life involved speaking to the other with indifference or sympathy, whether I speak with them as someone I am fond of or with an indifferent air. There is a great difference between just chatting to someone randomly at tea time or showing real interest in what I may learn from him. During life, we can cultivate more intimate connections with others that engage our feelings and will impulses. Then further, I'll read that again. During life, we can cultivate more intimate connections with others that engage our feelings and will impulses, then further cultivate these after death in a feeling way, through interest in the other soul and real curiosity about any replies the soul may give. Or we may feel a prompting to remain important to the other soul and nurture our reminiscences of him, reminiscences that do not issue from our thinking, but from soul relationships. All this will fit us to approach the soul in question at the moment we fall asleep. We can best fit ourselves to receive messages at the moment we wake up, on the other hand, if we have been able and willing to engage perceptively with the person in question during his life. Just reflect how easily we pass others by, especially nowadays, without really getting to know them. What do people really know about each other today? To take a very strange but striking example of this, there are marriages that last for years on end without the husband and wife ever really getting to know each other. Yes, this happens. But it is fully possible, and this does not depend on some special talent, but just on love, really, to enter lovingly into the being of the other, and thereby to carry in oneself a real picture, a world of thoughts about the other person. And this is very good preparation for receiving replies from the dead soul at the moment of awakening. This is also really why one may be more likely to receive replies on awakening from a soul who died young, since we often more easily get to know young people than those who, growing older, have become more inward. We can therefore do something to cultivate the right relationship between the living and the dead. Our whole life, really, is permeated by this relationship. As souls, we are embedded in the sphere where the dead also dwell. The degree of piety we develop, as I said before, is very much connected with how souls who died young act upon us. And if these souls did not impinge on life, there would probably be no piety at all in us. It is therefore best for us to relate to the souls of those who have died young by keeping our remembrance of them more general. Funerals and memorial services for children or young people should always have a more general and ritual form. Some kind of ritual service should be held for the death of young people. The Catholic Church, which sets great store by youth and childhood and really would prefer to have only children amongst its flock, to have children's souls in its care, tends to avoid holding individual addresses at children's funerals. This is actually very good. Our grief and mourning for children is of a different kind than for older people. I would call the mourning for dead children a, quote, grief of sympathy, close quote. For the grief in this case is often a mirroring in our own soul of the being of the child who remains, really, in our close proximity. We go on living the child's life with him, and his being joins in with the grief, a grief of sympathy, therefore, of shared feeling. Our mourning for older people is not of this kind, and if it is, it becomes egotistical. It is best sustained by the thought that really the person who has died at an older age takes us with him. He does not lose us as long as we try to fit ourselves to accompany him. For this reason we can celebrate, a more individualized kind of memorial service for the soul, can carry him more in our thoughts, and remain united with the thoughts about him we have cultivated, and try not to be an awkward companion for him. He takes us with him, but he possesses us in an uncomfortable way if we have thoughts that he simply cannot assimilate. We remain with him, but we can become a burden for him if he has to drag us along with him, because we fail to cultivate thoughts he can relate to, that he can spiritually discern. Consider how tangible our relationships with the dead become if we can really illumine them through spiritual science, if we are really able to view the whole connection between the living and the dead. In future, humanity will find it important to consider this. However trivial it may sound, since we could say that every era is a, quote, period of transition, close quote, our time is indeed a transitional era. It must pass into a more spiritual era. It has to become acquainted with what comes to us from the realm of the dead, and realize that we are surrounded by the dead as much as we are by the air we breathe. The time will come when people develop the real sense that they ought not to be a brick wall for someone who has died, but that they are a brick wall for him if they bear thoughts within them that the dead cannot assimilate. Imagine how rich life would become if we realize this. It will make our community with the dead a real togetherness. I have often said that the science of the Spirit has no intention of establishing a new religion, nor of introducing something sectarian into the world. This would be to completely misunderstand it. On the contrary, I have often emphasized that it can deepen human religiosity by creating real foundations for it. There is a religious aspect to rites and services for the dead, to memorial services, and a basis is created for this aspect of religious life if we illumine life through spiritual science. When the right thing is done, life is raised from abstract considerations into realities. For instance, it is not a matter of indifference whether a funeral service is held for a younger or an older person. Such things, the right or wrong way to hold a funeral or memorial service, depending on whether the person who has died was younger or older, are far more important for human community than, say, a decision taken by the local council or by Parliament, however odd this may seem. You see, the impulses at work in life will emerge from human individuals themselves when people have the right relationship to the world of the dead. Today people try to organize everything through abstract social structures. They are happy if they don't have to think too much about what they are supposed to do. Things look very different, however, if we develop a living awareness, not just of a pantheistic union with the spiritual world, but of tangible community with a differentiated world of spirit. It is possible to envisage religious life becoming pervaded with specific thoughts and insights, if this religiosity can be deepened through spiritual science. As I have often said, the Spirit was abolished for Western mankind in the year 869 by the Eighth Ecumenical Council in Constantinople. A Catholic dogma was established that the human being should no longer be seen as consisting of body, soul, and spirit, but only of body and soul, the latter being assigned certain added, quote, spiritual qualities, close quote. This abolition of the spirit is hugely significant. In Constantinople in 869, the dogma was asserted that the human being could no longer be regarded as endowed with anima and spiritus, but should be seen only as possessing unam animam rationalem et intellectualem. Forgive my Latin attempt. End of aside. The, quote, soul with spiritual qualities, close quote, is a dogma that has spread dim twilight over Western culture since the 9th century. And it is time for this to be overcome. The spirit must be acknowledged again. It was heretical in medieval times to acknowledge the doctrine of trichotomy, of body, soul, and spirit. But now it must be accorded its proper place again, its true validity for understanding human nature. It may be difficult to persuade people of this today, especially as they naturally repudiate authority and insist that the human being has only a body and a soul. This is true not just of those who confess a particular faith, but also students of philosophy and other disciplines. The philosophers, as you can read, only distinguish a body and a soul and leave out any mention of the spirit. This is what their, quote, unprejudiced, close quote, worldview amounts to, and yet it originates in nothing other than a church decree in the year 869. World-famous philosophers such as the much-trumpeted Wilhelm Wundt assign only a body and soul to the human being. Wundt thinks that this is his own unprejudiced scientific view, unaware of his obedience to the Ecumenical Council decision of 869. It is important to consider the facts if we wish to understand what occurs in the real world. If we consider realities such as those described today, we can come to realize how we are connected with a realm that history dreams and sleepwalks through. History, and the human life it records, can only be seen in the proper light if we can also develop a proper awareness of the connection between the so-called living and the so-called dead. When we meet again, we will speak further of these things. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, that are the sole translators of Steiner into English and give me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 181 by Rudolf Steiner, consisting of 3 cycles of lectures: Dying Earth and Living Cosmos, The Living Gifts of Anthroposophy, The Need for New Forms of Consciousness. We are on the first cycle, Dying Earth and Living Cosmos. This is Lecture 4, given in Berlin on the 5th of March, 1918. In a recent lecture here, I spoke about the relationship that can exist, or in fact always does, between embodied human souls and disembodied souls, the so-called dead. Today I wish to continue with these reflections by adding some further thoughts. Through various insights we have gained from spiritual science, we know that the human spirit undergoes its own development in the course of Earth's evolution. It is also apparent that we can only really know ourselves by asking the fruitful question as to how, in a particular incarnation, in the incarnation we live in at present, we relate to the spiritual worlds, the realms of spirit. What level or stage of humanity's general evolution has been achieved, one may ask, when we ourselves live in a particular incarnation? By detailed reflection on humanity's overall evolution, it becomes evident that in former times, in former epochs of human evolution, humankind possessed a certain clairvoyant capacity, which we have called atavistic. This was a time when the human soul was in a sense closer to worlds of spirit. But in its closer connection with spiritual worlds, humanity was more distant from its own freedom, its own free will, than it has now become, at a time when in general people are more sundered from spiritual worlds. If we can really appraise human nature in the modern world, we find that the same relationship to the whole world of spirit actually still exists unconsciously in people's intrinsic spiritual being. But they are not generally able to be consciously aware of this connection and relationship in the same way as they once were. Certain individuals can, but in general humankind does not recognize this connection as it did in former times. If we try to discover why people today fail to become consciously aware of the relationship between their soul and the world of spirit, a relationship that naturally still exists as strongly as ever, albeit in a different form. We find this is because we have now passed beyond the midpoint of earthly evolution and find ourselves in a descending evolutionary stream of earth existence. Our physical organism, although, of course, this is not apparent to external anatomy and physiology, has become more physical than it used to be once. And between birth or conception and death, we no longer have an organization capable of bringing our connection with the spiritual world to our full awareness. In unconscious regions of the soul, however materialistic we are, we actually experience far more than we are consciously aware. But this goes still further, and here I come to a very important point in modern humanity's evolution. Modern people are, in general, unable to really think through all that they would otherwise have the capacity to inwardly experience. They cannot fully sense, feel, and experience it. Today, people have a disposition that would enable them to have far more intense thoughts and feelings than is possible within what I might call the coarse materiality of their organism. What this means is that at the current stage of humanity's evolution, we are unable to fully develop the potential we possess in earthly life. This is irrespective of whether we die at a young age or when we're old. Due to the coarse nature of our organism, we cannot fully unfold capacities we would unfold if our body were more finely, delicately organized. This is true whether we die young or in old age. Whether we cross the threshold of death when young or old, a residue of unprocessed thoughts, feelings, and emotions remains in our earthly organization. These thoughts, feelings, and emotions are not worked through fully by the time we die, whenever that is. They remain undigested, unassimilated in a sense. This is true for all of us. And after we have died, we retain, really, an urge to think, feel, and experience in the earthly realm, in earthly ways. Let us think for a moment of the implications of this. Only after death do we become free to develop certain thoughts and feelings. We would achieve much more on earth if we could fully unfold these thoughts and feelings during our physical existence, but we can't. It is true to say that each and every one of us could achieve a great deal more if we could realize our inherent potential. This was not the case in former times, when the human organism was finer and subtler in nature, and when people were able to look consciously to some degree into the world of spirit and act out of the spirit. In those times, as a rule, people were able to achieve all that their potential allowed. However proud people are today of their potential capacities, nowadays things are as I have described. Given this, we can understand that the unintegrated thoughts and feelings the dead carry with them across the threshold should not be lost to earthly life. We can only ensure they are not, however, if, as often stated, we really cultivate our connections with the dead in ways that are guided by spiritual science. If we really sustain these relationships and seek to make our connection with the dead with whom we are karmically connected into a conscious, fully conscious one, then the unrealized thoughts of the dead are conducted through our soul into the world. These stronger, more vigorous thoughts a dead soul can have, through being released from the body, can act within our own soul. We cannot fully realize and unfold our own thoughts, but these thoughts can work in us. Let me read that again. We cannot fully realize and unfold our own thoughts, but these thoughts can work in us. Thus, what materialism has brought us should at the same time highlight for us the importance the absolute necessity today and in the near future of seeking a real, tangible relationship to the spirits of the dead. The question is only how we can entertain in our souls, in the right way, the thoughts and feelings seeking entry from the realm where the dead dwell. We have previously spoken of this too. Not long ago I spoke of important moments we should try to observe carefully, those of falling asleep and of waking up. Today I would like to give a fuller characterization of things related to this. The dead cannot directly enter this world in which we live with our ordinary waking consciousness, which we perceive externally and in which we act through our will based on drives and promptings. They have been drawn away from this world by crossing the threshold at death. And yet we can still share a world in common with these dead, if, spurred on by spiritual science, we attempt, something that is certainly difficult in our materialistic age, to take both the inner world of our thinking in hand and also our life, the way we live, rather than letting them run on unguided as we are accustomed. We can develop certain abilities that grant us common ground with the spirits who have crossed the threshold of death. In ordinary modern life, of course, there are a great number of obstacles to finding this common ground. The first is something I may not have touched upon very much yet, although it does follow naturally from our other observations. It is this, that in general we are usually too spendthrift of our thoughts today. We are too dissipated and dispersed in our thoughts. What do I mean by this? A German proverb holds that our thoughts are, in quotes, duty-free, or in other words, that we can allow anything at all to pass through them, and that there is no harm in doing so. But it is easy to see that what we say is a reflection of what we think, and that most people's speech nowadays, the way they flit from one idea to another, betrays a random thought life that allows one thing to follow another without much rhyme or reason. This is a waste of the power with which we are endowed for the purpose of thinking. Our thoughts are diffuse and dissipated. We permit ourselves quite arbitrary thoughts. We desire whatever occurs randomly to us, or forget it again as another thought takes its place. In other words, we are disinclined to control our thoughts. Someone starts speaking, and we listen to him for a minute or two as he passes from one idea or theme to the next. This can be a quite unpleasant experience. We want to discuss with him what he first started saying, but to do so we will have to remind him what it was. This happens all the time. One has to remind people of the subject one was discussing initially, and then bring them back round to it, if there is to be any serious discussion at all. This profligacy of thinking, wastefulness of the power of thinking, prevents thoughts surfacing from the depths of our soul that are not ours, but which we share in common with the realm of spirit, with the general sway of spirit. This arbitrary flitting from one thought to the next does not create the conditions in our waking life enabling us to wait for thoughts to surface from the depths of our soul life. We fail to attend to what I will call intuitions. But this is something that really should be cultivated, especially in the modern era, for reasons I have outlined. We should create in ourselves a mood that entails waiting observantly for thoughts to rise from the deep subterranean places of the soul, thoughts that, it is clear, are given to us, not made by us. It should not be thought that we can swiftly develop such a mood in ourselves. It has to be nurtured. But if nurtured, if we really try to be awake and not just fall asleep again after shutting out arbitrary thoughts, try simply to be alert and to wait for what rises in us, this mood will slowly develop. then a capacity forms in us to receive thoughts in our soul that arise from its depths, and therefore originate in a world that is broader than our ego nature. If we really develop this capacity, we will start to perceive more in the world than we see with our eyes, hear with our ears, receive through our external senses, and then combine by our powers of reason. We will begin to discern an objective reality of weaving, living thought. Nowadays, very few people indeed have this primary and immanent experience. To discern this universal reality of living thought, in which our soul really dwells, is not yet an esoteric experience of particular significance, but is something everyone can have by developing the mood I have described. An experience arises that goes beyond sense perception and the rational organizing and combining of such perceptions in daily life. We feel ourselves now to be standing by the shore, then to be immersing ourselves in the ocean and weaving there in its waves. Standing at the boundary of sensory existence, I can enter the weaving ocean of thought. It is really like plunging into a living ocean. At least one can have a dim sense of a life that is stronger and more intense than mere dream life. Although in the same way as dream relates to sensory perception, this life is different and distinct from outer sensory reality. If you like, you can speak of such experiences as dreams, but they are not. The world we immerse ourselves in here, this world of surging thoughts that are not our own, but are, instead, a thought world we have plunged into, is the realm from which our physical, sensory world emerges and arises, or crystallizes, if you like. Our physical, sensory world is like lumps of ice floating in water. Just as ice consists of the substance of water, though in a different state, so our physical, sensory world emerges from the surging waves of this ocean of thought. That is its real origin. Scientists speak only of what they call, in quotes, ether, of spiraling atoms, since they are unaware of the nature of this primary substantiality. Shakespeare was closer to the mark when he had Prospero say in The Tempest, quote, "We are such stuff as dreams are made on," close quote. In relation to these things, people easily deceive themselves. They conjure a world of atoms, of, in quotes, building blocks behind physical reality. But if one wishes to speak of any such, quote, reality behind the physical world, close quote, it is the objective world of living thought. We can only discern this, though, if we cease allowing our thoughts to wander randomly, and instead develop a mood that arises if we can wait for what is known, in popular parlance, as intuition. Those who have been preoccupied with spiritual science will not find it so difficult to develop this mood. You see, the kind of thinking necessary for studying anthroposophically oriented spiritual science is well suited for creating such a mood. If you study it seriously, a need will arise in you to develop this delicate, weaving life of thoughts. At the same time, it creates the common sphere between ourselves on the one hand and the so-called dead on the other. It is the common ground where we can encounter the dead. They cannot enter the world we perceive through our senses and organize by our powers of reason, but they do enter the world I have just described. The second condition for removing hindrances is something I described last year: the observation of subtle, delicate connections. You may remember that to illustrate this, I cited an example that can be found in studies of human psychology. Schubert also highlights this. It can be found in older literature on the subject, but similar examples can frequently be found in life itself. A person accustomed to going for a daily walk suddenly gets the sense, on arriving at a particular point on the path, that he must stop and stand to one side. At the same time, the thought occurs to him that walking like this every day might not be the best use of his time. At that very moment, a stone that has been dislodged from a rock face above falls on the path, and would certainly have struck him if the thought had not caused him to move to one side. This is a pretty striking instance of the kind of experiences many people have had. Although usually far more subtle in nature, they impinge on our life on a daily basis, but we usually disregard them. In life we only consider what actually happens, and not what might have happened, but didn't, because something occurred to prevent it. We disregard the fact that something happened to keep us at home for a quarter of an hour longer, so that we took our walk a little later than we intended. Strange things would frequently become apparent if we considered how things would have been different if we had not been delayed and, say, taken our walk a quarter of an hour later than planned. Try to observe this systematically in your daily life. What would have been different if, just as you were going out, someone had not arrived and detained you for a few minutes? Perhaps someone you were angry with. Such things continually impinge on life. We always seek a causal connection between things that actually happen, neglecting to observe life with a subtle discernment that might perceive in the interrupting of intended causal sequences the way life is endowed with an atmosphere of differing possibilities. If we take this into account, then really we always have a sense that if we do something or other at midday, having been delayed for 10 minutes during the morning, then this action at midday may not only be affected or influenced by preceding events, but could also have been subject to the countless things that did not happen, which we were kept from doing. By conceiving a connection between potentiality, rather than only external sensory reality, and our life, we come to sense that the search for connections between what happens and what happened previously is a very narrow way of regarding things. When we really pose ourselves such a question, this stimulates something in our mind that would otherwise remain dormant. We start observing between the lines of life, if you like, acquainting ourselves with life's multiple meanings and ambiguities. Then, in a sense, we come to see ourselves embedded in surroundings that shape us, and slowly but surely help us progress. Usually we take far too little account of this. We normally only consider the inner powers driving us forward. Let us take a simple, ordinary example, which can illustrate how we often connect outward events in only a very fragmentary way with our inner life. Try to examine the way you are used to picturing how you get up in the morning. In attempting this, you will, mostly, get a very clear idea of it. The idea of what prompts you to get up out of bed, although this too may remain a very nebulous thought for you. Now, try to reflect for a couple of days on the kind of thought that gets you out of bed each day. Try to become completely aware of the specific thought that actually makes you get out of bed on each occasion. In other words, yesterday you got up because you heard coffee being made in an adjoining room. This drew your attention and gave you the impetus to get out of bed. Today it was something different. What I mean is that you should become aware specifically of what in the external world prompted you to get up. We commonly forget to seek ourselves in the outer world around us, and therefore we find so little of ourselves in this outer world. But if you pay more attention to such things, it will be easy to develop a mood which people today are so shy of having, a mood evoked by a continuous undertone of thought we do not really possess in ordinary daily life. Let us say a person enters a room or arrives at a particular place, but gives little thought to this. How does the place itself alter when he enters it? Some people have a sense of this sometimes, but it is a fairly rare way of regarding outer factors and conditions. I do not know how many people have any sense of this. In a room with a group of people in it, one of the people there is often twice as strong as another. One is strong, the other weak, and this is something that depends on imponderable factors. You can easily discover that someone in a group flits in and out again as if he were an angel, while another person is so strongly present that he not only stands there on two visible legs, but on many other invisible ones too. The other people in the group are not usually very aware of this, and the person himself not at all. A person does not usually perceive the undertone he induces in his surroundings by his presence. We normally remain in ourselves, do not inquire as to the change we ourselves introduce by being there. But we can teach ourselves to perceive a hint, an echo of our own place in and effect on our surroundings. Just imagine the subtle intimacy that external life would acquire if something like this became a customary practice. If people did not merely fill places with their presence, but also developed a sense of the effect they have by being there, by their influence in it, of the change they bring about by the very fact of their presence. That is only one example, of which there are many more in all areas of life. To put it differently, it is possible to condense the medium of life in a healthy way, not by tripping over one's own heels all the time, but in a healthy, natural way, so that we come to feel what effect we ourselves exert on life. And this is the beginning of a sense of karma, of destiny. You see, if we developed a complete sense of what is caused by our own actions or by our presence in one place or another, always having a picture, if you like, of what our actions or presence elicit from our surroundings, then we would have a clear feeling of our karma, which is woven from all these shared experiences. But for now, I only wish to indicate how life is enriched by such intimate awareness, by reading and observing between the lines of life, by learning to observe life with attentiveness to the fact that we are more fully present when we live more consciously, with conscience. Through such an awareness, once again, we develop the sphere which we share with the dead. In such awareness, developing an inner mood that is conscious of the two pillars I have described, conscientious attentiveness to life on the one hand, and thriftiness of thinking rather than profligacy on the other, we will succeed in a way necessary for both the present and future in coming closer to the dead. If we then form thoughts in which we draw on the life we shared with a dead person, doing so not only in thoughts but in our feelings, with heartfelt interest in the other, weaving further at the fabric of shared life situations, thinking of shared experiences we had in which feelings were involved. Thus, not just an indifferent kind of coexistence, but moments in which we were interested in what the other thought, experienced, and did, in which he too was interested in what we elicited from him. Then we can use such moments to continue what we might call our conversations with the dead. And then allowing such thoughts to rest and passing over into a kind of meditative state, as it were offering up these thoughts we have had at the altar of inner spiritual life, a moment arrives when we receive a reply, in a sense, from the dead, and when they can communicate with us again. We need only create the bridge between what we elaborate in relation to the dead person and what enables him to cross over again in turn toward us. For this approach toward us, it will be particularly useful if we are able to develop a picture in our deepest soul of the being of the dead person. This is something really very alien to people today. As I have said on previous occasions, People pass each other by like ships in the night. They may live together in the closest proximity, and then their ways part without them really knowing one another. Knowing another person does not have to be based on intellectual analysis. If we feel analyzed by the person we live with, we will experience this, if we are sensitive, as a kind of punishment or beating. It is not about analysis. One gains the greatest insight into others through heartfelt accord. This nurturing of our relationship with the so-called dead is particularly necessary today, as it seems to me, because we live in a materialistic age. This is an evolutionary reality, not just a chance occurrence. Because of this, we are not able, before we cross the threshold of death, to fully develop and elaborate all our potential thoughts, feelings, and emotions. Since an unprocessed residue remains, once we have passed through the gate of death, it is necessary for the living to cultivate their relationship with the dead, enriching ordinary human life by this means. If only modern people could hear this, could understand that life will be impoverished if the dead are forgotten. And the only ones who can properly remember the dead are those who have in some way been karmically connected with them. We can cultivate direct communication with the dead just as we do with the living. In the past, I have also said that these things are usually felt to be so difficult because they are unconscious. Yet not everything real is conscious, nor is everything unconscious unreal. If we cultivate this kind of relationship with the dead, then it exists, and the thoughts which remained undeveloped in their lifetime can enter life. What I am saying here is probably too much for modern people to take on board, but I say it because of a conviction based on spiritual realities that our social existence, our ethical and religious life, would be infinitely enriched if the living took advice from the dead. Nowadays, people think there is no need for someone to attain a certain age before offering others advice. It is thought best if people become city councillors and MPs at the youngest possible age, that they are mature enough to do this however young they may be. In former times, when greater knowledge of human nature prevailed, a person had to wait until a certain age to reach such positions. And now I'm even suggesting that we wait until a person dies and then ask his advice. Yet our era does need to hearken to the advice coming from the dead. It will be truly salutary if we try to hearken to them, and ultimately the only healing thing. Spiritual science does ask real energy of people, and they need to understand this. It asks people to try to act clearly and consistently. Today, amidst catastrophic events, the search for clarity is of the very greatest importance. The things we have been discussing today are connected, far more than people realize, with the great challenges of our day. Many years before this current catastrophe of the World War broke over us, in lecture cycles on the European folk souls, I tried to highlight some of the realities at work today in humanity in general. If you read the cycle entitled The Mission of the Individual Folk Souls in relation to Teutonic mythology, which I gave in Oslo, you can gain some insight into current events. It is not yet over. These things are still ongoing, and the cycle can offer some insight into events over the next few years. People's earthly relationships and circumstances can only really be understood by perceiving the spiritual impulses at work in them. The time is fast approaching when people will need to ask themselves how Eastern ways of thinking and feeling relate to those in Europe, and how these in turn relate to Western thinking, to that of America. All possible permutations of this question should be pondered. We can start already by asking how people in the Orient regard Europe. In the East, people look at Europe and have a sense that its culture and civilization are leading nowhere, leading to an abyss. An Oriental person has the feeling that in adopting what Europe can offer him, he ought not to lose the spirituality he has retained from ancient times. Easterners do not despise European machines, for instance, but, to quote the words of a renowned Oriental, in accepting the tools and machines that Europeans have created, they want to keep these in their proper place in the tool shed, and not in their temples, nor in their dwellings, as Europeans do. In the East, it seems to people that Europeans have lost the ability to perceive the spirit in nature, the beauty in nature. Only in the East is it apparent that Europeans have sought to limit their thinking and actions to external mechanisms and to outward sensory reality. And in consequence, Oriental people feel called upon to reawaken ancient spirituality and save this for humanity. An Oriental who speaks of tangible spiritual realities, such as Rabindranath Tagore, in recent comments, believes that Europeans have integrated into their culture impulses only rendered possible by harnessing the devil to their cultural wagon, and that they are employing Satan's power to further their progress. Rabindranath Tagore believes that Eastern people must uncouple Satan again and bring spirituality to Europe once more. Here we find a phenomenon which sadly is too often overlooked today. Much has been excluded from our cultural evolution, which should have been introduced into it if it were to have really living spiritual substance, of the kind found in the works of Goethe, to name only one. You might object that Eastern people can find Goethe's works still alive in European culture today. But what do they actually see if they inquire more carefully? You may say that the Germans have founded a Goethe Society. But let us imagine that an Oriental person wished to make closer acquaintance with this society and discover what it really stands for, since the great question of East and West is very topical at present and ultimately depends on spiritual impulses. This Oriental person could say the following: Goethe was such a decisive figure and so influential that in the 1890s it became possible, in a remarkable way, for his works to bear fruit for German culture when Countess Sophie of Saxon-Weimar took over his literary estate, caring for and cultivating it in an unparalleled way. This is true. But if we look at the Goethe Society and its public presence today, we discover that a few years back the post of president of this society became vacant. Of all possible candidates in the whole sphere of culture, a former finance minister was chosen to be this society's president. This is an external, but nevertheless striking fact. And such things are more important than people realize. It would be very important for people in the East, for whom spirituality is a vivid, keen, and real concern, to know that an anthroposophically oriented spiritual science exists here. But they cannot know this. It cannot reach them as yet, cannot penetrate everything else that is there and obstructs it, not only in this particular instance, of course. It is merely symptomatic of a more general malaise that the current president of the Goethe Society is a former finance minister. I could list endless other examples, of course. Here we find what I would see as a third necessity: thorough, reality-connected thinking, a thinking that makes no compromises and does not countenance lack of clarity. On my last trip, someone handed me a review of a book, a brief excerpt of which I will read here, starting with a quote from the book, quote, "Anyone who has ever graced the seats of a grammar school will have an unforgettable memory of the hours he spent enjoying Plato's dialogues between Socrates and his friends, unforgettable for the excruciating boredom they are bound to invoke. You may well remember that these dialogues struck you as amazingly stupid, though of course you did not dare say so, since Socrates was the Greek philosopher par excellence. With such sweeping generalizations, the book Socrates the Idiot by Alexander Moskowski, published by Dr. Eisler and Company, Berlin, makes short shrift of the good Athenian, depriving him at a stroke of his dignity as a philosopher. Close quote. The first likely reaction of many people, on hearing that the author Moskowski has sought to show that Socrates was an idiot, is to consider this very strange, perhaps. And yet this relies on hazy thinking and compromise, rather than clear and precise thinking and a willingness to penetrate reality. I want to compare this with something else. Today, books are published about the life of Jesus from a psychiatric angle. Such books investigate everything Jesus did from the perspective of modern psychiatry and compare it with all kinds of pathological forms of behavior. Such authors try to draw on the Gospels to demonstrate that Jesus was sick, that he must have been an epileptic, and that in fact the Gospels can only be understood from a Pauline point of view, and so on. You can read detailed reviews of these books. It is extremely easy to ignore things like this and pass them by with a smile, but realities lie somewhat deeper. If you subscribe fully to modern psychiatry, you will inevitably come to the same conclusions about the life of Jesus as the authors of these books. You cannot be authentic as a modern psychiatrist if you think in any other way. Nor, in the true sense of the word, can you be a modern psychiatrist if you think about Socrates in any other way than Alexander Moskowski does. You have to regard Socrates as an idiot. Moskowski is only distinguished from other adherents of these theories, who nevertheless think Socrates was not an idiot by his authenticity compared to them. They are untruthful while he speaks the truth as he must see it. He refuses all compromise. It is impossible to authentically subscribe to Alexander Moskowski's worldview and not to regard Socrates as an idiot. If you want the best of both worlds, to subscribe to a modern scientific worldview and, nevertheless, to value Socrates and not disparage him as an idiot, you become inauthentic. Likewise, you are untruthful as a modern psychiatrist if you accord a religious value to the life of Jesus. But modern people are shy of pursuing things to such a clear conclusion. For if they did, they would have to ask themselves some challenging questions. If they did not wish to regard Socrates as an idiot, they would have to try to find out more about him. And this would require them to reject a worldview such as that of Moskowski. Likewise, they would have to reject modern psychiatry if they came to see Jesus as the bearer of the greatest ideas ever known upon earth. We need a thinking oriented to reality, clear thinking that does not make the usual lazy compromises, which we can only avoid by being rigorously truthful. It is easy to feel indignant at someone like Moskowski calling Socrates an idiot, but he has to do so based on his worldview. To think consistently in this way is something people shy away from. They do not want to reject a modern view of the world, for this would make their lives still more uncomfortable. If they came to the conclusion that Socrates is not an idiot after all, might they not have to acknowledge that Moskowski is one? He is not such a renowned figure, but there are very renowned figures who might then take a tumble. Anything could happen. You see, to penetrate the world of spirit, we need reality-oriented thinking. We have to see reality clearly. Thoughts are realities, and untrue thoughts are evil, inhibiting, destructive realities. It is no good pulling the wool over one's own eyes as to one's own untruthfulness, by allowing Moskowski's worldview and that of Socrates to coexist. It is untruthful to allow both an equal place in your soul alongside each other as people do, as modern people do. We only become truthful if we are clear that we must either, like Moskowski, take up a purely scientific and mechanistic view of the world and regard Socrates as an idiot, or else realize that he was not, and then inevitably reject mechanistic views. They cannot coexist. Truthfulness is an ideal which modern people need to embrace. Thoughts are realities, and true thoughts are wholesome ones. Untrue thoughts, however much concealed by the mantle of circumspection in relation to one's own nature, create inner realities in us that obstruct and hinder the evolution of humanity and the world. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in London, which are the only translators of Steiner into English and give me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a set of cycles of lectures, Collected Works, Volume 181 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Dying Earth and Living Cosmos, The Living Gifts of Anthroposophy, The Need for New Forms of Consciousness. This is the first cycle, Dying Earth and Living Cosmos, Lecture 5, given in Berlin on the 12th of March, 1918. In connection, especially with human souls who have crossed the threshold of death, we have been trying to study how the world we live in between birth and death is related to the one we dwell in between death and a new birth. Our aim here will be to try to explore these relationships from the most diverse angles. As humanity increasingly comes to approach the world of spirit with inquiring insight, as it must do if it is to meet its pressing tasks in forthcoming times, it will discover that a proper, exhaustive understanding of the world and humankind goes far, far beyond what can be discovered through the physical, sense-based sciences, and the powers of reason on which they rely. If we draw only on what we perceive through our senses, and on the powers of reason bound up with these senses, we can discover only a very limited part of the real world, by which I mean the world of active reality, in which we ourselves are also integrated as active participants. In the course of these lectures, I have suggested how we can refine our powers of observation, expanding their scope to include various aspects of life that are not usually considered, because we tend only to focus on what actually happens during our waking life from morning to evening, and not what could or might otherwise have happened, what, in a sense, we were prevented from doing. In order to offer you at least some tentative ideas about such things, which have to be felt initially more than thought, I asked you to envisage, say, being prevented from leaving the house at a previously intended time because someone comes to the door. You might have planned to go out at 11 in the morning, but can only do so half an hour later. Now try to picture what difference it may, only may though, have made to your whole day to leave half an hour later. During this half an hour, it is possible that something could have happened to you that did not then happen. Try to consider all the possible similar events and incidents that can impinge on us in daily life, and you can form an idea of all that might have occurred but did not. Then, especially attending to a feeling sense of it, try to compare this idea of what might have happened with what did actually happen during your day, how one thing led to another by cause and effect. To form a really clear picture of such things, it is a good idea to compare them with similar phenomena in the natural world. In nature there are processes at work that must be seen in a similar light. I have often pointed out how many seeds are lost and do not grow. Ask yourself how many herring eggs actually grow into herrings in the course of a year, and how many are lost. Then, broaden this idea across the whole of life. Try to picture how many seeds with the potential for life do not actually develop, are left out of the rest of nature's sprouting, flourishing life, and never unfold. Do not for a moment think this is not intrinsic to reality. It is as much a part of it as all that does develop fully. But instead of unfolding, it comes only to a certain point and then takes a different course, in the same way that in our own daily lives we are prevented from doing something. These events that did not happen in life are comparable to natural processes that never developed, but which instead evolve in a different direction. There is something else, surely very similar to these two examples, that poses a riddle for us and greatly affects human life. A normal human lifespan is between 70 and 90 years, but a very large number of people die earlier than this, as we know. Life does not therefore come to its full fruition. In the same way that in nature seeds are held back at an early stage and do not unfold and ripen, so human life often does not reach its full maturity. Our daily actions, as we have seen, often do not unfold and mature completely either, for reasons we have seen. All this can show us that between the lines of life, as it were, a great deal exists that we fail to consider, and that instead of entering realms where it becomes tangible, sensory reality, it remains in spiritual realms. If we dwell on this thought in really fruitful ways, rather than seeing it only as a fantasy, it can lead us toward a picture, if not yet full proof, of something very important. In ordinary life we reflect upon our actions, our deeds, and will impulses. We think what we ought to do and carry out what we have thought of. But life is not only like that, planning actions and carrying them out. There is another element to life whereby things happen and often appear to us as a collection of random events, seemingly without rhyme or reason, chance connections and incidents, which we can sum up as, in quotes, destiny, or, in quotes, fate. For people who think in materialistic ways, fate is composed of occurrences that just happen to them on a daily basis. Of course, many people have an inkling, nevertheless, of some kind of hidden plan at work in this fate. But they do not usually make any headway in really understanding what is at work here. Although these things are of great importance, little attention is generally paid to them. Currently, analytic psychology, as it is known, psychoanalysis, is delving into various things that are knocking on humanity's door. The proponents of this analytic psychology, however, approach these realities with inadequate means. In our circles, I have often described a paradoxical instance, much used by psychoanalysts, because as psychoanalysis was just starting, it led to an insight into all the elements of the psyche at work in life, concealed from most people's view. Although some of you have heard this before, I would like to describe this paradoxical example to you again here. A woman is invited to a dinner party one evening, which is being held as a farewell to the lady of the house, who is ill and is about to depart for a cure at a spa resort. The evening goes very smoothly. The lady leaves for her spa cure, and more or less at the same time she leaves, the other guests also depart. A group of these guests walks down the street together, when all of a sudden a horse-drawn cab comes round the corner. Please note, not a car, but a horse-drawn cab. The cab hurtles down the street. One of the ladies in the company separates from the rest of the group, and while the others step aside to avoid the cab, she alone has the odd idea of running along in front of the horses. She runs down the street in front of them and feels she has to do something to save herself from the horses behind her. Arriving at a bridge over a river, she conceives the idea of saving herself by jumping into the water. But the other guests have, of course, run after her in the meantime and manage to head her off in time. Then she is taken back to the house they had all left and is received there. All well and good. The lady of the house is left. The woman is given accommodation there and is now able to continue a relationship with the man of the house which had begun some time previously. Exploring hidden regions of the psyche, the psychoanalyst discovers that as a child this woman had certain experiences with horses, and that these have resurfaced from the unconscious, and so forth. But if we know something about the human soul, we will not concur with all these theories. Granted, hidden regions of the soul do exist, but they are only the precursors of what really counts here and not the full reality. The thing of importance here is that the woman in question has an unconscious awareness, which in certain circumstances is far slyer and more refined than her surface consciousness. In her conscious mind, as you will agree, the woman in question has behaved in a fairly clumsy way, but in her subconscious was something far slyer and more scheming. This something in her subconscious thought as follows: the lady of the house is left. I must find some way or other of meeting her husband. I must use the next opportunity that presents itself. The subconscious can be rather prophetic and has an intimation of what will happen if one runs in front of horses. It can organize things in the slyest way. The conscious mind is not so crafty. The subconscious has this craftiness enhanced by a certain prophetic gift. I mention this example here because it illustrates something generally true. We all bear within us something that is far more comprehensive and also far more intense in various ways than our ordinary consciousness. If we were consciously aware of all that we know in our subconscious, we would be terribly clever and crafty and would be able to conceive of and think out all kinds of things. We can now ask whether what lives in our subconscious is entirely inactive. If we know how to observe the world spiritually, we find this is not so. On the contrary, it is continually active, is at work all the time. What occurred in the case of this lady, and in similar instances, only comes to the fore abnormally, under the influence of quite particular events, desires, and inclinations, is always present in us in a certain realm, accompanying us throughout our waking life. The way the subconscious manifested in this woman on one occasion, and it could of course have been a man, is due only to the fact that our subconscious knowledge of life occasionally bursts its bounds. This can also be true of ordinary awareness, that sometimes we do something particular that does not form part of our customary way of doing things, that seems exceptional. The same is true of the subconscious. But here, in this case, something unusual emerged that is always active in people. How is it active? What we call fate or destiny is really a very complex thing. Our destiny seems to approach us in the form of events that happen to us. Let us take a striking instance of destiny, something many people will be familiar with. Let us assume a person meets another who then becomes his friend, or wife, or husband. To the surface mind, it seems that this happened to us, and that we ourselves did nothing to bring it about. The other simply entered our life, but this is not the case. The truth is quite different. From the moment of our birth, and still more from the moment we start to say capital I of ourselves, we arrange our path in life with the power residing in the subconscious in such a way that it crosses another's path at a certain moment. People are unaware of the remarkable things they would find if they could trace someone's path in life. Say, that of someone who gets engaged. If we traced this person's life path through childhood and youth, from place to place, until he gets engaged, we would find a great deal of purpose and meaning in its sequence. We would discover that he did not simply arrive at a place where this happened to him randomly, but that he moved purposefully toward circumstances where he met the other. The whole of life is filled with such a searching, and the whole of destiny is a search of this kind. However, we have to realize that this search does not take place in the same way as actions we decide on and then carry out in a linear fashion. Subconscious actions occur with strong personal impetus. There is a purpose at work in our subconscious. It isn't actually correct to speak of the unconscious, but we should refer to the surface or upper consciousness and the subconscious, since it is unconscious only for our ordinary awareness. In the case of the lady who arranged things so craftily in order to return to the house of the man she was drawn to, the subconscious was far more conscious of what it was doing than the lady herself in her surface consciousness. The same is true of what guides us through life, so that our destiny is a weft that leads us and is in fact very, very conscious. The fact that people often resist their destiny does not contradict this. If they should survey all the factors involved, they would stop resisting it. The surface or upper consciousness is not as sly and crafty as the subconscious, and therefore often judges the latter's reality wrongly. It thinks something unpleasant has occurred to it, whereas, in fact, the person has actually himself sought what he superficially thinks unpleasant, doing so out of profound deliberation. Insight into deeper contexts would lead him to see that a greater intelligence seeks the things that become our destiny or fate. On what is all this based? In speaking of these things, for which ordinary language has no proper words, we have to resort to metaphors. Our ordinary mind, focused in the head and highly valued by many, is like a sieve. This simile has some truth. Our head-based consciousness is a sieve. If you pour water into a sieve, it runs through and does not fill it. The things which our subconscious deliberates upon, and which then come to expression in the fabric of our destiny, pass through our head consciousness as though through a sieve. And this is why our surface awareness knows nothing of them. Our head consciousness lets them pass through as if through a sieve, while our subconscious retains them. We know nothing about them, only because they pass through the sieve of our surface awareness in this way. Nevertheless, we retain them. When science develops to the point where it studies these things properly, people will inquire into these processes in animals as compared to the human being. In the case of an animal, the whole creature is a sieve, and these things pass right through it. In the human being, on the other hand, they pass through the head, but are retained in the whole of the rest of the organism. Under ordinary circumstances, though, since the whole person does not think, but only his head, we do not think these things. We are unaware of their existence in us. Only where hysterical conditions arise, a pathological, abnormal state, that involves the rest of the human organism beginning to think too, do we discover exceptional instances where awareness arises of processes of destiny, in which, if you like, we weave our destiny, as happened in the case I have described of the lady who took destiny into her hands. So we do retain these things within us. And here we find something very remarkable. Why do they pass right through the animal, whereas they are retained in us human beings? It is because the animal has no hands. In other words, the creature's limbs are always connected with the earth, whether these limbs are legs or wings, though the picture alters somewhat in the latter case. The fact that we have transformed animal limbs into our arms and hands means they are integrated in our organism in a way that enables us to retain our thoughts within us in our destiny. But we cannot think with our hands. We can only retain or hold back our destiny with them, and therefore we are unaware of it. The hands are organs of thinking in the same way that the etheric aspect of the head is. In thinking, the etheric part of the head does something very similar to what we do with our hands. Using our hands, we bring to cessation the flow of action pervading our destiny. Our nature is such that only the coarser reasoning activities of hands and arms come to expression. Everyone knows that we possess a special, in quotes, fingertip sensitivity. But this represents only the very coarsest aspect of what I am describing, which is something extremely subtle, a very weak, scarcely glimmering thinking, which we develop there, and which we can express in artistic activity. Our hands are actually integrated into our overall organism as organs of thinking for our destiny. At our current stage of evolution, people have not yet learned to think with their hands. If they did, if they learned the secrets of the hands, this would, at the same time, lead them to insight into the fundamental laws of destiny. This sounds very strange, but is true. Spiritual science can show us that destiny is thought in our hands, that the latter develop a subconscious thinking. Science is as yet unaware of this. Inevitably, scientists regard the human being as just a more perfect animal, which is also true. But the major distinction between the human being and the animal lies in factors scientists are unaware of or do not consider. Think for a moment what the animal's head is. It rests directly above the earth. The earth carries it, whereas the human head rests upon us in a way we ourselves sustain or carry. The pull of gravity passes first through the human organism, through the diaphragm, before it meets the earth. We relate to ourselves as the animal does to the earth. The pull of gravity on the animal's head passes directly into the earth, without first passing through its organism and diaphragm. Our human orientation to the whole cosmos is the essential factor, and connected with this orientation is the fact that our arms and hands are differently organized from the corresponding limbs of animals. This is one thing science will study in future, asking how we relate dynamically to the cosmos, what forces are at work here to make us two-legged instead of four. We are organized like this through the influences of the cosmos. And we meet this organizing power of the cosmos by virtue of the fact that the line of gravity from our head passes into and through us ourselves, so that we become our own earth. By configuring and organizing our hands and arms in a distinctive way, our hands can meet and engage with destiny, can grasp it, just as the organization of the human head also relates to our upright posture. Our more perfect brain is something we possess because the line of gravity of our head does not pass directly through the earth, but instead first through ourselves. There are powers at work everywhere in the cosmos, and when something is differently oriented, mass is differently distributed. This is acknowledged in respect of inorganic substance, but as yet people fail to discern the same thing at work in the human being. And in consequence, people fail to see how our material body works toward and meets the spirit, just as spirit everywhere permeates matter. That is one aspect. Here we can say that we discern the human being resting upon his own diaphragm, and whereas our understanding otherwise only extends to conscious actions, in thinking down to the diaphragm with the subconscious, we can gain understanding of destiny. Thus we have seen, firstly, that if we go beyond a one-sided view of the head and consider the whole of the rest of our organism, we can deliberate upon and evaluate our destiny, albeit subconsciously. We can determine and know our destiny. But secondly, something else is true too. We engage in actions. In life, these cause us either a certain satisfaction or dissatisfaction. If you consider a kind action you have performed for someone, this will give you a sense of satisfaction. Whereas something you did to defend yourself in some way is connected with a sense of dissatisfaction, and so on. We are continually doing diverse things. But besides the things we do that cause us conscious satisfaction or dissatisfaction, there are other kinds of action. We can examine this best if through spiritual science we study actions that have little impact on life. Chopping wood is an action which may have little intrinsic moral significance. It makes us feel tired. People think all kinds of things about tiredness. As we saw in the last public lecture I gave, people think that tiredness is the cause of sleep, that the first leads to the second. We all know that tiredness can arise as an accompaniment to actions such as chopping wood. But in fact, this tiredness turns out to be very significant if we study it through spiritual science. It is not at all what we usually consider it to be, but something quite different. Parenthesis, actions of a more intellectual or moral character are similar in this respect, but more refined. And there it is harder to discern what I am speaking of than in more elementary actions such as wood chopping. Close parenthesis. You can easily see that the tiredness arising during such actions is a dual process. First, we need to apply our flourishing life forces to the task in hand, powers connected with our growth, and then we expend or exhaust these powers, giving rise to a degradation process we experience as tiredness. In fact, this tiredness is a numbing or stupefaction whose deeper importance we in fact experience as something quite different from a consequence of, in this case, chopping wood. For ordinary life, tiredness is only a numbing of something. What is it we are really experiencing here? Of course, only real spiritual scientific research can cast light on this. When we are tired after chopping wood, we discover that one of the so-called lotus flowers, part of the human being's spiritual organism, you can learn more about this in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, starts to shine out strongly. A success has occurred of which we are unaware. This spiritual success remains unconscious, and what we consciously experience is the numbing that occurs in order for us not to perceive this success. A real spiritual emanation occurs here. And we can understand this still better if, to grasp the spiritual nature of such emanation, we consider, say, an action involving a moral judgment. Let us imagine that we have not merely chopped wood, but instead accomplished an action arising from a moral judgment, something usually only viewed within the narrow confines of ordinary life. It does, however, have a different dimension too. Everything we do, even a single action, has significance within the whole course of humanity's evolution. But in our ordinary consciousness, we have as little grasp of the worth of every action for evolution as our head grasps how destiny works and acts. In this case, however, the evaluation of an action does not pass through our being as though through a sieve, but as a beam or ray. It radiates outward through the lotus flowers. Subconsciously, we continually evaluate every single one of our actions. even if you were an angelic type of person and did good to all others. In your subconscious, you would evaluate how you behave and act and its value for the whole of humanity's evolution. You do this very objectively, and the outcome may sometimes be very different from what your surface awareness might think. Even if you are a thief, you will judge your own actions even as you perform them, doing so quite objectively, according to their effect on the overall process of human evolution. This inevitably radiates out through the lotus flowers. Just as our judgments about destiny pass through our head as though through a sieve, to be held up and retained by our arms and hands, so, with the aid of our astral lotus flower organism, we conduct the judgments we make about our own actions, also about our thoughts as actions. Through our lotus flower organism, these are radiated outward like light and emerge from us. This shining emanation goes a long, long way. It passes over into the realm of time rather than remaining in the spatial dimension. This is why it is so difficult to picture the lotus flowers. They are in continual movement and continually cross over into time. Here, space really does become time. We all cast a light before us, one which passes into time, becoming a continual beam that endures way beyond death. Someone is judging within us, in our subconscious, throughout our life. Just as someone thinks our destiny in us, so someone judges our every action, and this judgment we shine out as a beam from ourselves. Naturally, this is put metaphorically, but nevertheless it corresponds to a reality. Life is like a beam cast far ahead by a floodlight. You must picture this happening in time, though, rather than space. For instance, assuming you are 40 at present, let us say that you do something or other and then your life continues. You grow to be 50, 60. Then you die and continue to exist in the life after death. As you pass through this further existence, you gradually live your way into what you shone out into this existence from your lotus flowers while alive on earth. You meet again everything that you shone forward into the future. To put it metaphorically, again, this is like pointing a floodlight forward so that its beam shines far into the distance, and then moving along it. You meet again everything that you shone forward into the future. And what you meet here in the life between death and rebirth are the judgments you made about your actions. In this regard, the human being is not a sieve. Or actually, you could say that he is, for he allows through everything that he himself subconsciously engenders. Thus there is something in us that acts as a continual critic, not using this word in a pedantic sense, of our own actions, and shines these judgments forward into our own future. Here again, one can, if one so wishes, see the scientific aspect of this. The fact that we have an upright stance and posture, so that our tool of consciousness rests upon us as upon our own earth, means that at the place where the lotus flowers are situated, we retain or hold back what proceeds from our sojourn on the earth, our travels across it in the broadest sense. It is retained there, turned at right angles, and sent forward into life. In a complex but certainly comprehensible way, as we see, what is usually encompassed in the generalized term the unconscious enters and works upon our life. Our subconscious connects with our whole destiny by virtue of the fact that our diaphragm closes us off in a downward direction. There is no such emanation through the lotus flowers in the animal. Why? This is again connected with the animal's universal orientation. we have a vertical spine at right angles to that of the animal. Because of this, we can develop something impossible for the animal, because its spine lies horizontally rather than vertically. The animal cannot, therefore, have a, in quotes, critic beside it, nor send judgments about its animal life ahead of it into the future. Science will become much more productive when it succeeds in going beyond its trivial comparisons between the structure and form of animal limbs and those of the human being, or between the animal head and the human head. While the human being has a more perfect brain, the human head is really not so very different from the animal head. And for this reason, materialist theories have easily assigned human beings their place in the animal world. What really distinguishes the human being from animals, however, is his spatial orientation. A thorough study of this would produce quite different scientific insights. Here, spiritual science will show the way, as it does in other areas, by pointing to specific life processes that only then can be properly understood. In the human being, therefore, we can find aspects that on the one hand appear cleverer than he is, sometimes more subtle and astute even, in relation to the way destiny is judged, and on the other hand, aspects that reveal a more objective critic of his actions that he himself is consciously. I think that's supposed to read, then he himself is consciously. End of reader's aside. In a complex sense, therefore, we can say that there is another human being within us, and this comes to expression in life. Usually people do not observe their actions. The inner critic remains in the subconscious and only becomes conscious between death and rebirth, as we gradually advance along the beam we ourselves have emanated, as I described. However, a judicious, detailed observation of life can show us how this critic behaves differently inside different individuals. Let us compare two different types of people commonly encountered in life. One is often described as a busybody. You can find them everywhere. They never have any spare time, are always on the move, and like to have a finger in every pie, and their nose often in other people's business. Such behavior is held to be a habit formed during life, based on subconscious motivations and so forth. What people do not realize is that the inner critic in such a busybody, in this particular incarnation, has assumed a particular stance. Such a critic also has its distinctive individuality, which people discover after death. It is good to speak of such things with a certain humor. A sense of humor in spiritual science overcomes a mood that is otherwise really very counterproductive. The inner critic in a busybody like this is a kind of actor or performer who wishes to be seen by all and sundry, not just by other people as he may imagine, but by all kinds of spiritual beings. He takes pleasure in the fact that all the beings thronging in the world of spirit can always see him as he rushes about. This type, the busybody, is, in the world of spirit, someone who keeps rushing about and wishes to be seen. And it is this motivation, translated into an unconscious prompting, that gives the person the character of a busybody. What about the opposite type? This is the kind of person who conscientiously does what life requires and demands of him, the duties it imposes. He is not always very visible, but often acts behind the scenes, doing whatever is needed. Here too the critic assumes a distinctive stance. Spiritual science can shed light on these things. Here the critic adopts such a position due to an unconscious belief that everything we do, even if not seen, as the busybody wishes, by the teeming spirits, is not in vain, and that no power in the world is in vain, but has its own significance. It is a lovely thought. Everything you do has significance, some meaning in the overall scheme of things, even if this only emerges in millennia to come. This awareness is rooted in the opposite type from the busybody, a certain trustful resting in the world, a certainty originating in the faith or belief I have described. Life is illumined by perspectives above and beyond outward circumstances in the sense-perceptible world, when we see that there are relationships between our life and the world of spirit. My comments today seek primarily to highlight two elements in human nature. One is connected with our physical organism between birth and death, where our physical organization points to a subconscious realm. Here it becomes apparent that our arms and hands are organs of thinking, albeit in the remarkable sense of giving special ground or soil to what passes through the head as through a sieve. In this respect, we are a special kind of vessel. Our head is a sieve for destiny. But thoughts that destiny creates coagulate as the arms and hands stop and retain them. The second element is what radiates from the lotus flowers and enters our life between death and a new birth. The relationship between these two streams or currents in us is of great significance. You see, if you consider the whole human being in terms of the diaphragm level, there too you find a dual nature. Something enters us, comes into stasis or stalls due to the power of arms and hands, but nevertheless passes down to the diaphragm level. It stalls, comes into stasis, because we are vertical beings rather than horizontal ones like the animals. This sounds very strange, but the world is full of riddles and mysteries. The animal's legs relate to the latter differently from the way our arms relate to us, and this has something to do with the earth. One sees the rays or beams coming through the earth and entering us, but then, guided or directed by the lotus flowers, shining out into the future. The two streams show us to be a dual being. In ordinary life, they are entirely separate from each other, and life depends on this. If they were to join together, life would be different from how it is. In a confluence of the two, humankind could not develop I consciousness, which depends on these two streams being kept distinct and separate. And yet they are only partially sundered, and in a particular different sense they do merge. What radiates from us to shine forward into the life between death and rebirth can, if we succeed in doing this, unite and combine with that other influx of forces usually stopped and held by the arms before these pass through the sieve of the head. The streams can unite with each other outside of us. The two streams which normally pass through our body but do not join and merge can unite if we stop them. This in turn makes it possible for us to encounter those who have passed through the gateway of death. This picture of the two streams will serve as an introduction to explorations in the next lecture of the connections with the dead we can develop here on earth, which we will then illumine from a different point of view. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in London, that are the sole translators of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a collected work, So I Am 181 by Rudolf Steiner, that contains 3 cycles: Dying Earth and Living Cosmos, The Living Gifts of Anthroposophy, The Need for New Forms of Consciousness, translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 6 of the first cycle, given in Berlin on the 19th of March, 1918. A week ago, we explored more intimate questions of the life of the human psyche, questions that can aptly prepare the ground for consideration of how the so-called living, that is, the human souls living in physical bodies, relate to disembodied souls, to those at present living in the period between death and rebirth. When exploring this theme, we need to familiarize ourselves with certain basic ideas to lead us into the right kind of soul engagement, the way in which we can and should think of ourselves within such relationships. The reality of such a relationship, you see, has no bearing on whether or not a person living here on earth is aware of his connection with this or that being in the world of spirit. What I say now will be self-evident for anyone who reflects upon such things, but in the realm of spiritual science, it is sometimes necessary to remind ourselves clearly of self-evident matters. We always have a relationship to the world of spirit, and always also a certain connection with the dead with whom we are karmically connected in some way. It is therefore quite different to speak of the reality of this connection, or of a greater or lesser awareness of its possibility. But it is important for everyone, even for those compelled to discount this, to learn what such an awareness tells us. It tells us, in fact, of realities in which we enduringly exist. As far as our relationship with the so-called dead is concerned, we have to realize one thing in particular, that this relationship is harder to be aware of, in a sense, than our relationship with other beings of the world of spirit. It is somewhat easier to develop awareness of the beings of the higher hierarchies through imaginative perception, and even to receive certain revelations from these higher hierarchies, than to become aware of a quite specific relationship we have with the dead. In other words, to become aware of it in a true and authentic way. This is due to the following. In our life between death and rebirth, we pass through conditions of existence that are very different indeed from those in the physical world. And as I explained in the lecture cycle titled The Inner Nature of Man and the Life Between Death and a New Birth, require correspondingly different thoughts and ideas. Why, you may ask, are the ideas we employ to describe these realities so different from what we are otherwise familiar with? As we will study this winter, this is because, between death and a new birth, we prefigure, in a certain way, the conditions that will only arise during the next planetary embodiment of the Earth, that of Jupiter. After death, we live in a finer spiritual state, which is reminiscent of future Jupiter conditions. Here, during our life, our earthly incarnation, we have retained something of the Earth's former embodiments, those of Moon, Sun, and Saturn, and therefore in the life between death and a new birth, we balance this by absorbing something of the future. By contrast, all the beings of the higher hierarchies, insofar as we can understand them with our human vision, relate to the present form of the whole world of spirit, are connected with the way it manifests at present. In future, these beings will manifest future conditions. It sounds very paradoxical, I know, but it is so. It sounds paradoxical because one can then ask how these beings of the higher hierarchies can act upon the dead, since the latter already bear futurity within them. Naturally, the beings of the higher hierarchies also bear the future in them, and have the capacity to form the future. But they do not do this without creating something in the realm where the dead reside that is directly characteristic of the present. We, therefore, have to prepare ourselves for awareness of our dialogue with the dead by perceiving what the hierarchies accomplish. And only when we succeed in invoking in the soul a more or less conscious sense of the beings of the higher hierarchies will it gradually become possible for the soul to become aware of communication with the dead. based on a new capacity for perception and feeling. This does not necessarily mean that we should perceive the higher hierarchies clairvoyantly, but insofar as spiritual science allows us to do this, and it does, we should understand what it is that flows into existence from these higher hierarchies. Understanding is important in relation to all these things. Only when we make efforts to understand them through spiritual science can the conditions arise in which we become aware, to some degree at least, of a connection between the so-called living and the so-called dead. To grasp this, we need to consider the following. The world of spirit in which we exist, between death and rebirth, has its own very distinctive nature, involving conditions of existence that we usually scarcely notice in our ordinary life on earth, and which, when voiced as part of a person's outlook, sound fairly paradoxical and peculiar. For a conscious sense of such things, it is of the greatest importance to acquire a feeling which I will call a real sense of community with the realities of existence. To gradually develop this feeling of community and companionship with the realities of existence is something required by humanity's ongoing evolution from the present, this catastrophic present, onward. The foundations of this sense of community, albeit not yet in a developed form, are already present in the subconscious. But rather than speaking in very general terms, as the pantheists do, of some kind of universal spirit, of a feeling of community, we must gain detailed clarity about the meaning of such a phrase, and how this feeling can form and unfold in the soul. You see, this feeling of community arises through life itself, and here we must consider the following. You have no doubt heard of criminals, in whom instinctual nature works very strongly in the subconscious, who are driven to return to the scene of their crime. They seek out the place where they committed their crime, driven by an undefined sense. A phenomenon like this is only a specific instance of something that works more generally in people. When we have done something, anything at all, even an act of no apparent significance, something remains in us, which we can only express in a kind of picture, of the thing we took hold of when we performed our action. The object we took hold of remains in us as a certain energy, remains connected with our I, capital. We inevitably enter into certain connections with all the entities we encounter and the things we take hold of. I do not, of course, only mean the grasping hold of a physical object. We connect with everything which our actions engage with, and everywhere we leave behind signs of our activity. And in our subconscious there remains a sense of our connection with the things we have engaged with through our actions. In criminals, this comes to abnormal expression because their subconscious shines up very powerfully and instinctively into their ordinary awareness. Yet in the subconscious, all of us have the sense that we must return to what we encountered and engaged with in our actions. This is also what our karma is founded on, and where it originates. We have a general feeling of community with the world, which initially impinges on our existence in only a nebulous way. And this sense of community with things is due really to the fact that we leave signs of our presence everywhere. We can intuit this sense of community in ourselves, creep up on it, as it were. But to do so, we have to consider certain subtleties of life. You have to really feel your way into a picture or idea. Say you are walking along a road, and in doing so and having done so, you keep picturing yourself doing this. By invoking this always as you walk along, you draw forth from your soul a general sense of community with the world. In someone who becomes more tangibly aware of this sense of community, it develops to the point where he can say that a connection exists, albeit invisible, between himself and all things, and its nature is similar to the connection between all the limbs of an organism. Just as each finger, every earlobe, everything in our organism belongs to us, and all is connected with everything else, so there is a connection between all things and everything that happens insofar as it impinges on our world. People alive on earth today do not yet have a fully developed sense of this collective or social quality, this organic permeation of things. They are not yet aware of it, but it exists in the unconscious. During Jupiter evolution, this sense will be the foundation of life. And as we gradually evolve from the 5th post-Atlantean era toward the 6th, we are working to develop this feeling. Developing it is necessary as we move from our present era to a future one. And this must create a distinctive ethical or moral foundation for humanity, one much more alive and vibrant than morality is today. I mean this in the following way. Nowadays people are not greatly bothered by the thought that they are enriching themselves at others' expense. It is not just that they don't feel any qualms of conscience about this, but that it does not even occur to them to think about it. If they did, they would discover that we live at the expense of others to a far greater extent than is realized. Awareness will gradually develop that living at the expense of others, also in society, is the same thing as if a particular organ developed inappropriately and lived at the expense of another bodily organ. People will come to see that an individual's happiness is in reality not possible without the happiness of all. They do not yet have any inkling of this, but it must gradually become the principle at work in true human morality. Today each person seeks his own happiness initially and does not reflect that one's own happiness only has a sound basis in the happiness of all. Thus a connection exists between the sense of community with the world, which I described, and a feeling that the whole of social existence is an organism. People can develop an enhanced sense of this, a greatly intensified awareness of it. We can develop an intimate sense of our community with all things around us. If we enhance and intensify this feeling, we gradually create a capacity to perceive what I described in the last lecture as the beam of light we shed forward into the future, beyond death, into our development between death and a new birth, when we perceive it and form our karma from it. I wish only to indicate this today. When we develop this sense of community and companionship with the world, we also acquire the capacity to fully accept and accommodate the situations, thoughts, and actions of another person as if they were our own. This involves a certain difficulty for our psyche. To imagine another's reality so that we can experience what he thinks and feels as our own. But if we are going to think back in fruitful ways to what we shared and had in common with the dead, with whom we formed karmic connections while we were still alive, we will only succeed in making real contact with them in their disembodied state if we are able to remember the shared experiences we had with them, even of minor significance, with the quality of thinking we possess when aware of this sense of community. So imagine that you think about something that occurred between yourself and a person who has since died. Say you were sitting at table with him or went for a walk or some other minor event. The soul will only be able to fully enter into this situation in a way that makes it reality if it truly possesses this sense of community. Otherwise, it will not have sufficient strength to do so. Let us be clear about this. A dead soul can only impinge on our awareness from a place, I'm speaking metaphorically, but you will understand me, upon which we shine this feeling of community. You can picture this in spatial terms if you like, but you must remember, of course, that this is only a picture. Nevertheless, it is the picture of a reality. Let me return to what I was saying before. You picture a specific situation with a person now dead, say, sitting at a table or going for a walk with him. And then you focus your whole soul on this thought. If, in this thought, you develop a soul community with the dead person in a way that accords with the sense of community I have described, his gaze from the world of spirit can discern this thought in the same way that your thought, your orientation of thought, finds the reality upon which it is focused. Allow this thought of the dead person to be present in your loving soul with the degree of intensity I have described. And the focus of your vision of soul will meet that of the dead person. By this means he can speak to you. He can only speak to you from the place upon which the focus of your sense of community with him falls. Thus are things connected. We learn to feel our karma by acquiring a picture of how we leave marks or signs of our thinking everywhere. If we learn to identify with things in this way, we develop the sense that can bring us into ever more conscious communion with the dead. This is the basis for the dead to speak to us. The other thing necessary is for us to hear it, to really be able to perceive it as time goes by. Here, above all, we must attend to the air, in quotes, that must lie between us and the dead person, so that what he utters can find its way across to us. One can make a comparison here with physics. If there were a vacuum between us, you could not hear what I am saying. Likewise, between the living and the dead, something must exist, a medium, whereby the dead can approach us. This is spiritual air, and we can now describe what this spiritual air consists of, in which we have a shared existence with the dead. What is it composed of? To grasp this, we must remember something I have previously described in a different context, that is, how memory arises. You see, things are all connected. Orthodox psychology sees human memory like this. I receive an impression from the outside world, and this creates a picture or thought in me. Then this picture travels somehow through my subconscious, is forgotten, and when a particular cause arises, it emerges again from the subconscious, and I remember. As far as memory is concerned, almost all psychologists have the sense, more or less, that an impression causes a thought, which fades after a while, is forgotten, and makes its way through the subconscious, then comes to our awareness again through some cause or other. We remember and believe we have the same thought or picture again that we originally formed. But this is utter nonsense. Despite being taught in almost every school of psychology, this simply does not happen. When we form an impression in response to an outer experience that impinges on us, and later recall this experience, the original thought or picture does not surface in us again. Instead, it is like this. As we think or picture something, a second subconscious process is occurring at the same time, but we are unaware of this while we have the initial experience. This is happening below the level of our awareness, and in processes that I will not describe now, what occurred today unconsciously occurs again tomorrow in our organism. On the first day, an outer impression elicits a thought or picture, and on the next day, the subconscious effect of this calls forth the new picture or thought. A thought I have today fades and disappears and no longer exists. It does not travel around in a subconscious realm. But when I remember the event or outer impression tomorrow, this is because there is something within me which calls forth this same thought. But it has been engendered in the subconscious. If you think that thoughts or pictures are absorbed by our subconscious, journey around there, and eventually surface again from there, you might as well imagine that when you write something down with the aim of recalling it in 3 days, the person, say, whom you wish to remember, has taken refuge in what you wrote and walks out of your jottings again 3 days later. Just as these jottings are composed only of marks on paper, likewise our memory contains only a sign or indicator, and this evokes again what we experienced, though in a weaker degree. There are various spiritual scientific aspects of this that we can explore, and we will do so. And then what I am about to explain will become very clear. Today, though, I just wish to recall one thing. Anyone who tries to memorize or teach himself something that is retained, which can be very hard graft, as we may remember from our youth, is fully aware that simply absorbing or perceiving something is not sufficient to ensure this. To lodge something in our mind or memory, we may often have to resort to very external props and aids. If you observe someone who is trying to lodge something in his mind, you will see what exertions he has to make to gain the aid of the unconscious activity that occurs in the process. One makes efforts to somehow support this subconscious activity. There are 2 very distinct things involved here. Firstly, lodging something in the mind, and secondly, recalling it at need. If you study people and their character, you will soon discover that these 2 things are different. Some people can quickly grasp and absorb something, but have a terribly poor memory. And vice versa, there are people who are dull as ditch water when it comes to grasping something quickly, but who have a good power of recall, in particular a well-developed capacity to think and judge. These 2 things are quite distinct, and spiritual science will need to highlight what actually happens here. When we absorb and grasp something in daily life, which we do, of course, from first thing in the morning until we fall asleep again at night, what we absorb is more or less consciously accompanied by our sympathies and antipathies, and we are usually pleased to have grasped or understood something. But the activity that leads subsequently to memory is a far broader and more diffuse one than the activity needed to grasp impressions. In the soul, a very great deal occurs subconsciously, and this subconscious activity sometimes strangely contradicts what is happening in our conscious mind. Sometimes an impression can elicit antipathies in us. Our subconscious has no sense of these antipathies at all, for it experiences our impressions in a quite different way from ordinary awareness. The response of the subconscious to all impressions is a sense that I can describe in no other way than by saying, though this is put metaphorically and must always be so when one takes expressions from the physical world and applies them to the realm of spirit, but here the expression is very apt, that the subconscious feels a sense of gratitude toward every impression, quite irrespective of what occurs in our conscious mind. Someone can be standing in front of you and hurl the worst insults in your face, and yet it is still true to say that your subconscious feels a certain sense of gratitude toward these impressions. This sense of gratitude exists because everything that touches on the deeper elements of our being enriches our life, really enriches it. Even all unpleasant impressions enrich it. This has no bearing on how we have to respond to outer impressions. Our conscious response or reaction has nothing at all to do with what occurs subconsciously, where everything leads only to a certain sense of gratitude. Our subconscious takes every impression as a gift for which it feels gratitude. It is extremely important to reflect on this reality occurring below the level of consciousness. What is at work there, and issues in a sense of gratitude, acts in a similar way to how an outward impression impinges on us and starts to become internalized as memory. This runs alongside and distinct from thinking, and we can only become aware of these things if we acquire a clear sense of the fact that we are dreaming throughout our waking life. In a public lecture, I have said that we are continually sleeping and dreaming, even in waking life, as far as our feelings and will are concerned. As we let the world impinge on us, our impressions and thoughts continually occur. But beneath this, we dream about everything. This dream life is far richer than we think, and is merely outshone by our conscious mind, just as a weaker light is outshone by a stronger one. It is possible to experiment with this and gain insight into it by attending to diverse subtleties in life. For instance, try the following. Imagine you are lying down asleep, and then wake up. Usually we pay no attention to this moment, since the world immediately starts making its impression on us. But you can also remain in a tranquil state as you awaken, and then you may notice that you were already perceiving something before you awoke. You can become especially aware of this if someone knocked at the door without knocking a second time. As you wake up, you can realize that something has happened, and that you know this from an overall sense of the situation. When we observe something like this, we are not too far removed from acknowledgement of what spiritual science must show, that we perceive our surroundings in far broader and more wide-ranging ways than we are consciously aware of. It simply is the case, say, when you walk down the road, and then see someone coming toward you round a corner that you sensed him beforehand. In countless instances you will have a sense of having seen him before you actually did. Before we ever perceive something, we are already in a soul spiritual connection with it. This is true, though usually our subsequent sensory perception conceals the fact, and we do not give proper attention to what occurs in the intimate subtleties of our soul life. Again, similarly, this is something that occurs unconsciously, like memory, or the feeling of gratitude I described toward all phenomena around us. The dead can speak to us only through the element infusing the dreams emerging in our life. They speak what they have to say to us into this intimate, unconsciously occurring mode of perception. And they can do so if we are able to share a soul spiritual atmosphere with them. If they are to speak to us, we have to introduce into our awareness something of the sense of gratitude I described, one toward everything that reveals itself to us. If we bear no such sense of gratitude within us, are unable to thank the world for giving us life and enriching it continually with new impressions, are incapable of deepening our soul experience by bearing in mind that all of life is a gift, the dead will not find a common atmosphere with us. You see, they can only speak to us through such a feeling of gratitude, for otherwise there is a wall between them and us which obstructs communication. We will soon discover how many hindrances exist to this communication with the dead. As we have seen from other contexts, this communication is always with the dead we are karmically connected with. When we have lost them but keep wishing they were still there, we cannot cultivate the thought that we are grateful for their part in our lives, irrespective of the fact that they are no longer there. then our sense of gratitude does not come into play toward the being whom we wish to approach, and then the soul does not find us, or at least is unable to speak to us. The very feelings we often have toward the dead we have been close to will prevent the dead from speaking to us. Other dead souls who have no karmic connection with us usually speak to us only with greater difficulty. But in relation to people close to us, we cultivate too little gratitude for the part they played in our lives. We fail to see that we ought not to cling to the thought of having lost them, for this has no gratitude in it, in the broader scheme of things. If we realized how greatly the sense of loss overshadows our sense of gratitude, then we could comprehend the full scope of what I am saying. We feel the loss of a close relative, but then we should really try to find in ourselves a sense of gratitude that this person was there in our life. We must try to reflect selflessly on what he meant to us until he died, rather than on our feelings of loss and grief that he is no longer there. The better we can feel what he meant to us while he was alive, the more easily he can find ways to speak to us, and through the shared atmosphere of gratitude, he will be able to approach us with what he has to say. But other things are necessary too, if we are to enter ever more consciously into the world where these things hold sway. Imagine that a child of yours dies. You can cultivate a feeling of togetherness with him, for instance, by picturing yourself sitting and playing with him, and being as interested in the game you are playing as the child is himself. If you can be as interested in a game as the child himself, you will have that shared feeling you have when you actually play with a child. Something worth doing only if the game means as much to you as it does to the child. This creates the kind of atmosphere that is necessary for the feeling of togetherness. So if you picture yourself playing with the child and really engage in this in a lively way, you create a locus upon which your gaze and his can both fall. And if you are able to grasp what the dead soul is saying, then you cultivate a conscious connection with him, and this can in turn be sustained by various other things. You will think this is not so, but some people find thinking extremely easy. If people find it difficult, this engenders a different feeling. Those who give little thought to thinking are precisely the ones who find it most difficult, and this is because they are lazy thinkers. When I say that most people give no thought to thinking, I mean they take it very lightly, terribly lightly. They just think without any idea that it could be a difficult undertaking. They formulate their thoughts and have them and live in them. But then other things, such as spiritual science, approach them. Spiritual science is something so many people steer clear of, not because it is hard to understand, but because we need to make a certain effort to absorb it. People are wary of such effort. As we delve further into spiritual science, we gradually discover that grasping the thoughts it contains requires a real effort of will, and that an exertion of will is not just something you do when you lift weights, say, but also when you form thoughts. But people are generally disinclined to engage in such effort. They think easily and effortlessly. Precisely when we make headway in thinking, we discover that our thinking becomes harder and harder, increasingly ponderous, if I can put it like that, because we increasingly have the sense that real effort is needed for a thought to form in us. There's really nothing better for helping us delve further into the world of spirit than finding it harder and harder to formulate thoughts. The best progress in spiritual science is made, really, if we no longer regard thinking as something easy, an ordinary part of life, but instead as something we really have to sweat over, like threshing, an effort and exertion similar to that needed when threshing corn. The feeling I mean is something I can only hint at, but it really can emerge and is a very good and favorable development. This also relates to various other things. For instance, the gradual fading of something common to a great many people. Many people's thinking is so quick that they immediately grasp a whole context of ideas when someone just refers to it in passing. They know the context and can immediately reply. Discussion in literary salons would be hard-pressed if thinking grew more difficult. But we can discover that as we gradually become more acquainted with the inner nature of things, it becomes harder for us to fire off a quick retort, which is something accomplished only by easy and superficial thinking. As our knowledge advances, we become ever more Socratic. We become aware that much effort is needed, and that we only gain the right to voice our opinion about something by making strenuous exertions. This feeling that an exertion of will is needed to grasp thoughts is related to another feeling within us that we sometimes have when we work hard at committing things to memory and find that we cannot retain them. There is certainly a connection between these two things. The difficulty of retaining something we are trying to commit to memory and the difficulty of trying to grasp thoughts which require a great exertion of will. But this can be practiced. We can apply what I would call conscientiousness and a sense of responsibility toward thinking. For instance, if, based on a certain experience of life, someone comments that so-and-so is a good person, another may fire back agreement without thinking. Yes, a really good person. Consider how often answers consist only of a comparative intensifier. In fact, there is no reason whatever to use the comparative form here. We ought to have a real experience of what we utter, rather than simply going one better than what the other has said. But naturally this should not be taken too far, since otherwise silence would fall in many salons. It may be hard to believe, but it is true. This awakening feeling of responsibility toward thinking, this sense that thinking is hard work, is a foundation for the capacity to receive illumined insights. You see, illumination does not come to us in the way thoughts emerge for most people, but always attended by a sense of difficulty. We must first learn to experience thoughts as difficult undertakings, and the memorization of something is different from merely thinking. And then we can have a feeling of how thoughts surface in a faint and dreamlike way in the soul, and are hard to pin down, are fleeting and fade as quickly as they come. We can help ourselves to grasp them if we develop a sense of the reality of thoughts we live with. For instance, be clear what happens inwardly in you if you decide to go somewhere and then arrive where you intended. Usually we give no thought to such things, but it is possible to reflect on what happens in the soul when we form an intention, realize it, and achieve what we decided on. Something has altered inwardly in us. We can get a vivid sense of this in a mountain climber who huffs and puffs up a steep slope and then arriving at the summit cries out, "We did it!" You can feel that something has changed inwardly in his feelings. But a similar kind of feeling can develop in us, though in a subtler, more intimate realm, if we begin to reflect on our relationship with someone who has died, if we try to share interests in common with him, and connect with the other's thoughts and feelings. Then we will feel ourselves to be embarking on a path. And then a moment will come when we feel we have, as it were, come to rest in these thoughts. If we can do this, first move into and in a thought, and then bring it into equilibrium, we can have the sense of first moving or walking and then coming to a stop and standing. By doing this, we have done much to facilitate illumined insights that can form in us as thoughts. This illumination through thoughts can enable us to put our whole being into something, rather than the little we usually bring to bear on situations. And naturally, this leads us into greater and subtler intimations. If you invoke awareness of this otherwise unconscious feeling of gratitude I spoke about earlier, you will immediately notice that unlike ordinary feelings of thankfulness, you seek to connect your whole being with it, through into your arms and hands at least. And here I must remind you of what I said about the aspect of human sensibility, in which we grasp our ordinary thoughts, while subtler ones pass through the brain as if through a sieve. These latter are really received by our arms and hands. This can be a real experience. We do not actually have to move our arms to experience this, but can gain a sense that the arms wish to express this feeling of gratitude and other similar feelings too, such as wonder and reverence. This experience comes to expression in partial ways, a kind of impetus in arms and hands, as witness to subconscious impulses, when we feel suddenly moved to fold our hands together at the beauties of nature, or as we contemplate something that has occurred. Everything that occurs in our subconscious comes to subtle or partial expression in life. We don't necessarily move our arms, but we have a sense that they want to move in sympathy with outward impressions. Only the ether body moves, our etheric arms and hands. The more we become aware of this, and the more indeed that we become able to feel the nature of outward impressions with our arm organism, that blue, say, makes you want to move your hand in a certain way, and red in another way, and that this movement belongs to each impression, the more we can also develop a feeling for illuminations, for inner impressions that seek entry to the soul. If we give ourselves up to such things, as I described in relation to a child playing, we find ourself by losing ourselves in these impressions. And then illumination can enter us once we have become able to make our whole being receptive for an impression. Once we have also learned to plunge into our own thoughts of the dead person, and there create a sense of real togetherness with him, and then awakening from this experience again, and uniting it with the whole of our being, learn to let feelings of gratitude flow right through into our arms and hands as I described. You see, the spiritual reality in which the dead person exists between death and a new birth is such that we as living people can find him by meeting him in a shared locus of spirit, in a thought that he too can perceive. As long as we can meet him there with a full sense of commonality and togetherness. In the medium of gratitude, we have the means to do so. The dead speak to the living out of a space that is woven from a feeling of togetherness, through an atmosphere formed from a sense of universal gratitude toward the world. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole translators of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of 3 cycles in a collected works volume 181 by Rudolf Steiner. This is the last lecture, Lecture 7, from the first lecture cycle in this book, Dying Earth and Living Cosmos. Lecture 7, given in Berlin on the 26th of March 1918, translated by Matthew Barton. To keep the thread, I would like briefly to return to what I said here a week ago about the soul atmosphere we need to consider if we are to cultivate a relationship between physically embodied human souls and disembodied souls in their passage between death and rebirth. This atmosphere is what unites the living with the dead, so that a relationship can exist between them. Initially, we saw that certain inner moods must exist in the living for a bridge to be created with the realms where the so-called dead exist. Inner moods always, in fact, indicate the presence of a certain element of soul. And we can say that when this soul element is present and reveals its existence in appropriate feelings in the living, the possibility of a relationship with the dead arises. Then we also showed how this possibility, the soul atmosphere, is created by two tendencies of feeling, one of these being a sense of universal gratitude toward all experiences in life. I also said that the human soul generally relates to its surroundings in a subconscious and a conscious way. We are all aware of the conscious aspect, which involves directing our sympathies and antipathies, along with our ordinary sensory observation, to whatever we encounter in life. The subconscious aspect, on the other hand, involves us developing a subliminal feeling that is nobler and better than those we can usually cultivate in our ordinary mind. It is a feeling we cannot describe in any other way than by saying that in our deeper soul we always know we should be grateful for every experience in life, even the smallest thing that happens to us. Difficult experiences in life may be painful, but if we survey existence from a broader perspective, even painful experiences will allow us to be grateful, not in our conscious mind, but in our deeper soul, for the continual gifts that the universe gives us. There is a real subliminal sense of this in the human soul. Now, the other aspect is that we unite our capital I with every being or creature with whom we have had anything to do in life, even inanimate objects as well. But whenever we do something that involves us acting upon and connecting with another being, a residue of this remains and forms the foundation for a lasting connection or affinity of our being with everything we ever connected with. I have said that this deeper feeling of affinity, of which the conscious soul is usually unaware, is the basis for a deeper feeling of commonality with the surrounding world, a sense of community with it. We can live with increasing awareness of these two feelings and bring them to expression, a feeling of gratitude and a sense of community with the surroundings with which we have, in some way, been karmically connected. We can try to raise into awareness what lives in these feelings, and the more we do so, the better able we are to create a bridge to the souls currently living between death and rebirth. The thoughts of these souls can only find their way to us through the medium of the feeling of gratitude which we develop, and at the same time we can only find our way to them if our soul learns, at least to some degree, to cultivate a real sense of community and commonality. Our capacity to feel gratitude toward the universe, the fact that we have practiced engendering such gratitude within us and are capable of feeling it, creates a mood which offers the dead a path to reach us. And to feel that our being lives in an organic community of which it is a part, as our fingers are part of our body, makes us mature enough to feel gratitude toward those, too, who are no longer physically embodied, and this feeling in turn allows our thoughts to reach them. Having first acquired the capacity to feel gratitude or a sense of commonality in a particular area of life, we can then use these feelings in specific instances. But such feelings are not the only ones. There are many other such subconscious feelings and subliminal moods of soul. Everything of this nature that we develop in our souls builds connection with the world in which the dead exist between death and rebirth. A very specific feeling which always exists subliminally in us but can gradually be drawn up into our awareness, accompanies gratitude. It is a feeling humanity has increasingly lost as it embraced materialism. Yet it remains there in our subconscious to some degree, and even the most extreme materialism cannot eradicate it. Yet life is enriched, enhanced, and ennobled when we draw such things up into our awareness out of subconscious realms. The feeling I am referring to could be described as universal trust in the life flowing through and beside us, a trust in life. It is extremely difficult to cultivate this sense of trust in the context of a materialistic outlook. Similar in some ways to gratitude and accompanying it, it is nevertheless a different feeling. Trust in life means that an unshakable mood exists in the soul, that whatever life may bring us, it always brings a gift, and that whatever this may be, it will never be worthless. Certainly we suffer and meet very difficult experiences, but in a broader context, it is these in particular that most enrich and strengthen us. This continuous subliminal mood is one we can try to raise up a little into awareness. Life, one can say, you lift and sustain me, and ensure that I gradually progress. If a mood like this could be cultivated in the education system in some way, a very great deal would be gained. To found our teaching on this sense of things, allowing such a mood to inform our whole education system, showing in specific instances that we can trust in life precisely because it is often hard to fathom, would be of great significance. You see, if we consider life from this perspective, by asking whether it deserves our trust, we discover many things that otherwise remain hidden. I don't mean the superficiality of finding everything in life absolutely marvelous. On the contrary, in certain cases this trust in life can lead us to a severe critique of idiotic or pointless things. It is when we do not trust fully in life that we often avoid criticizing things that are idiotic or misguided, because we try to ignore or overlook what we can have no faith in. I am not speaking here, therefore, of blind trust in everything that we encounter, for of course we trust more in some things than others, depending on their different nature. I am talking rather of trust in life in general, in the inner coherence of life. If we can draw up from subconscious depths something of the trust in life that always holds sway there, this starts to enable us to really observe the spirit at work in life, the wisdom of destiny and inner guidance. This is not a theoretical insight, but one must really feel that the way life shapes itself and presents me with things, the way they affect me and are related to me, is something I can trust in. And then gradually we are preparing ourselves to really perceive the Spirit living and working in the world. If we do not have such trust, by contrast, we close ourselves off from this Spirit at work in all things. This also has an effect on the relationship between the living and the dead. By developing this mood of trust, we enable a person who has died to find the way to us in his thoughts. On the currents of this trust, as it were, our thoughts can sail to him. If we cultivate a general or universal trust in life, a faith in life, we can create an inner state of soul that allows thoughts sent to us from the dead to appear in us as inspirations. Gratitude for life and trust in life, as I have described it, belong together in a certain way. If we do not have this universal sense of trust, we cannot gain trust in another person that is strong enough to reach beyond death, but instead have only a memory of once trusting him. You have to realize that feelings which are to reach and affect those no longer in physical embodiment have to be somewhat modified from those we send toward people still inhabiting a physical body. We can certainly trust a person living in a physical body, and this trust will also be of some benefit for conditions existing after death. Yet such trust has to be strengthened by a more general and universal trust, since after death the dead person lives in different conditions. Above and beyond remembering the trust we once had in a person, we also need to keep re-enlivening our trust in a being whose physical presence is no longer there, to awaken our trust. To do this, we have, in a sense, to shine out into the world something that has nothing to do with physical things. And this universal trust in life that I have described has nothing to do with the physical world. In the same way as trust and gratitude belong together, so the sense of community, of shared commonality, is accompanied by something always present in the subconscious soul that can likewise be drawn upward into our awareness. Again, this should be considered more than it usually is, and could be so if it played a greater part in our educational system in this materialistic age. A very great deal depends on this. To relate to the world in the right way at our current stage of evolution, we need to develop a quality, or you might say draw it forth from the undersoul, that people naturally possessed in former times of atavistic clairvoyance. It was once there quite naturally and did not have to be cultivated. Only scanty remains of this can still be found and are gradually waning, like everything else human beings once possessed in ancient times. Nowadays it has to be consciously cultivated, through knowledge of the world of spirit, rather than by vague instinct. The quality I am speaking of here is the ability to keep refreshing and renewing our feelings for everything we encounter in life. We easily grow weary from a certain age onward, losing our living engagement with life and failing to find joy in its phenomena. Just think of the difference between how a young person in the first flush of youth experiences life and the weary way an old person meets what it brings. Consider how many disappointments a person may have had. It makes a real difference whether someone is able to keep reviving his powers of soul and renew them each and every day in his soul, or whether he grows weary as life continues. It is extremely important to consider this nowadays, and could have very important repercussions in our education system. In such respects, we are approaching a significant turning point in humanity's evolution. Our history, which is just a fable convenue, gives us a very warped view of former epochs. People are unaware of how in recent centuries children's upbringing and education has increasingly become something that fails to sustain them in the right way later in life. In current circumstances, at most, our educational efforts in youth leave us with only a memory of something. We recall what we learned, perhaps, and what was said to us when young, and usually we make do with that. But in doing so, we entirely fail to consider that here, in particular, a vital secret affects human life. On a previous occasion, I referred to this secret from a different angle. The human being is a complex entity, but an initial view of him ascertains a duality, as I mentioned on a previous occasion here. And this comes to expression already in our physical form, the head and the rest of our body. So let us firstly see the human being in terms of the head contrasted with the rest of the organism. Just considering this distinction in the whole edifice of the human being would lead to very important scientific discoveries. In purely physiological and anatomical terms, we can see the structure of the head as governed by materialistic Darwinian lines of descent. As far as our head is concerned, we are part of this evolutionary stream of physical lineage, but only in respect of the head and not the rest of our organism. To understand the nature of human descent, you have to picture the rest of the organism as an attachment growing from the head, despite the relative size of the two parts. You can picture the continuing course of evolution in these terms. As we evolve into the future, various organs could acquire further distinct organs attached to them. Evolution could continue in this way, and this is how it was in the past. In ancient times, we existed only as a head being. This head developed increasingly and became what it now is. And what is attached to the head only came later, despite being larger in physical size. It is younger, a more recent development. As far as our head is concerned, we derive from the most ancient organisms, while the rest of us came later. This is also why our head, at our present stage of evolution, is so important, because it recalls our previous incarnation. And in this sense we are a dual entity, the head being quite differently constituted from the rest of the organism. The rest of our organism, as I have often said, is a preparation for our next incarnation. In this sense we are a very divided being, and the head is quite different in nature from the rest of the organism. The head is an ossified organ. If we did not have the rest of our organism, in fact, we would be very spiritual and yet only a spiritualized animal. The head can never feel human on its own without being inspired to feel this. It points us back to ancient Saturn, Sun, and Moon phases of evolution, whereas the rest of our organism points back only to ancient Moon, and in fact only its later period. It attached itself to the head, and in this respect is really like a kind of parasite upon it. Picture this. The head was once the whole human being, having extension organs underneath it, by means of which it nourished itself. It was a very odd entity. But as it evolved further, and the openings below developed by closing off from what was around them, no longer serving as organs of nutrition or connecting the head with influences emanating from the surroundings, the head ossified above, and the rest of the organism became necessary. This other part of the physical organism only emerged at a time when there was no further possibility for the rest of animal life to emerge. You will say that it is hard to conceive of what I have just described. I can only reply by saying that you have to make an effort to conceive it. The world is not as simple as people think, or as they like to imagine, so that they do not have to think too hard about it. In this respect, we can experience all the ways in which people insist on making the world as easy as possible to understand, often displaying the oddest views. There is a wealth of literature on the philosophy of Kant, by all sorts of huge admirers of his. But this is only because people fail to understand other philosophers, and find that trying to understand Kant himself is already enough of an effort. And since he is, after all, a great philosopher, and also considers himself to be very brilliant, a great genius, as people so often do, they never get beyond his view of things to engage with others. In fact, people only regard Kant as a great philosopher because they find it so hard to understand him. There is a connection here with the reluctance people feel to acknowledge the full complexity of the world and to make the effort to understand it. We have previously spoken of these things from the most diverse perspectives. When my lectures on title Occult Physiology come out, you will be able to read in detail of embryological proofs of the nonsense of saying that the brain evolves from the spinal column. The reverse is true. While the brain is a metamorphosis of a former spinal column, today's spinal column only developed as a secondary attachment to the modern brain. We have to learn to see that something similar in us arose later than what appears more complex. That what is more primitive in nature, that lies at a subordinate level, arose at a later stage. I have digressed here to talk about the duality in human nature, only so that you can understand its consequences, which include the fact that our inner life, developing, of course, under corporeal conditions, is also informed by this duality. Besides the physical, organic development of our head and that of the rest of our organism, we also have two different tempi, two speeds in our soul development. Our head develops relatively fast, while the process of development for the rest of our organism, which I will here call heart development, is slower in comparison, roughly 3 to 4 times slower. The determining factors in the head's development are usually more or less concluded by the time we are in our 20s. As far as our head is concerned, we are all already old by the time we are 20. And it is only because reinvigoration comes from the rest of our organism, which develops 3 or 4 times more slowly, that we go on living in a reasonable way. Our head development happens quickly. Our heart development, the development of the rest of our organism, takes 3 to 4 times longer. And our experience exists in this duality. In childhood and youth, our head development can absorb a great deal, which is why we learn so fast at that period of our lives. But what is absorbed during that time has to be continually renewed and refreshed, has to be encompassed repeatedly by the slower passage of the rest of our organism in its heart development. Now, just consider this. If education is, as it currently is in our age, focusing only on the development of head capacities, because in education we only accord the head its full dues, the consequence of this is that the head is integrated into the slower development of the rest of the organism like a dead entity. Thus it holds back the latter's development, and people become prematurely old in their soul. This phenomenon of premature inner aging is largely connected with our educational system. This is not an easy thing to remedy, nor can we sum up in a few words what needs to happen to address the problem. Almost everything in education would have to be done differently, so that it becomes something that not only addresses the memory and available to recall, but something which refreshes and renews us. So many people today, when they think back to their school days, to what their teachers told them, really only remember being instructed how they should do things. Very few indeed can immerse themselves repeatedly in the vivid experiences of their youth, lovingly recalling every hand movement, every remark, their teacher's tone of voice, the feelings that permeated the lessons they received. Very few can find in such things an ever-renewing source that refreshes and reinvigorates them. This is connected with the different tempi which we can experience within us. The quicker development of the head, which concludes in our 20s, and the slower course of heart development of the rest of our being, which can nourish us for the rest of our lives. What we must not do is merely give the head what is due to it, but also give it something that the rest of the organism can draw refreshing powers from repeatedly throughout the rest of a person's life. To achieve this, it is necessary, for instance, that all lessons, all subjects are imbued with a certain artistic element. The artistic element is out of fashion today. People believe that cultivating the imagination, which is certainly something that lifts us above daily reality, will make teaching too far-flung and pie in the sky. There is no inclination today, therefore, to pay heed to this secret of life. We need only consider specific areas where what I am referring to still exists. It does still exist here and there. And we will find that something like this can be achieved by virtue, especially, of people becoming human beings once more. A great deal is necessary for this to happen, and there is one thing I would like to emphasize in this respect. Nowadays, those who wish to become teachers are tested to see if they know their subjects properly. What is discovered really by this means? Only, usually, that the person concerned once crammed into his head the information he needed to pass his exams, gathering this from a great quantity of books, and thus acquiring knowledge he might need for his teaching. In fact, there is no need to acquire such knowledge. What we ought to discover to test someone's capacity to teach is whether the person concerned has a heart and a mind, whether what flows in his veins will enable him gradually to develop a relationship with children in school. Knowledge is not what we should examine, but the degree to which a future teacher is fully human. I am aware that there will only be one or two responses to such a suggestion. Either that the person proposing such a thing is off his head and does not live in the real world, or that this is something that already happens, is something everybody desires anyway. My reason for elaborating on this is firstly to cast a certain light on life, but then also to illumine something always felt subliminally, but which is so hard to lift up into the conscious soul. And yet it is something the human soul yearns for today, and will increasingly long for in the future. We need in our souls something of the energy that can continually renew our powers of soul, so that we do not grow weary as life continues, but always find in us a source of hope. Then we can feel how every day brings a new beginning. We ought not to grow inwardly old. This is vital. If you look around you today to see relatively young people, both men and women, who are inwardly already so terribly old, so unwilling, really, to regard each new day as a gift given them, as it was given in the freshness and vigor of their childhood or the first flush of youth. When we see this, we know what is needed, what a spiritual culture needs to give. And ultimately, it is true to say that the feeling I am speaking of here, this feeling of never, ever, ever fading hope in life, fits us to create the right feeling relationship between the living and the so-called dead. Otherwise, what ought to provide a foundation for our relationship with the dead remains too stuck in memory. We merely remember what we experienced with the person who is now dead. But if we are unable to relive feelings associated with what we experienced with a person who has now departed physically, we will not have such a strong sense or intimation of the need to understand that the dead soul is now present only as a being of spirit, who must act as spirit. If our hope and trust in life has grown dull, so that we cannot refresh and reinvigorate ourselves, we no longer have a full sense of the transformation that has taken place. Previously, the person's presence in our life had a renewing effect, but now only his spirit can come to our aid. But we can approach this spirit if we develop the feeling of ever-renewed life forces that continually give our hope and trust in life fresh vigor. Here I would like to make a remark that could seem strange to you. A healthy life, healthy especially in the sense described here, will never lead us to regard life as something we are weary of. A life lived in a really healthy way will lead us, when we are older, to the desire to begin this life again, anew, and afresh each day. It is not healthy to think, once grown old, thank God life is nearly over. At the age of 40 or 50, one feels instead that one would like to go back and start the whole thing all over again. And it is healthy if we acquire a wisdom that comforts us by showing that although we cannot do so in this life, in a future life we will be able to remedy and redress what was imperfect in this one. It is healthy to look back on what we have experienced without regretting any of it, without wishing anything had not happened, and to find the wisdom that teaches us that we can wait for another life, for things not vouchsafed to us in this one. This is trust, real trust in life, founded on the hopefulness about life that we manage to keep alive. Thus we cultivate the feelings that ensoul our life in the right way, and at the same time build a bridge between the living in this realm and the living in the other. These feelings are gratitude for the life we receive, trust in the experiences we have, an intimate sense of togetherness, the capacity to keep our hopes in life alive and fresh. These are inner ethical impulses which, intimated in the right way, also provide the very best outward social ethic, because ethical conduct, like historical understanding, can, as I described in the public lecture, only be grasped by fathoming it in the subconscious. Something else I would like to raise is the difference it makes to a relationship if two people are physically embodied, or if one of them is physically embodied and the other not, or if neither of the two souls are at present in corporeal embodiment. This is something particular I want to say in this regard. There is something particular I want to say in this regard. If we study the human I, capital, and life of soul, the latter can also be called the astral body, and the I, as I have often said, is the youngest part of our organization, the baby, if you like, whereas the astral body is somewhat older, though it originated only in the ancient moon phase of evolution. We ascertain the following. They have not yet developed sufficiently to give us the power, if we relied on these aspects only, to sustain ourselves as independent entities in relation to other people. If each of us here were, together with the others, only as I and astral body, without our etheric and physical bodies, we would all merge in a sort of mush. Our beings would flow through each other. Instead of being distinct and separate, we would not know how to distinguish ourselves from the others. No one would be able to know which was his hand or leg and which that of another, though of course this comparison is at odds with the fact that arms and legs would not figure here at all. But feelings too could not be discerned as belonging to one person rather than another. Then that we can sense our separateness is due to the fact that each person here is detached from the whole fluid mass, which is an accurate picture of a former condition, in the form of a drop. But so that all the souls do not run together again into one, we can imagine that every soul drop has entered a piece of sponge that keeps each separate from the others. Something like this is actually what has happened. Only by virtue of inhabiting physical bodies and etheric bodies are we properly distinct and separate from each other. When asleep, we are only separate from one another by retaining a strong desire for our own physical body. This desire, ardently directed toward our physical body, separates us in sleep, for otherwise we would flow entirely into each other when asleep. Sensitive souls might find it a very uncomfortable thought if they knew how closely they connect in sleep with the inner being of others in their surroundings. But this is not too extreme compared to the conditions that would exist if this ardent longing for one's own physical body did not keep us related to it while we are physically embodied. Now, we can ask this. What separates our souls from each other in the period between death and a new birth? During life, our I and astral body belong to an etheric and physical body. And after death, our I and astral body belong, similarly, to a quite specific realm of stars, different in every individual case. An instinct for this gives us the idea of a guiding star, particular to each person. In terms of physical projection, The realm of stars is spherical, and can therefore contain the most varied divisions. These areas overlap, but each one belongs to a different person. To put it in terms of the psyche, each of us belongs to a different range of archangeloi and angeloi that live with the souls belonging to them. Here on earth, each person apparently has his own physical body. You may be surprised that I say apparently, quite intentionally, for there is a mystery involved here that I do not wish to broach at present, though I have studied it fully in the same way that I can say that every person has his own star configuration, but that these overlap. Imagine a certain group of archangeloi and angeloi in the life between death and rebirth. If only a single one of these is replaced by another, this creates the domain of a different soul. In the drawing, two souls have the same star configuration, apart from a single star that they do not share. No two souls can have an exactly identical realm of stars. Between death and rebirth, souls are individualized by virtue of each having his own realm of stars, and this makes the distinction between each. Here, in the physical world, we are distinct in physical terms, as we know. Each of us has his own encompassing skin and views the world from this vantage point. Everything that approaches us must do so via the physical body. And similarly, between death and rebirth, everything that enters a soul is connected with the distinct realm of stars to which the eye and astral body relate. This tells us how we remain distinct from each other after death. Today I have described how we can create a bridge between the so-called dead and the living by developing certain feelings in the soul. What I have just said now, too, can draw toward us thoughts, let us say feeling thoughts or thinking feelings, that likewise help to create this bridge. Whatever we experience, we can try increasingly to develop a mode of feeling that is motivated to ask how a particular dead person would experience the same thing, at the same time imagining that the soul in question is sharing in it alongside us. If we can do this very vividly, in a sense we are imitating the way in which the dead interact, either with the living or with each other. We are relating the individual gift of different star configurations to the mutual soul connection between us. We are imitating what lives in the interplay between one soul and the other through different star configurations. Concentrating on something of direct interest to us via the presence of the dead soul, and feeling the dead person to be with us in an immediate living connection, then we can increasingly sense the dead really approaching us more nearly. Here we must have trust that such things can happen. You see, if we do not trust, if we are impatient with life, this impatience drives such experiences away, clouds our perceptions. Nothing is worse than to cloud our vision with impatience. That is the end of Lecture 7 and the end of the first cycle in this book, which was titled Dying Earth and Living Cosmos. Lecture 8 will begin the second cycle called The Living Gifts of Anthroposophy. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, that are the sole translators of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a collected works volume by Rudolf Steiner, number 181, with 3 cycles in it. We just finished Dying Earth and Living Cosmos. This is now the second cycle in this same book, entitled The Living Gifts of Anthroposophy, beginning with Lecture 8, given in Berlin on the 30th of March, 1918. translated by Matthew Barton. If you have rightly understood what I said in the last few lectures about the soul determining how we relate to supersensible worlds, how we ourselves can work to nurture this relationship, you will not need to feel anxious when you hear the simple truth that we are also in a sense reliant and dependent on the whole cosmos, on all our surroundings. Human life swings back and forth between these two things, between freely creating a relationship with the world of spirit and dependence on our surroundings, on the whole cosmos, due largely to the fact that we are bound up with a specific physical body between birth and death. In the coming days, I want to speak about a particular aspect of this dependence on the universe, which can seem especially relevant to us nowadays. Your study of spiritual science will have shown you, in particular, that the whole earth we inhabit, as all of humanity, is a kind of great living being, and that we ourselves live within this living entity as its limbs. In various lectures, I have spoken about how this great living entity, the earth, manifests in diverse phenomena. The life of our earth is expressed in the most varied ways, among other things in the kinds of relationship that exist between distinct areas of the globe and the human beings living there. While it is superficially true to say that the human race is one, a unified whole, it is equally true that this human race is differentiated depending on geographical locality, and that human beings are dependent not only on the many forces studied by mainstream science and geography, but also on many hidden forces in diverse places across the face of the globe. Human beings have an inner relationship with the places where they live, and the parts of the world where they originated. And ordinary science usually does not delve deep enough to reveal these. These connections and relationships are ones created over longer historical periods. We can discern something of this in the changes undergone by Europeans who moved to America and settled there. Of course, the period during which America has been settled by Europeans is so brief still that there are as yet only hints, though strong and clear ones, of what I mean. The Europeans' external appearance changes, or at least there are hints and indications of this, when he settles in America. This does not happen immediately, but after several generations. It can be detected in the form of arms and hands, for instance, but also in the countenance. Gradually and subtly, the faces of Europeans begin to resemble those of Native Americans, slowly beginning to acquire the qualities and characteristics of that people. Such things can indicate certain connections between the great organism of the earth and the diverse parts of this organism, the different peoples who live upon the earth. We know, of course, that we live on earth in connection with supersensible beings, with beings of higher hierarchies. What we have called the folk soul is not an empty abstraction, but rather a kind of archangel being. If you read the lecture cycle I gave about folk souls in Christiania, Oslo, you will find that such a folk soul is an actual, real being, in whom our lives are, in a sense, embedded. We are, in general, always connected with higher and lower beings of the higher hierarchies in some way. Today and in the next few days we will study this connection from a certain angle, for such things can only ever be studied from a particular perspective. To start with, it is important to remind ourselves that what is regarded in the materialistic outlook as matter or substance does not actually exist for the spiritual scientist. A really careful and detailed mode of observation finds that substance resolves into spirit. I have often used a comparison to show what I mean here. Think of water. It turns to ice if it freezes and then looks quite different. Yet ice is still water, only in a different form. The same is roughly true of what we call matter. It is spirit in a different form. It assumes a different form just as the water does when it becomes ice. In terms of spiritual science, therefore, when we speak of material processes, we keep spirit in view. The dynamic spirit pervades everything, and the fact that it also comes to expression in material processes shows one way in which it manifests. Spirit is active everywhere. And so if we consider more material phenomena, we are really speaking of the way spirit acts. How, in a certain domain, it reveals itself in outward and more or less material processes. Material processes, which are really spiritual processes, continually occur within us. We eat and thereby assimilate substances of the outer world into our own organism. Solid substances, rendered liquid, are absorbed in the human organism and undergo a metamorphosis. The human organism consists of all kinds of substances which it assimilates from outside. As it does so, these substances pass through a process. Our bodily warmth is generated by the warmth we absorb and by processes which the substances we assimilate undergo within our organism. We breathe, and in doing so we take in oxygen. Yet we not only take in oxygen, but also at the same time enter into the rhythms of the outer world, since our processes of respiration are connected with what occurs in the outer atmosphere. Our own rhythm is embedded in the rhythm of the whole universe. On one occasion, I even described this relationship in numerical terms. We are related to our surroundings in a certain way through the rhythmic processes at work in our own organism. Outer processes in nature play into us, play on in us. And this also means, in fact, that the effects of the folk spirit, for instance, are mediated to each individual. We not only breathe oxygen, but something spiritual lives in it. The folk spirit can live in our breathing of oxygen. In eating, we assimilate substances, and here too the process is, at the same time, also spiritual, and one in which the folk spirit can live. The folk spirit lives with us in a way that is not merely abstract. Its life informs all that we do each day, the processes in our organism. Material processes are, at the same time, the expression of spiritual modes of action. The folk spirit thus enters us in a mediated way through our breathing and our nutrition. The various different folk spirits we described from another point of view in the lecture cycle on folk souls and Nordic mythology act on human beings in divergent ways, and this distinguishes the different characteristics of nations and races on earth. These characteristics depend on the folk spirits. But if we study the mediated ways in which different folk spirits act, we find such things as the following. We breathe in and out, and this means we are continually connected with the air around us. And where, in a specific instance, the folk spirit chooses to act through the medium of breathing, thus creating the distinctive characteristics and configuration of a particular people, we find that it acts on this people via the air or atmosphere. This is especially striking in races that have ever inhabited the Italian peninsula, where air mediates the effects of the folk spirit on human beings. We can say that the air of Italy is the means or medium which the folk spirit employs to act within people who live in Italy, giving them the characteristics that have made them Italian, and further back in the past, the Roman people. In other words, apparently material effects can be traced back to underlying spiritual causes, if we study these things through spiritual science. What about other folk spirits? What medium do they choose, in other cases, to bring a particular nation's distinctive characteristics to expression? The folk spirit of peoples who have inhabited France, or still do today, acts via the fluid element, through everything that they not only imbibe as fluid, but also all the fluids that work within them. So this folk spirit weaves and reverberates in the French through the way in which fluids shape and influence the organism, and this gives rise to the distinctive characteristics of this people, both today and in the past. But this relationship between a people and their surroundings is somewhat more complex. There is more to it than this. Remember that I said human beings have a dual nature, with a head distinct from the rest of the organism. The actions of the folk spirit on the Italians and the French, as I described them, relate only to the rest of the organism other than the head, while another kind of effect proceeds from the head. The full character of a people arises only from a combination of the effect emanating from the head and that proceeding from the rest of the organism. We can say that the effect issuing from the head is neutralized by the other action which comes from the rest of the organism. What the inhabitants of Italy breathe in with the air, which has a determining effect on their organism, except for the head, via breathing, combines with the way in which the head's nervous system is configured, the way in which it is spiritually differentiated insofar as the head's neural activity is concerned. In France it is different. There what lives as rhythm in the organism is a distinctive rhythm for the whole organism, and distinctive again for the head. The head has its own rhythm. Whereas in Italy the head's neural activity combines with the actions of the air on the human being, in France the rhythm, the rhythmic movement in the head, the resonance of the rhythm in the head, is caused by the actions of fluid in the organism. Thus the character of a people develops through the specific interaction of something individually human in the head with the actions of the folk spirit coming from locality and surroundings. Spiritual scientific observations enable us to study how these things are differentiated across the globe. We cannot actually understand the distinctions and differences between nations if we do not look at them in this way. What about the British character? Just as the folk spirit of Italy is mediated by the air, and that of France by everything fluid, so the British folk spirit is mediated by everything of an earthly quality, chiefly salt and its compounds in the organism. The chief element here is solidity. In contrast to the fluidity at work in the character of the French people, the British character is informed by the consolidating element of salt absorbed through breathing and nutrition. And this gives rise to the distinctive quality of the British. But here again, an effect proceeds from the head and somewhat neutralizes what enters from outer surroundings. As well as rhythm in the head and the rest of the organism, both these also possess digestion and metabolism. The British character arises from the way the head accomplishes its metabolism, an exchange of substances, in interplay with the salt element in the rest of the organism. This character emerges from the earthly element in combination with the head's metabolism. And we can say that as it works through the salt element, the folk soul here encounters or comes up against the distinctive nature of the head's metabolism. In this way, taking account of these differently mediated metamorphoses, you can study all the different characters of a race or nation. Looking further westward, we find a sub-earthly element working in the American people. While the British character is connected with the earth element, salt, a sub-earthly quality is active in the American character, something that resonates below the earth's surface, and this is what primarily influences the organism there. The folk spirit in America acts especially by rising through subterranean magnetic and electrical currents, meeting a stream descending from the head, which in turn neutralizes this influence and has the quality of human will. That is the distinctive character of the American people. While the British character is largely connected with the earthly element absorbed into the organism and entering into interplay with the head's metabolism, the character of the American people arises from the distinctive nature of the will combining with what rises from a subterranean sphere. This is also connected with something I said in the public lecture. We can only develop freely and independently where we connect with an element on or above the earth. If we are influenced by sub-earthly actions of the folk soul, we do not develop free characteristics, but are in a sense possessed by this folk soul. In my public lecture, I described this by showing that although an American and a European may seem to say the same thing, I'm thinking of Woodrow Wilson and Hermann Grimm, we find that in the latter case, everything has been hard-earned by human effort, whereas the words of the former betray a kind of possession. There is something important to note here, especially important in our day and age. If 2 or 3 people apparently say the same thing, people consider only the abstract content of their words. Yet, while the content of 2 people's words can be identical, while they seem to be saying exactly the same as each other, one of them may be expressing things he has struggled hard to formulate, while the other has simply acquired them effortlessly through a kind of possession. The content is often not the thing of primary importance, but the degree to which this content is the fruit of inner labor, or has simply been received through a sort of possession. This is important. Nowadays, people only have a sense of things in the abstract. In the case of Hermann Grimm, you can see that he only uttered things he had pondered many times inwardly. You can take phrases written by Wilson and put Grimm's name on them, and vice versa, but that is not what matters. What Hermann Grimm writes has been hard-earned, whereas Woodrow Wilson's phrases have a quality of possession, something entering from subterranean entities. These things can be perceived. There is no need to get emotionally worked up about them, but we can just bring objective detachment to bear on them. We will come back to Germany in a moment, but first let us move on further eastward. The nature of Eastern people will only gradually emerge from chaos to reveal its intrinsic quality. And here we encounter something striking. In Italy, the folk spirit works through air, in France through water, in England through earth, and in America through a sub-earthly element. In Russians and Slavs, the folk spirit works through light. The folk spirit with whom we are concerned in these eastern regions works through light's reverberation. As we advance toward the future, from embryonic forms, something will gradually emerge in the East and show a folk spirit active in Eastern Europe that is quite different in quality from the Western folk spirit. I said that this folk spirit works through light. And yet the curious thing is that it does not do so directly, through light's intrinsic vibrations, but through light that first descends to earth and is reflected by it. The folk spirit uses this light, reflected back from the ground, to act upon the Russian people. But this works upon the head rather than the rest of the organism. It works upon modes of thought, on the way in which ideas, feelings, and so on are developed. Here, therefore, the way in which the folk spirit acts is polar opposite to what happens in the West, where it works through the organism and encounters something descending from the head. In the East, the folk spirit works in the medium of light, streaming back from the ground, and this acts primarily upon the head. with a counteraction coming from the rest of the organism, especially from the heart. Coming from the heart organism is a response directed toward the head, altering the effect issuing from there. Today this is still in chaos, enveloped in embryonic sheaths. The respiratory rhythm impacts on the head and neutralizes what comes from the folk spirit, mediated by light. This phenomenon in the Near East exists still more strongly as we move further eastward. It is in general a remarkable and distinctive characteristic of Asia that the folk spirit still acts through the light absorbed and reflected back to work upon the head. Or the folk spirit who acts through what is no longer light is no longer even visible. The harmony of the spheres that resonates through everything, and which, for the spiritual humanity of the Far East, is much the same as the actions of a folk spirit. The folk spirit here works directly through the harmony of the spheres, this too being reflected back by the earth and acting upon the head. And the rhythm of breathing works against this. And here lies the secret of Oriental spirit seekers, that they have always sought to connect with the spirit by developing their breathing in a special way. If you have studied yoga, you will know about specific breathing requirements. This is due to the fact that the individual, as member of all humanity, does not need to find spirituality individually through the folk spirit. He seeks it, instead, in a way fully founded on his national characteristics. So the further eastward we travel, the more we find this to be so. Refinements of these effects of folk characteristics, or also deviations from them, both more or less common, can show us some of the possible aberrations here. Disharmonies, for instance, arising when the effect coming from the head harmonizes with that from the rest of the organism, and so on. But conditions today mean that it is probably not a good idea to go into detail about possible states of disharmony that arise in different peoples. It might sow dissension instead of love between nations. People might respond emotionally to such ideas instead of reasonably, and misunderstand them. At some point in the future, when times change, we may be able to talk about the people of the East and other problems. Now let us return to the people of Central Europe. I am referring to geographical locations rather than to socio-political states. Nor am I speaking in terms of race, but of spiritual geographical conditions. Let us therefore speak of a Central Europe which does not include France and Italy. The distinctive nature of the folk spirit working in Central Europe is that it acts directly through heat or warmth, rather than through air, water, or salt, as in other regions I described. In Central Europe, the folk spirit has chosen this medium of warmth. But this is not fixed or clear-cut. It can be individualized. There are people in Central Europe in whom the folk spirit acts in different ways, sometimes coming from the rest of the organism, sometimes affecting the head. This depends also on whether the external air directly brings warmth, or whether it is conveyed through food or breathing. It is all a medium for the folk spirit. And this action is likewise counteracted by warmth in turn. And so in Central Europe, the outer effects of warmth are the medium for the folk spirit, and encounter self-generated warmth or heat working from within the organism. We can therefore say that the warmth working in the organism through the folk spirit encounters the head's self-generated warmth. Where the warmth of the folk spirit works through the head, it meets the warmth of the rest of the organism streaming toward it. Warmth encounters and affects warmth, and specifically is dependent on a greater or lesser vitality of the senses, especially of the capacity of sensory perception. Someone with a lively and attentive mind, who loves to observe everything around him, develops more self-generated warmth. By contrast, someone whose attention is fleeting and superficial, whose gaze merely flits over the surface of things, has much less self-generated warmth. Full engagement with one's surroundings, having an open heart or gaze for one's environment, is what counteracts the warmth working through the folk spirit as warmth meeting warmth. That is the distinctive way in which the folk spirit works in Central Europe, determining much in the quality of national characteristics, because warmth and warmth are so intimately related. The other modes of interaction do not have such mutual affinity. The will is not so closely related to electrical phenomena, nor does the element of salt have such a close affinity with digestive or metabolic processes in the head. The same is true of the other interactions I described, but the Central European character is determined by warmth, and this comes to expression too in its capacity to more or less merge with everything. These are not value judgments, but characterizations, and so each person is free to understand them as he likes, whether as a virtue or its opposite. Warmth meeting warmth, this gives a flexible, plastic quality, a capacity to enter into everything, also into the characteristics of other peoples. If we trace the course of history, we can certainly see how the different Teutonic tribes were absorbed by foreign peoples, how they accepted and assumed the foreign element. All this can support what I have been saying. What I have said today also gives a striking sense of the gulf and contrast between the Asian Orient and the American Occident. The folk soul in the East employs light, and even what lies higher than light in the etheric realm, albeit reflected back from the earth, to approach humankind. In the West, it employs the subearthly element. This can lead us deep into the organic and soul life of the whole earth organism and its coexistence with humanity. There is absolutely no intention here to affront any part of the earth's population or flatter any other. And yet it is true to say that in the Orient we have a spirit-oriented flowing and streaming, whereas toward the West we meet something weightier below, binding the human being to the earth. I will leave it up to you to decide whether this somehow corresponds to the character of the American people. So, that is how life is. In the East, a rising surge. In the West, an ebbing activity that works more deeply into the earth. Not all at once, but during the course of a lifetime and through successive generations, a person adapts to earthly conditions in each region and develops an affinity with them. If a European moves to the Orient, has children there and grandchildren, the geographical conditions start to act and hold sway. Just as a shoulder can never turn into a nose, but an arm will always emerge from it, so good yogis will never emerge in America. Yoga can be transplanted, but of course you can grow all kinds of plants in a greenhouse. I am not speaking of such things, but of the natural development that arises in different conditions and localities. Mainstream biology does not offer any explanation of different conditions on Earth, and for this we need to consider the different ways in which the folk souls act, as we discussed today, seeing how what is hidden comes to manifest expression. So the human being is embedded in modes of activity and influence connected with the earth. If you consider this carefully, it will be fully and depressingly apparent to you how greatly people are dependent on powers connected with the portion of earth on which their karma has placed them in a particular incarnation. Naturally, this is part of a person's karma, but there is nevertheless perhaps something oppressive about this fact, and the sense of oppression can become still greater if we do not have insight into all the related circumstances. Looking back to older eras of Earth's evolution, we find an increase in this dependency and ever greater differentiation of humankind across the globe. Yet evolution potentially enables our inner life, albeit not our external configuration, to overcome this dependency. What, let us ask for a moment, could conceivably moderate this dependency on a particular region of the earth, so that people might emancipate themselves from its imperative and develop more freedom? We have considered all the impulses that apparently render humankind dependent on different earthly powers in a particular region. Now, something would have needed to occur to oppose the dependency I spoke of, to counteract and alleviate such conditions. It is clear that something of an entirely different nature from this dependency would, by living upon earth, have a redressing and neutralizing effect on conditions there. What could this be? The mystery of Golgotha occurred at the beginning of our era. We have emphasized many distinctive effects of this in the past. But we need only consider a very apparent, generally acknowledged aspect of this mystery to see that even in terms of something so externally self-evident, it introduced a unique and distinctive quality into earthly life. Christ Jesus lived amongst a people with pronounced cultural characteristics, a people whose actions also arose from a pronounced cultural awareness and character. But everything surrounding Christ Jesus, the mystery of Golgotha, the death at Golgotha, entirely contradicts these cultural forms and assumptions. You see, the people in whose midst this mystery of Golgotha occurred took no cognizance of it. They did not affiliate themselves with it at all, in any individual personal sense, but killed him, cried out, "Crucify him, crucify him." Here occurred something which cannot be for one cultural group or nation alone, which has sense only in terms of contradicting all that follows from limited national characteristics, and which the people in this instance rejected and sought to annihilate. This is the secret of the mystery of Golgotha. It does not have a delimited cultural character, does not emerge from national attributes. Instead, it contradicts everything we described earlier as human dependency on folk characteristics. It is an event occurring upon earth that has nothing to do with such characteristics, a being that contradicts them. Only the annihilating element, death, is connected with such characteristics. The event in question has nothing to do with the nature of the Jewish people, nor of the Roman people, likewise influential in the same region. The Jews cry out, "Crucify him." The Roman figure in these events can, quote, "find no fault in him," close quote, which means he is unable to make anything of what is going on there. The whole event is lifted out of all that can happen by virtue of national characteristics. If you study it carefully, therefore, you will find that the mystery of Golgotha cannot be compared with anything else. There have always been martyrs, of course, in other times and places, but nowhere else have martyrs been killed in this way and for these reasons. The more you study the mystery of Golgotha, the more you will find that it occurred precisely because it has no connection with a specific national or cultural milieu, but because it is connected with all of humanity. Firstly, therefore, we have the principle at work in human evolution that acts in a differentiating way upon humanity, but then, emerging from this differentiation, something that does not belong to it, but is distinctive in its independence from national characteristics. Increasingly, it will become apparent, certainly, that the core of the mystery of Golgotha requires individual understanding. as people increasingly encompass its meaning, they will come to see that whereas earthly conditions, human conditions, are of this or that nature, the mystery of Golgotha stands alone, and must be understood as something entirely unique and distinctive, whichever field of inquiry we pursue. Today we traced how folk spirits affect human life. We can explain everything in terms of these folk souls, from the very beginning of humanity's evolution on earth through to today, except the mystery of Golgotha and everything connected with it. In all possible fields of inquiry, we can ascertain every aspect of human evolution on the one hand, and distinct from it the mystery of Golgotha and its effects. As I have often said in the past, learned theologians today have to admit that no historical evidence exists for the mystery of Golgotha. It cannot be assigned a place in history. Things are not usually assigned a historical significance where no evidence of their occurrence can be found, and this applies in a singular fashion to the mystery of Golgotha and all that is connected with it. Nor ought there to be material historical proofs of this event. The mystery of Golgotha is not meant to be accepted by any person who requires material proofs alone, for it only exerts the right effect on someone who by inner effort summons the will to accept the historical validity of something for which there is no material evidence. External proofs of the event of the mystery of Golgotha will gradually be swept away and vanish as evolution continues. Scholarly critique will sweep them away. But a spiritual grasp of human evolution will regard this mystery of Golgotha, nevertheless, as the nodal point of all earthly occurrences. It has to be grasped spiritually and accorded its place in the spiritual history of humanity. That is its secret. As time continues, human beings will increasingly seek not for historical evidence, but for an understanding that this event, occurring as a physical event on the physical earth, must be grasped by supersensible means, and that only then can we come to fully understand its connection with the historical earthly evolution of humanity. Next time we will speak further of this. The end of Lecture 8, which is the first of these 7 lectures in this second cycle, The Living Gifts of Anthroposophy. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a collected volume by Rudolf Steiner, number 181, which has 3 cycles in it, 3 lecture cycles. This is a reading of the second lecture cycle, The Living Gifts of Anthroposophy. It is the second of 9 lectures, numbered Lecture 9 in this volume, given in Berlin on the 1st of April, 1918. The day before yesterday, when I tried to describe how human beings are influenced and affected by the geographical location where they live and develop, my primary aim was to paint a vivid picture of the whole earth as an organism, an ensouled and spirit-imbued organism. Like an organism, in which each part has its special role, the arms having a different function from the legs, and the heart a different function from the brain, so every part of the soul and spirit-filled organism of the earth likewise has its distinctive task. We can see the special task of human limbs in their shape. The arms are formed differently from the legs and the heart differently from the brain. This is not so apparent in physical terms in the case of the earth organism. It will not be clear to a materialistically minded geographer that the diverse continents or regions of the earth have different modes of action, different functions. Only when we can consider the earth's soul and spirit, as it were, can we come to see this. To do so, we need to gain a really tangible sense of the earth as an ensouled, spirit-imbued organism, and of the physical human being living upon it as a part of this organism. This gives rise in turn to various questions, and anyone who thinks that we only have one life, are born and die once, will not make headway with such questions. Physical human beings can only be incorporated into one particular region of the earth at any one time, and if we lived only once, we would be fated to adapt specifically to the one region where we lived, and never have any prospect of becoming whole. We would remain confined to one aspect of the earth organism. Insight into the ensouled, spirit-filled nature of the earth, however, in turn shows something very important, that our real deeper being, which we refer to in saying capital I, cannot be directly but only indirectly connected to this differentiation of humankind in different regions of the globe, and that the sole spiritual core of our being in a sense only inhabits what is differentiated in specific ways in diverse regions. We can therefore gradually acquire insight into the fact that the outward appearance of human beings, as we first perceive it, is not identical with their soul spiritual core, and that this outward form is really only a dwelling place formed in accordance with distinctive regional conditions. Those already familiar with spiritual science will not find this in the least surprising. And I mention it only to show that a really thorough consideration of regional conditions across the globe could lead people quite rationally toward what spiritual science teaches. It is a most misleading prejudice to say that spiritual science can only be comprehensible to someone who can grasp spiritual realities. This very erroneous idea that because one cannot perceive clairvoyantly, one is right to see spiritual science as something of no concern to humanity, as an unproven hypothesis, allows people to stay in comfortable ignorance. In fact, really thorough and detailed thinking can comprehend spiritual science. Such thinking must be willing to study actual phenomena in the light of what spiritual science states. Someone who takes knowledge available to him about the character and qualities of diverse peoples across the globe, and studies this in relation to what spiritual science says about it, will soon find that the comments I made last time prove their worth in relation to the phenomena. Realities we encounter must be studied in terms of these insights. We have to be willing to test spiritual scientific knowledge against actual experience in an open-minded and unprejudiced way. And then rational understanding of any field can lead to a recognition of spiritual science. This is something of great importance today. And in fact, far more than one thinks, there are esoteric traditions that possess such knowledge, and yet at the same time they often hold fast to a view that was justified until recent times and is still perpetuated, that deeper insights should not be made public. I have often explained the reasons why people who have such knowledge do not wish to share it, but why also these reasons no longer hold good today. But there is a difficulty here. Firstly, one is up against the refusal of most of humanity to countenance spiritual science, and then also meets opposition from those who think it wrong to reveal truths discovered by spiritual science in the same way that other truths are revealed. Those who still think that the veil should not be lifted on certain truths can modify their outlook if they acknowledge important things I stated, albeit in a somewhat theoretical form, but clearly enough, as it seems to me, in the foreword and introduction to my book titled The Riddle of Man. One thing that needs to be understood is that the concept of true or false that most people have nowadays should be overcome. As I have repeatedly stressed, also in my preface to title The Riddle of Man, the dualism of right or wrong needs to be enlarged by seeing every view as one aspect of truth, like a photograph from one particular angle. If you photograph a tree first from one side and then from another, the second picture shows the same tree as the first, despite looking different. Today, in our modern and abstract age, when people think in such theoretical terms, despite regarding themselves as pragmatists, a single view of something is thought to be the only true one. People think that they can express the truth in a single idea, and actually this is a form of arrogance. It is arrogant to think, for example, that the Copernican worldview is the only right way to see things, and that before Copernicus, no one says this, but they do think it, people were like children, or even perhaps cattle, since they did not possess this view of the world. This worldview is right, and other views were wrong, they think. Yet this is something that has to be overcome. Even the Copernican worldview is only one view, a particular way of looking about the world, of picturing it. There are people who, the moment they notice that spiritual science is putting one view of things, will oppose it with another. In fact, no one who knows there are diverse views of anything will deny this. Nowadays, however, many wish to further their inquiries in a way that can be summed up metaphorically as turning off the light in a room and feeling one's way around it to avoid any single partisan perspective. This, they think, will give a true picture of the room, as opposed to multiple perspectives. In a sense, this is the ideal of modern science, switching the light off and just feeling around in the dark. To counter this, spiritual science has to turn the light on again and acknowledge all the different possible angles on everything. We base our efforts on circulating around things and seeing them from many different angles. That has been our aim for years, and in response some may say that the different angles are contradictory. But it is important for us to acknowledge the contradictions, since this is what gives us an all-round view of things, which is precisely what we want. It is not a comfortable position, of course, for people like best to fit their whole view of the world into a small pamphlet, if possible, with as few pages as possible, or make one view the central hub of all their ideas. That, of course, leads to a narrow perspective, whereas our publications are continually expanding to illumine things from different sides and to compile a great many views from which a whole picture of reality can emerge. But at the same time, you will discover that we affront people when the truths we discover through a science of the Spirit increasingly transgress against their dearly held prejudices. And especially, too, when we ignore the demands of certain occultists to keep important matters veiled in secrecy. We find ourselves speaking of things that shock, annoy, or irritate people, partly, at least, also because many think something has to be one thing or another, either right or wrong. Instead, they ought to see that as humanity evolves, there can never be a single status quo, an absolute truth in relation to any field or discipline. We can never say either that something is utterly wrong. There is no such thing. It is not to provide some final answer that certain views are emerging now, nor should this mean that we look back on previous generations as childlike. Such views are coming to the fore now for a quite different reason. Let us recall here something we all know. In the 15th century, humanity entered the fifth cultural epoch of post-Atlantean development, which we call that of the consciousness soul. In other words, the 15th century saw the beginning of what has emerged particularly in this fifth cultural epoch. Until then, humanity's cultural development had been marked chiefly by the rational or mind soul. But for the consciousness soul to emerge, certain thoughts and modes of thinking assumed a very specific form. The Copernican worldview did not arise because it is completely correct. I have often emphasized that it had to arise, and I will continue to emphasize that in certain respects it is appropriate for our times. It did not emerge because it was the only true way of seeing things, but because it serves the development of the consciousness soul. We best develop the consciousness soul if we gradually allow the Copernican worldview to become intrinsic to our outlook, so that we calculate constellations and planetary movements in the way that happens today. The positive thing about the Copernican worldview is not that it has finally told us the truth, in quotes, to replace the, in quotes, falsehood of former millennia, but that it erects a spiritual wall between heaven and earth, between the physical and spiritual world. This sounds terribly paradoxical and will, of course, cause offense to people who have the kinds of prejudice I spoke of earlier. Yet it is true. People began to think of the cosmos in terms of the views of Copernicus, because in placing them into this cosmos, the Earth's surroundings, it enabled them to erect a spiritual wall through which they could not penetrate. They were shut off from the spirit, and were thus able to remain earthbound in their study of the cosmos, thereby developing the consciousness soul. The Copernican worldview was given us so that in erecting a spiritual wall around the earth, we can confine ourselves in as egotistic a way as possible to earthly things. As the Copernican worldview develops ever more fully, it becomes ever more certain that external investigation of phenomena will sunder us from the world of spirit, and ever more necessary also that we rediscover our connection with the spirit through inner vision, by enlivening our inner perception. Strange things go hand in hand. In discussing them, what I say inevitably becomes hard to follow. But since there is no other means of understanding them than through anthroposophy, it is anthroposophists who will have to make strenuous efforts to understand them. The philosophical discipline based on Kant is today called epistemology. In fact, this epistemology, or theory of knowledge, is a nail in the coffin of human knowledge. One chief idea that commonly springs to most people's minds when they think of the Kantian theory of knowledge is that the, in quotes, thing outside us is really only an ether vibration, something that has nothing to do with color or tone, but that exists as the motion of the smallest particles in space. Outside us, the air vibrates tonelessly. These resonances of the air enter our ears. Schopenhauer says somewhat dismissively of the theory of knowledge that they crash on our ears and then become in us what we call tone. Outside us, everything is mute and only air vibrations exist. Then there are also ether waves outside us that approach our eyes. These waves enter our eyes and an image is created on the retina. But we know nothing about this image unless science studies it. And then these processes, which can only be material in nature, are communicated to the optic nerve and pass on into the visual cortex, where a mysterious thing happens. Here the soul succeeds in making what was first dark and mute outside us, luminous and colorful, warm and cold, and so forth, creating things within itself and thus, in quotes, dreaming the whole world. It is very strange, this path whereby the theory of knowledge seeks to show how the outer world of matter reaches the human mind. But what does this epistemology involve? It is strange that if we stay outside in our surroundings and credit things with possessing tones and colors, which the theory of knowledge regards as the naive realism of the uneducated, we do, at least, still have a world of tones and colors. But now, in the theory of knowledge, we lead this world toward the eye, EYE, say. And now we have an image on the retina, followed by its reproduction in processes affecting the optic nerve. In our brain, nothing of the outer world exists, but our inner life magically conjures the whole world out of vibrations. It reminds one of Baron Munchausen, who pulls himself up by his own hair. First of all, we get rid of everything that constitutes the world, and then we have nothing but brain vibrations, and then the soul creates a whole outer world for itself again that we have previously got rid of. Like Munchausen, we take hold of our own hair and raise ourselves upward. Yet this is the philosophical worldview of our day, and anyone who objects to it is out of step with modern knowledge. It is odd, in trying to trace how the whole manifold world enters us, we are left ultimately only with processes in the cerebrum, which in fact are of the simplest kind, less complex than processes in the optic nerve. If we study how the world exists within us, we arrive at something extremely simple. We seek the mind or spirit, but arrive only at a spirit that dreams the world into being. Here we have to make a leap of imagination, since no one has yet succeeded in isolating or distilling the mind. In our quest for the human mind, we first arrive at brain vibrations, and then we are compelled to recreate all that is no longer there. This is the path pursued by science in order to trace how the outer world reaches our mind. On earth we find a multiplicity of conditions and living influences, a great cornucopia that can amaze us. If we study how different people are in different regions, quite irrespective of whether we feel more drawn to some and less to others, which is irrelevant here, and consider the great scope of human differentiation, it is really as manifold as the phenomena of the sensory world itself. In olden times, when people are thought to have been childlike, or even animal-like, they tried to understand this great multiplicity by ascending from sensory things to a spiritual realm, something they no longer do. As one ascends ever further from the wealth of phenomena on the earth, it seems very much like passing from the external sensory world and passing through the eye, EYE, and brain to reach the human mind. We arrive at the picture Copernicanism derives from the great spiritual cosmos. Just as physiological epistemology has resorted to a method in which brain vibrations form a barrier that prevents the outer world reaching the human soul, so in the same way, Copernicanism erects a great obstacle to a world of spirit. If one wishes to test the worth of a worldview, one has to know the point of view that has given rise to it. The perspective of Copernicanism does not replace falsehood with truth, but seeks to erect planks and barriers so that humankind can develop the consciousness soul inside this earthly shelter. That is the thing that really counts here. One needs to appraise things with a keen and sober eye. We must first be able to shake the foundations upon which others like to stand so comfortably today with their worldviews. Without shaking these foundations, we will fail to see that Copernicanism erects barriers to spiritual vision, and will therefore fail to find any relationship with spiritual science. You see, this science of the spirit has certain requirements. It is worth moving away from an earthly standpoint for a moment and imagining what a merely Copernican worldview means to the cosmos itself. Nothing but a mental calculation. Spiritual science, by contrast, needs more than mental calculations. It needs something that opens itself to spiritual perception. Why do we have a field of geology that subscribes to the idea that the Earth evolved solely from a purely mineral world? Because the Copernican worldview inevitably led to this, to modern materialistic geology. It contains nothing that could show us how, looking in from the cosmos, as it were, in a spiritual perspective, the Earth can be seen as an ensouled, spirit-imbued being. The universe, conceived on Copernican lines, can only give rise to a dead Earth. A living, ensouled, and spirit-filled Earth has to be conceived from the perspective of a different cosmos altogether, really from a quite different cosmos. Looking back toward Earth from the cosmos, we can, of course, only ever describe certain traits or features of the life of this Earth being. Is this perspective an entirely imaginary one? Is it fantasy to think of the Earth from the perspective of the cosmos? No, it is very real. It occurred to Hermann Grimm, though having written about it he immediately excused himself, with the caveat that this idea was not an article of faith, but, quote, merely fantasy, close quote. In an essay in 1858, he wrote that the human soul, liberated from the body, might freely encircle the Earth, and could then look down upon Earth to see everything that happens there in a quite different way. He would see things from a quite different perspective, says Hermann Grimm. For instance, looking into human hearts as, quote, into a glass beehive, close quote. The thoughts arising in human hearts would emerge as if from a glass beehive, a beautiful image. And then, said Grimm, one could imagine that after floating around the Earth for some time and looking down on it from without, the soul would reincarnate upon Earth, would have a father and mother, a country, and all that exists on Earth, and would have to forget all that it had experienced from the cosmic perspective. And if the soul became an historian in the modern sense, Hermann Grimm is talking subjectively, he would inevitably have to forget all he had known before, since one cannot write history with that different perspective. This picture comes very close to the truth. It is true that the human soul floats around the Earth, in a sense, between death and a new birth, and looks down upon Earth, but in a way determined by karmic connections, as I have often described. The soul certainly has the feeling, then, that this Earth is an ensouled and spirit-filled organism, and the prejudice disappears that it is only a geological structure without soul. In after-death vision, we see the Earth in a highly differentiated way, so that, for instance, the Orient appears different in nature from the American Occident. You cannot speak to the dead about the Earth in the same way as geologists speak, for they fail to understand geological ideas. When they look down from cosmic space upon the Orient, extending from Asia a long way into Russia, the Earth in that region appears to them to shimmer with a blue color, a bluish purple. The Western Hemisphere, on the other hand, tinged with a more American nuance, appears to them to be a fiery red. That is the polarity they see when they look down on Earth from the cosmos. Naturally, this does not figure in the Copernican worldview. It is a different kind of perception from a different perspective. If we look from this perspective, we realize that the Eastern Hemisphere of the ensouled Earth organism appears different from the Western Hemisphere. A blue shimmer in the East, and in the West a blazing up from within, and therefore a fiery red appearance. And here you have one example of how between death and rebirth we can orient ourselves to what we then learn to perceive. We learn to perceive the configuration of the earth, its different appearance at different places, in terms of the cosmos and of a spiritual perspective, a purplish blue in one hemisphere and a fiery red in the other. And depending on the spiritual need that we elaborate from our karma, this will have a determining influence on the place where we wish to incarnate again. I am simplifying, of course, and things are far more complex in reality. But this does give you a sense of the conditions after death from which a person develops powers that subsequently lead him to incarnate again in a specific corporeality on earth. I have only described two colors to which destiny is oriented, but there are, of course, others, many more. I will just mention in passing that in the more central region between west and east, the earth appears a greener color, seen from without. Green in the regions where we live, for instance. Here there is already a threefold quality, therefore, and this can give us important insight into the ways in which what we perceive between death and rebirth can become an orientation for us in relation to our decision to be born again in a particular region of the earth. If we give due attention to such matters, we can gradually come to see that certain things never usually considered are at work in the interplay between people embodied here on earth and disembodied souls. When we go abroad and wish to understand people in another country, we have to learn their language. And if we wish to communicate with the dead, we also have to gradually learn their language, which is at the same time the language of spiritual science. It is a language spoken, in fact, by all the so-called living and the so-called dead, a bridge spanning from there to here and here to there. It is especially important, when learning this language, to go beyond abstract ideas and form living pictures of the cosmos. Such an image is that of the globe floating in the cosmos, bluish purple in one area, fiery red and yellow in another, and a green girdle between them. Pictorial ideas gradually bear us into the world of spirit, and this is the important thing. If we are to speak seriously about a world of spirit, we naturally have to form these pictorial ideas, and furthermore, not think they are mere figments of the imagination, but that they have a reality which can lead us further. So let us conjure this image once again, the eastern hemisphere shimmering blue and purple, and the fiery reddish-yellow western hemisphere, and then much differentiation within this. When a soul looks down between death and rebirth in our current cycle of time, he can perceive amidst the purplish-blue shimmer a golden form, a golden crystalline form where Palestine lies, an enlivened place, seen from the perspective of spirit, and this is Jerusalem. In the imaginations of the Apocalypse, this is also referred to as the heavenly Jerusalem. These things are not invented, but can be perceived. Seen by the Spirit, the mystery of Golgotha resembles the wonders a modern astronomer may see through his telescope when he sees the sudden flaming of a star. From a spiritual perspective, seen from the cosmos, the event of Golgotha was the flaming up of a golden star in the blue earth aura of the eastern half of the globe. Here you have a vivid picture to accompany what I described at the end of the lecture the day before yesterday. It is very important that we form such vivid pictures of the cosmos, so that the human soul can once again find its way feelingly into the spirit of this cosmos. Trying to accompany the soul of a dead person with this imagination of the gold-shimmering, crystalline form of the heavenly Jerusalem within the blue-purple earth aura can bring you closer to Him, for this belongs to the imaginations into which we pass at death. Ex Deo nascemur, in Christo moremur. We can either shut ourselves off from spiritual reality or try to approach closer to it. We shut ourselves off from it when we try to calculate reality numerically. While mathematics is still spirit, pure spirit even, when applied to physical reality, it becomes a means to close ourselves off from the spirit. The more you measure and calculate, the more you isolate yourself from the spirit. Kant once said, "The degree of knowledge in the world is exactly equal to the amount of mathematics in it." But from a different perspective, it would be just as correct to say, quote, "The darkness in the world is equal to the degree to which people have measured it in their calculations." Close quote. We come closer to the life of spirit to the extent that we move on increasingly from external perceptions, especially from abstract ideas, to imaginations, to pictures. Copernicus led us all into ways of calculating the universe. The opposite mode of vision must lead us to imagine the world again, to picture it vividly, to conceive a universe with which the human soul can identify, so that the earth appears within it as a shining sphere, bluish-purple in one hemisphere, with a gold-shimmering heavenly Jerusalem, and a fiery yellowish-red in the other. Where does the shimmering bluish-purple in the earth aura originate? In looking from without upon this aspect of the globe, its physical nature recedes. The light aura becomes more transparent, and the earth's darkness vanishes. This creates the blue color that shines through, a phenomenon that can be explained in terms of Goethe's theory of colors. But in the Western Hemisphere, the inner nature of the earth flames up and confirms what I described in my last lecture. In America, people are strongly influenced by what comes from below the earth, what is subterranean. And this is why the sparks of a reddish-yellow fire gleam and shine from within the earth and out into the cosmos, shimmering red and yellow. This picture gives only a faint idea of the reality, but it can show you the possibility of going beyond merely general abstract ideas about the world we live in, between death and rebirth, to form very tangible pictures. All such imaginations prepare us to form a stronger connection with worlds of spirit, with the higher hierarchies, with the world in which we live between death and a new birth. Tomorrow I would like to speak a good deal more about this, but today I will just mention one thing in particular. Our current stage of human evolution, the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, which is to serve the development of the consciousness soul, contains many secrets. One of these is especially well concealed by those who think such truths should not be passed on to modern humanity. This is a difficult subject, but since there is no one else anywhere in the world who will give ear to such things, you will have to heed what I am going to say. During our present era, starting with the 15th century, a remarkable longing started to surface in human beings. Living initially in the subconscious, it must increasingly be called up into the conscious mind. It is a longing that originates in something very specific. As I have often said, the human being is a dual being, and also a being with diverse aspects in other ways, but a dual being in the sense of a division between the head and the rest of the organism. The head, as I have said, is the aspect of us to which Darwin's theory can be applied especially, since we can trace it back to animal forms. During Old Moon evolution, the human being had animal forms, not those of animals living today, but a more spiritual, more etheric animal form, which then hardened into the human head. And today, when animals are evolving on the earth into the forms we are familiar with, the human being no longer evolves under the same conditions that once influenced his head development, which he now simply inherits but under conditions affecting the rest of his organism. But this does not derive from the animals. Our head originates with the animals, albeit only from etheric animals. In our head, therefore, we bear animality, but of an etheric kind. During the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, this dawned on the human subconscious. Increasingly, people sensed that there was something of the animal in them, but they were no longer able to picture this spiritually. The idea took root in their heads that man must inevitably feel animal-like, and this culminated in Darwin's theory of humanity's descent from the animals. However, this did not just come to expression in Darwin's theory of evolution. Animals perceive things differently from people, having a more intimate connection with the world than we do. The outstanding quality of human beings on earth is due to their capacity to detach themselves from their surroundings, which then necessitates them building a bridge back to all they have sundered themselves from. The animal experiences the outer world within itself far more than we do. If animals were philosophers, they would not speak of the limits of experience, since there are none for them, in the sense in which people speak of them. These limits come about only through the human being's higher organization. By virtue of the animal group soul, animals sense the whole universe within them and have no awareness of limits to their knowledge. From the 15th century, people increasingly felt that they bore an animal within them, but they could not picture this spiritually, supersensibly, etherically. Instead, regarding themselves as physically related to the animals. Subconsciously, they desired the same form of knowledge that the animal possesses, but inevitably this was not possible. The animal lives with the thing in itself, whereas this is out of reach for the human being the moment he desires to be an animal, to possess the world as an animal does, but knows this cannot be. Perceiving a thing in itself that is unattainable for us arose from the human longing to feel like an animal, yet the recognition at the same time that we cannot. This is the secret of Kantianism. It is intimately connected with modern humanity's developing awareness of animal nature and of human limits to knowledge. In olden times, people knew that there are no limits to the knowledge of an animal, and therefore, for instance, they felt that understanding the language of the animals was a very fortunate gift, as one finds in many old legends. That was one thing they knew, the people of olden times, that the animal has no limits to knowledge, in the sense we are aware of as modern human beings. They knew something else as well, that the beings who belong to the hierarchy of the angeloi are free, are beings of free will. And they knew that we human beings are in the process of becoming angels. When our current stage of Earth evolution is over, and is succeeded by Jupiter evolution, the human being will stand at the level of the angels. He is on the way to becoming free. Freedom is developing within him. Yet what will happen in forthcoming times as the consciousness soul gradually develops if humanity rejects this evolution toward angelic nature? Humanity will be left only with the thought that freedom is an illusion. Human actions will be seen as subject to natural imperatives. Wherever boundaries to knowledge are erected, the development toward freedom is rejected. And this is very closely connected with all that has so far emerged in rough and ready fashion from the idea that we have evolved from animals. In fact, our origins are far more complex, as I have tried to show. Some of the things I have said today were rather difficult to take in, but this was necessary. And tomorrow it will enable us to speak from a particular angle about the connection between modern life on earth in the physical body and life between death and rebirth. those concepts will be somewhat easier. You have been good enough to attend to me as we spoke of more difficult ideas, and tomorrow this will help us in relation to other ones. That is the end of Lecture 9, which is the second lecture in the 7-lecture cycle, the Living Gifts of Anthroposophy, which is in the book Dying Earth and Living Cosmos, Collected Works, Volume 181. You are listening to Rudolf Steiner Audio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole translators of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 181 by Rudolf Steiner, containing 3 cycles of lectures. Dying Earth and Living Cosmos, which is the title of the book technically. The Living Gifts of Anthroposophy, and The Need for New Forms of Consciousness. And I am on Lecture 10, which is the 3rd of the 7 lectures in the cycle, The Living Gifts of Anthroposophy, translated by Matthew Barton. Lecture 10 was given in Berlin on the 2nd of April, 1918. With the ideas I elaborated yesterday, I was especially keen to show the need at our current phase of evolution for new concepts, or at least ones that are not yet generally available, so that they can begin to inform our cultural horizons. Human culture requires certain ideas that are either not yet there or are not accessible. It is very important that this should happen. If we study the diverse aspects of modern culture, we find that despite all pride and arrogance that sometimes figures there, it has not produced any new ideas. Many diverse views exist in ethical, artistic, philosophical, or scientific disciplines, but they all, nevertheless, draw on old ideas that have been around a long time, which are then simply thrown together as if in a kaleidoscope and churned out again. We need new ideas. We lack precisely the kind of new ideas that we need. And this is why, for instance, certain ancient truths are no longer understood. Truths that surfaced among the ancients and have been passed down to us. Ideas such as those figuring at the latest date in Plato or Aristotle. In still earlier times, such ideas were even more incisive. Nowadays, though, they are either not understood or rejected because they are not understood. Let me give you an example of one such idea. When a person sees an object today, he thinks the object is outside him, and that he can see it due to the light that passively, one cannot say mysteriously, enters his eye from it, engendering what the soul senses as color, for instance. Plato has a different idea. Here we encounter something which, if we take it literally, we can only understand as meaning that the human eye, EYE, sends out something that mysteriously grasps hold of the object. It is as if the eyes extend feelers to grasp the object. This is what Plato writes. Modern scientific views cannot make anything of this, of course. It is an idea that you can find recorded in scholarly books on the history of philosophy, but you cannot make much headway with such books, because such ideas are based on something that existed in ancient times and has now faded. A certain atavistic clairvoyance or clairsentience. In our time, we need to rediscover this in a different way. Since ancient times, you see, ideas have been lost that we need to reacquire. They were lost in particular due to the Roman culture that poured across Europe, especially Western Europe. Proper study of this Roman culture in its spread across Europe would be very illuminating. We need to realize that there is nothing left now in Italy of this ancient Roman influence, and whatever else they may be responsible for, modern Italians have no part in what I am going to say. The spread of Roman culture through Europe had a really devastating and pulverizing effect on certain fundamental ideas, ones that now need to be brought back to life. We need think only, for instance, of the destruction of the town of Alesia, shortly before Christ's birth. Situated in what is now the Côte d'Or region of France, this center of ancient Celtic Gaelic culture, Celtic Gallic culture, was eradicated by the Romans. Napoleon III erected a monument to Vercingetorix at the site of this old town of Alesia, a center of ancient Celtic Druidic culture, which Caesar destroyed. It was a place of great learning. 10,000 Europeans studied there, in the way people studied in those times. All this was eradicated and replaced by Roman culture. This is merely an historical observation, which can show that in Europe too, influential ideas of a more ancient kind existed in ancient cultural centers and were eradicated. Today I chiefly want to focus on two ideas that need to be incorporated into scientific inquiry and life in general if a better understanding of the world is to arise. The first is to understand how we really perceive the world with our senses, which happens in the following way. Whenever we see a colored object before us, while it is true that this acts upon us, there is also a process of destruction at work in the human organism, intervening between ourselves and the colored object. I have often described this. A kind of small death occurs with our nervous system as the organ for ongoing breakdown processes. The blood, however, balances and counteracts these destructive processes caused by the outer world impinging upon our organism. In the human organism, there is a mutual interaction continually at work between blood and nerve, and this interplay involves an enlivening process from the blood on the one hand, and a kind of death process from the nervous system on the other. As we perceive a colored object in the external world, and this impinges on us, a process of destruction takes place in our neural system. Something is destroyed both in the physical body and in the ether body. A kind of channel is bored through our organism due to a process of destruction that runs in a quite specific direction. When we see something, a channel is bored from our eye to our brain. Rather than something dissolving its way through from the brain to the eye, it is the opposite. A hole is bored, and through this the astral body slips in order to be able to see whatever the object is. Plato still knew this. It could be seen by ancient atavistic clairvoyance, and we will have to reacquire such knowledge by really getting to know the human organism again through modern clairvoyance. Discovering this channel that arises, this hole where a tunnel is bored from the eye to the brain, by means of which the capital I unites with what impinges from without. Humanity has to learn to form different concepts from those common today in modern epistemology or physiology, instead seeing that a channel or tunnel is bored from the eye, EYE, to the brain, and through this the astral body and capital I connect and engage with the outer world. This is alien to modern ideas, and therefore people are likewise unaware of the physiological factors that follow from this. Nowadays, students at university learn all the received wisdom about physiology, but never anything about how things are in reality. What they learn is meaningless. Another such concept is one you commonly find today in modern academic discourse. Human development is described there in these terms. We are born as undeveloped creatures, And then our psyche and mind slowly develop, coming to expression slowly through our organism as it grows more complex and refined. This view appears everywhere today amongst psychologists and academics in general, and also in books for the general public. People can relate to this idea, which seems highly probable, but it is all only appearance, Maya. In many respects, this is actually the opposite of the truth, the opposite of what really occurs. Instead, and here I need only refer you to what I described entitled The Education of the Child, though expressed in a slightly different way there, we should understand that in infancy, the soul and spirit are still of the nature of soul and spirit. And as the child develops, these gradually transform into material configuration, into the body. Gradually, a person becomes a full picture or reflection of soul and spirit. It is very important to have this insight. If we have it, we will no longer regard what runs around on two legs on the ground as the human being, in quotes, but we'll see that this is a reflection or image of the human being. And that when we are born in supersensible terms, we gradually grow together with the body and create a full image or reflection of soul and spirit. Soul and spirit vanish into the body and manifest less and less in their own right. In other words, we need the very opposite idea from the one commonly regarded as true. We need to know that we become, say, 20 years old by virtue of the spirit descending into and being subsumed by the body, the spirit transforming into the body, since the body itself is an external image of the spirit. Then we will also see that gradually as we age, a reverse transformation occurs. The body calcifies and hardens, but the spirit becomes ever more soul-spiritual in nature. We cannot hold fast to it, however, because it is at odds with the physical world and seeks to express itself through the physical body. The spirit becomes ever more autonomous and only comes to full manifestation after death. So you see, it is not that the spirit and soul gradually wane and grow dull as we age, but the opposite. They become ever freer again. Naturally, a materialistic thinker, faced with this idea, will very often object that Kant, for example, a very clever man, lost his faculties when old. And so it can scarcely be true to say that spirit and soul were emancipating themselves. But such objections are made only because a materialist cannot perceive or take any account of the spirit and soul that has gradually grown into the world of spirit. It will be a hard nut for many to crack, to think that as we grow older we do not actually grow feeble-minded, but more spiritual. It is just that the body has worn out, and the soul and spirit we have developed cannot be expressed through the body anymore. It is like a piano player who might go on and on developing his skills, but if the piano is worn out and broken, it will be hard to discern this. You won't perceive much of his skills if the piano is out of tune and there are several strings missing. In old age, Kant, though apparently feeble-minded, had actually become glorious for the world of spirit. To discover reality, we sometimes have to turn received wisdom on its head. We have to give real credence to the view that what is at work in the world in this respect is Maya, a grand illusion. If we become aware of this great illusion of Maya, we will start to be able to properly acknowledge that the appearance of weakness and feeble-mindedness in outer physical terms in a person 70 years of age is deceptive, and that his spirit is just elsewhere than on the physical plane. Obstacles to understanding spiritual science often consist in our inability to form appropriate ideas about what happens on the ordinary physical plane. We form erroneous ideas about what happens here. And these mistaken concepts sunder us from reality, prevent us reaching it. But if we develop concepts such as the one I just described, we will come much closer to the knowledge which spiritual scientific research discovers in relation to what happens immediately after death. Entering into physical life at birth, we gradually and increasingly come into relationship with our physical body. You have now heard the right way to view this relationship. There is always so much to say that sometimes we fail to consider the fact that something similar also occurs between death and rebirth. Here we likewise engage in a relationship with something that resembles our increasing connection with the physical body here on earth. Our physical corporeality is not merely physical corporeality, but as we know, it encompasses the physical body, the etheric body or body of formative forces, and the astral body or outward soul, the soul body. Just as in physical life here, we have to appropriate these three vessels or aspects, we likewise have to appropriate three vessels in the time between death and a following rebirth. To ensure these are not confused with anything else, I will name them here. They are the soul human, soul life or life soul, and the soul itself, and the soul self. In the same way that we here appropriate the physical body for life in the physical world, so after death we appropriate the soul human. And likewise, the life soul corresponds to the ether body or body of formative forces, and the soul self or individual soul corresponds to the astral or soul body we acquire here. I have chosen these terms so that they are not confused with what humankind will acquire in a different way in the Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan stages of evolution, which will be similar, but since a different phase of existence is involved there, has to be distinguished carefully. The terms themselves do not matter. What we need to do is inquire a little into how these vessels are appropriated after death. After entering upon the life that unfolds between death and rebirth, we are, initially, surrounded by a composite of pictures that originate in our experiences during the life that has just ended, or also from still earlier experiences. But for now, let us stay with the experiences of our previous life, which arise for us as pictures surrounding us. It is important to realize that these pictures are in our surroundings after death, and remarkably, that we find it somewhat difficult to realize they belong to us. What I described in Untitled Theosophy as our experiences in the soul world, a recapitulation of our life in pictures, is only a part of this whole world of pictures. Apart from those, there are others. And our life after death involves gradual recognition that these images belong to us. Our consciousness engages with these pictures in order to recognize in the right way that they belong to us. We can only fully understand what this involves if we realize that our life here, between birth and death, is far richer than only our conscious life. We live in certain conditions and relationships, in community with certain other people. What happens between us and plays a conscious part in our lives is only a part of this. Things continually occur. You have to recognize that we are consciously aware only of a small part of what we experience in our life unfolding here on earth. Let us take an ordinary event. You have gathered here this evening, and every person here has therefore entered into some kind of interaction with every other. But if you try to discern how much of these interrelationships you are conscious of, it will be very little. If you are at a distance of 3 meters from someone and then approach him, this approach involves a whole sum of facial expressions. How you see a person's face changes continually as you come closer to him. Our ordinary physical reason cannot possibly trace in thought everything we actually experience during physical life. What we consciously experience is only a small portion, and what remains subconscious is far more significant.